with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan. The first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
Cricket jadi ډېر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بې کوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christ Church University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined the walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
Choosing ESSEX first English Jordan Cox and Michael Pepper. Score of Jordan Cox and Gordon Parkinson, and referee is Jason Swift.
Well, good morning. As you might have heard, it is day two, first session of Kent against Essex here at Canterbury. The sun's come out to greet the players as they take the field with Essex 287 for 4 overnight. 51 for Jordan Cox, who scored a century last week in their game against Warwickshire, scored a century early in the season against Kent, and of course is batting here for the first time against his old side. Really patient knock to start yesterday. A few explosions and perhaps scoring rate going up a little bit later on. But psychologically for him and mentally a really good knock so far. Having a good look at this pitch, which is pretty familiar to him, obviously the playing surface at Canterbury, but he's on 51. Michael Pepper, 35 from 50 balls, a lot more explosive yesterday, has been given licence to attack. For Kent, just 4 wickets down in the first day, and of course they'll be looking for early inroads, but this pitch, slowish, flattish, perhaps difficult to make runs quickly on, but bowlers having to be very, very patient for their chances, coming few and far between. Joey Everson will start from the Nackington Road end, and to be honest, he was as good as anybody yesterday with the ball. A beauty to get rid of Nick Brown for 65 and Matt Critchley, LBW, for 13, the medium pacer. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me today Dick Davis and Nicky Chowdhury. Looking forward to the second day's play. Joey Everson will, as I said, bowl down the slight slope from the Nackington Road end. 2 slips, Marcus O'Riordan and Zach Crawley beside him. Quite a lot of cloud today, but as I said, the sun's broken out this morning, so it's a picture, the scene here at Canterbury as we look from the pavilion side towards the trees at the Nackington Road end. As Everson bowls, keeps low. Michael Pepper, just wondering if it's going down, that one. But Michael Pepper, yeah, we did see quite a lot of low bounce yesterday. You can understand from his point of view. Just a little bit caught by surprise by that first ball of the day. It wasn't the longest appeal, and I wonder, as I said, if that's just going down. We're behind and sort of a fine leg to Pepper as he faces the ball here. Everson then bowls, driven into the offside, whereas he was caught by surprise by the first one. That was a very confident shot indeed. Jaden Denley is on as sub-fielder for Kent from the outset here. Wes Agar, the Australian fast bowler for Kent, went off with a shoulder injury just before lunch yesterday, has not reappeared. We gather he's being obviously tended to by Kent's physio. So no further news on him this morning, but Jaden Denley, as I said, is on the field right away. Great fielder, and as he bowls to Jordan Cox now, Everson just gently deflected to Ben Compton, a backward point under the white floppy hat with the shades perched on top. So Jaden Denley is a rear-gone action for Kent at Chelmsford, actually, first away game of the season for Kent, and both fans of both sides, I'm sure, will remember it. They were trying to get rid of him, and he was holding out for dear life on his championship debut. Another game that Essex really bossed. That's outside the off stump, and Cox leaves that. No need to play at it at all. Updating BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly and across the southeast, so we'll be giving the the latest from the Surrey and Sussex games as well. To Stephen Brown on the programme this morning. So Everson, 2 balls to go of the first over of the day. A single off this first over. Cox goes for this one, expands, drives that away. Square drive, and that's 4 runs. Whistles past Compton. Lovely shot from Jordan Cox, and as I said, a little bit wide from Everson, but he's taken full advantage of that. He has thumped that to the boundary. In fact, there is a boundary rider, Jaden Denley, not far away from square, but that has just gone from Jordan Cox. 55 from 119 balls. As I said, was very patient yesterday on this slow pitch, but taking advantage of the bad ball more and more towards the end of the day, as much as he could. That one defended off stump. End of the over, 292 for 4. Might say a little bit ominous for Kent, but that first ball, which kept low and hit the pads of Michael Pepper, will give them some kind of encouragement. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, and via the BBC Sport website and app as well. Of course, for the online commentary you can take with you wherever you want to go today, and with the pictures from the club here at Kent as well, all joined up, updating our listeners. And yeah, lovely sunny scene here, Stephen, for day 2 of this game between Kent and Essex. Kent looking for points to get themselves out of the bottom 2 of the county championship. Even this early in the season, Essex looking in the other direction, 3rd to start the game between the two, and they resumed at 287 for 4. That Essex, really strong platform for them, and former Kent batter playing at Canterbury for the first time since his move over the winter. Jordan Cox has 55. Michael Pepper has 36 here. Cox has looked assured even the first over of the day here, cutting one beautifully away for 4 on this fast outfield at Canterbury. Looks like it's going to be difficult for the bowlers to take wickets, as it was yesterday. Pretty slow this pitch, and much more batting friendly perhaps than bowling friendly. Kent will need to work hard for their wickets here through the rest of the day. Looking to Surrey's game, they were bowled out for 127. The reigning county championships yesterday, champions yesterday. Hampshire 104 for 1, getting into the early stages of that one. And Sussex at Middlesex at Lords, batting on 297 for 4. Sussex. Commentary of all 3 of those games via the BBC Sport website and app. And you've just missed a single from Michael Pepper there. 293 for 4. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me is Dick Davis. Dick, good morning. I was just saying, great platform this for Essex, it looks.
It certainly is. Good morning, Matt. Good morning, listeners. Good morning, viewers. Yes, it is indeed. They really need to take full advantage of the almost perfect conditions. Well, I say almost. It's because, as you say, it's a little bit of a slow wicket. The ball's not really coming on, as that's played out to mid-off.
Yes, Stuart the bowler, by the way. Sorry,
yes.
I missed that in my updates, but there we go. Sorry.
Yes, Stuart bowling from the pavilion end. And
as you say, slow and low here at and keeping a little bit low. In fact, one hit Michael Pepper on the pads. I think he was going well down the leg side, but just kept low that first ball.
Yes, it did. Yes, it seems particularly when bowling, as the next delivery is played out. Handsome drive there, backward of square. It looked very good. Whether it's exactly where he meant it to go, I'm not very sure. He'll assure me that it is precisely where he meant it to go. So, but it was a flowing, flamboyant shot, and the ball sped away towards the electronic scoreboard down there at deep backward point.
Yeah, it's Jordan Cox on to 59 now, so a boundary in each of the first 2 overs at least.
Yes. As Everson moves in again and bowls, and Cox just plays that quietly. Stuart, I said Everson, didn't I? Beg your pardon. Yes, thank you. No doubt the first of many today. Mistakes, I mean. As crowd building up as you would expect on a bank holiday Saturday.
Good turnout yesterday, wasn't there?
It was a very good turnout
as well.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, bank holiday weekend sort of stretch both ways, don't they, really? And next delivery, just pushed out into covers for a comfortable single. And score moves on to 298, so Essex on the brink of a second batting point. The allocation being different this season from all the immediate preceding ones. But nearly everything alters every year. And
yeah, trying to tweak the balance between bat and ball, I suppose, and besides going for wins or...
Yeah. They never, they, presumably being the ECB, never seem to me to know quite whether they want players to play for a draw or not, because it changes. It would be an exaggeration to say that it changes every season, but it changes very frequently. And obviously sides are going to play accordingly. And yeah, so with a draw being worth 8 points this year, then that's really quite useful. Excuse me, if you build up enough of those, as well, Somerset in particular are finding out.
Joey Everson to bowl from the Nackington Road end then. Third over of the day, his second to Jordan Cox, who confidently pushes it back past the bowler up to mid-on. So 2 slips, there's a point. I'm going around anti-clockwise for no good reason, but there's a point cover mid-on and mid-off. There's a mid-wicket, deep backward square. They may have a deep third, but the Frank Woolley balcony just stops me viewing that. In the block hole from that, again, Cox is looking to drive. Looks like he's just trying to get after the Kent bowlers a bit this morning. I'm sure they've had all sorts of team talks. I gather Dean Elgar last night was asked what's Jordan Cox's mindset for this game.
Yes, he said he hasn't got one. Yes, it's first time I've spoken.
Not sure Coxie has a mindset.
No.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, I mean he spoke at length, Dean Elgar. Yes, I'm not sure he has a mindset. That was.
It's Everson to Cox, who just drops that into the offside, and yeah, it's a push and run, that one, really efficiently taken single.
That at its very best is ambiguous, which suggests there's only 2 ways of taking it, but there's more than 2 ways of taking a comment like that.
I gather he expanded that to say that he has a confidence and a sort of a focus, I suppose, that he doesn't let things like that crowd his mind.
No, he said. I can't remember verbatim, but I'll come back to that.
Everson to Pepper. Again, keeps slow, but Pepper is equal to that. Back past the bowler, no run.
He said something to the effect that, he's his own man. He always does his own thing in his way. He said, I believe, he said something to the effect that he said every team needs one of those, but maybe not too many more than one, or something like that. Yes, I thought it was quite fascinating.
Yeah, I do. Was the question in? I'll ask you that in a second, because Everson's about to bowl to Pepper, and tries to get forward on that one. He's pushed that into mid-wicket, but fielded by Arafat Bouyan. Was that in the context of him coming back to his old club, or was it in the context of how he batted?
I really don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I mean,
because I thought yesterday, whatever you might say about the psychology of it, I thought he batted really well and batted to the conditions. Slow start, had a really good look, and then found himself, has actually eked out some runs. Perhaps as he got more to the pace of the pitch, as Pepper sees this one off back to mid-on, there's no run. It felt like he was prepared not to go at the ball early on, which is, I think, pretty much key on a pitch like this, isn't it? And then he's accelerating through the afternoon. Yes,
I mean, I got the impression, it was only the impression I gained, that that he was referring to him as a character, that he does his own thing and ploughs his own furrow, or whatever the phrase, or one of numerous such phrases. But maybe I misinterpreted that. Maybe he was being deliberately enigmatic, and
maybe it certainly worked for Jordan Cox, whatever his approach is, and
Canny folk, these South Africans, leave you guessing.
Well, that's
So
299 for 4
Agar,
anyway.
Well, good. The shoulder has repaired.
It's Stewart.
Sorry, I'm looking at his batting number. I do beg your pardon. Yeah, I thought it couldn't be really, because that injury looked pretty serious, didn't it?
Yeah, just to reiterate, he's not reappeared this morning. Where's Agar?
Any update?
No updates. I gather he was being treated yesterday, was seeing to it. Jaden Denley is the nephew of Joe. They are both on the field at the moment. Is currently fielding at point, so he's replacing him for the moment. But no update from the physios. But we hope all's well, obviously, with Wes.
Well, yes, certainly. Yeah, so next delivery just played solidly, defensively by Cox. Batsmen are always hungry for runs, but you just get that feeling that maybe Cox is extra hungry for runs in this one.
Yeah, although he did score, he looked pretty hungry at Warwickshire as well, did he?
Yes, yeah. Oh yes, absolutely starving. Not that he's been starved of runs.
No.
Next delivery to Cox. Goes down the leg side and it's just helped on its way out to deep square leg. Fielding a floppy white hat in front of the mounded area there, Ben Compton.
And that's a 300 up, so...
And that's the second point. Yep.
Within 110 overs. We're actually within 100 overs, so yeah, second bonus point for Essex. Football Parks is a 2-1 lead now for the visiting side.
Yes. Cup final today, isn't it, I believe?
Yes, England and Scotland.
Yep, and that's sort of flailed, a slightly sort of cross-batted shot, and the ball goes out to mid-off, where it's fielded by Bell Drummond. Captains are often to be found at mid-off. It means they can have a word with the bowler, either of encouragement or consolation or any other of numerous emotions, depending on how things are going. Next delivery, Stewart to Cox. And there's a run here out to deep cover. A lot of shots were played out to deep cover yesterday. And that's patrolled right from ball one today. As we were saying yesterday, the wicket is pitched well over to the west side of the ground, in other words, the opposite side from the executive apartments, which means that the boundary has been brought in by maybe 30 yards or so from the physical edge of the ground on that east side of the ground. Next delivery. Played out again to deep cover, and again it's fielded and the throw comes in. End of the over, and Essex, having started the day on 287 for 4, have added 15 minutes in more or less even time. They're 302 for 4.
Yeah, Dick's upgraded the apartments on the left-hand side as we look at two executive apartments today.
Executive apartments.
You're a former estate agent by any chance?
That's right, yes. That's why I use words like bijou, and manageable, and a prospect. It always amuses me when they have these, or projects rather, when they have these programmes on television. They refer to, if somebody wants to buy a property, well, this is a project. In other words, it's, in other words, it's falling down.
It's Everson to Cox. Tries on a straight drive. Again, it's more of a nudge up to Parkinson at mid-on. Sweeping views here of the historic cricket ground at Canterbury.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll make a very poor association, you could tell. I'm just jealous for anyone listening in there that has heard my commentary before, our commentary. I would love to live there. So
well, to my mind, unquestionably, there's no better development at any of the 18 grounds. Not that they've all developed than this one here. It'd be difficult to top, actually.
It's Everson to Jordan Cox. Ooh, it's a drive and a miss by Cox. The ball ends up rolling towards Joey Everson in his follow through. Was interested in that one, Everson, most certainly.
Yes.
It's certainly beaten the bat, and that's I think it may have been heading down from our view here, but view on the replay. But yes, certainly gave it a lusty appeal to Joey Everson. chances have been few and far between. There were yesterday, so hoping for everything. That's nice from Cox again. Good stop as well.
Fielded, yes.
Good cricket all round that one as Matt Parkinson fields it at mid-on, running towards his right, and dives to scoop the ball forward to make sure it's available for O'Riordan to throw back in. And did they take a single there? They did indeed. So got through for one. Good running as well. Richie Banner used to be. There was that his phrase, wasn't it? Just good cricket all round. Just good cricket.
Yes.
Everyone's doing their job very well. 303 for 4. I say graciously, as Pepper defends that one off leg and middle, and there's no run. You get used to so much with what scoreboards do, and especially digital scoreboards, don't you? So the digital scoreboard to our left there usually has the ball-by-ball record of what the bowler's doing. So I rely on that to make sure that has been a single, but it's not up there at the moment. They're showing us a different view. So I'm getting all my excuses in at once on this second morning. As Everson bowls to Pepper. Pepper watchful. Defends it up to mid-on. Parkinson fields again. They've taken a slip out for Pepper. So it's just Zach Crawley. Marcus O'Riordan has been redeployed to mid-wicket. So, yeah, I mean, you may not be an estate agent, but if there's any listening, you can take that. You can take that recommendation from Dick Davis. Esteemed BBC commentator says there are no better developments on a cricket ground.
In my opinion,
this one.
Yes.
Well, as Everson bowls to Pepper, he's pulled that away low. It's a really good, efficient shot there. Very little bat lift, but he sort of helped it down from leg and middle to fine leg. No chance for Grant Stewart, the fielder, and they end that with a 4. Otherwise, it'd been a pretty tight over from Everson, but Essex just continuing at the moment. They'll be very pleased with the start they've made. I think, Dick, 307 for 4 from 101 overs now. I
would think there are probably very few estate agents listening because they may be interested in cricket. They may
more fool them, I say.
But on a sunny bank holiday Saturday in late spring, what a time to sell property, I would imagine.
Well, if you know an estate agent, you should tell them that they should have the earpiece in. The recommendations from Dick Davis they can take down,
No, I can think of, I won't name them, it's totally unfair, it's only personal opinion, but there's 1 or 2 developments at the other 17 counties which are absolutely horrendous. And makes you wonder whether what the architect had been on before he drew up the plans, to be honest, or she. As next delivery played out into the covers again to that man deep on the cover boundary for very comfortable single.
Just noting this down, not content with saying how amazing Canterbury was, he went on to rubbish all other developments at cricket grounds.
Not all.
No.
And none were named. None was named. My lawyer is on this case as much as anybody else's. That's short of a length outside the off stump, cracked away backward of square on the offside. Not one of the best deliveries that Stewart has bowled, and yes, it got the treatment from Pepper. Pepper likes to put bat to ball with great purpose, and did so there. He moves on to 46.
Yes, if anything, in his first few overs, he's played within himself, I think, hasn't he?
Yes.
Hasn't looked to attack, but certainly.
Yes, like a caged lion wanting to be let loose on the bowlers. Gorge on the bowling. So 312 for 4. Essex building themselves up into a good position. I wouldn't go stronger than good because, we're well into the play now. We're 20 minutes into the second day. And Pepper reached for that, and it wasn't really the shot. He was never quite there, and as a result, got an inside edge which could have gone anywhere, including clattering onto his stumps. And on this occasion, Lady Luck was on his side, and he's still there to fight another day, or at least fight another delivery. But that's the way he plays. Well, yeah, that's phrase that Kevin Peterson used to use, isn't it? Frequently and annoyingly. Well, he annoyed me. I have a very short fuse. But yes, I mean, Kevin
Goes
Peterson.
on to denigrate England legend. Right, go on, yes, sorry.
Kevin Peterson was sometimes out to shots which could be, at best, be considered imprudent. And interviewers or commentators would put it to him, and he'd always say, "That's the way I play." And it struck me as, well, with that attitude, why wasn't I playing for England? Stewart, from the pavilion end, moves in right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Pepper, who plays out to cover. No addition to the score of 3-1-2 for 4.
I'm going to trot out my favourite Kevin Peterson quote, which was, "The toughest runs in Test cricket, not the beginning, not on the way to 50 or 100, between 100 and 150, as they got."
Yes.
To which the interviewer, I think, said, "Yeah, not many of us have ever been that way, Kevin, let alone, so, it's the toughest runs, those, aren't
quite.
they? The ones when you just got your 100.
Thinking back to my many years of playing club cricket, I don't remember that challenge in particular.
Quite, but there we go.
The main challenge was getting off the mark.
He did ascend to those heights, to be fair, but maybe a little lack of self-awareness there. But
Next delivery. Strays outside the off stump, played out to deep cover. This time it's well to the right of the man at deep cover, therefore that does accommodate quite comfortably the taking of a second run, which they trot through for. In the same way as usually it's been sort of an agreed single out to that deep cover fielder. On that occasion it was more or less an agreed second. End of the over, 3-1-4 for 4.
I don't ever remember Shane Warne saying the hardest wickets to take. Once you've got your 6th, it's that 7th wicket. That's the one.
Yes.
We'll all relate to that. 314 for 4. Cox has 65, Pepper has 48, and no great alarms for them this morning either. They weren't greatly throughout the day yesterday either. Joey Everson, spoke to him last night, bowling to Jordan Cox. Oh, that's a lovely shot on drive. Looks like there's no backlift. Fantastic timing. If you're going to say anything about Everson, has he gone a little bit full there? I think he'd be absolutely forgiven for that delivery. And Cox has just, well, pushed it back past the bowler, but straight for 4. 318 for 4. I asked him with a smile. I said, "See, former teammate, what's the chat like out in the middle?" And he said, it's just a normal one. Joe Everson said, of course Jordan's playing for another team now, so I'll give that thought in a second. Here's Everson to Cox, and that'll be 4 through the offside. Well, there's a boundary rider there. Jaden Denley fields single, and he said he's playing for another side. Because he's playing for another side, he's an enemy. I thought, oh crikey, we're gonna get this, and then he just added, but also a mate. He just kind of shrugged. So what he's saying was a very normal thing, really. Is we want to get Jordan Cox out as quickly as possible. We want him to have a poor game, but we're still friends off the pitch.
Yeah.
319 for 4. But yeah, I could feel the headline writers getting there.
Yes.
Let's just edit it there. Just stop there, Joey. As Pepper just dead bats that almost into the offside, keeps a little bit low, and there's no run. 319 for 4. But that is the way of sport, isn't it?
Well, it should be, yes.
For all of us that have played against friends in cricket or football or whatever.
No, you're so right there, yes.
Sometimes it heightens the competition, doesn't it?
Yes.
319 for 4. Everson to Pepper, one slipping behind. He's crawling next to Finch. No great expansion there, though, into the offside, and there's no run.
Yes, I mean, all the years I played club cricket, I always opened the batting. I wasn't, that accomplished, but I usually hung around for quite a while rather than scoring a lot of runs. And some of my greatest mates now, still, several years later, are those that used to open the bowling against me. And they'd spend the afternoon trying to remove my head, and the evening trying to fill it with beer.
It's Everson to Pepper, and defends that into the offside again. I've found it in the time I've spent, and a very happy time I've spent, watching and interviewing people who play these wonderful sports, is that quite often the most fearsome players that you see on the pitch are the most genial off it as well.
Yes, I've heard that.
Which is the number of bruising centre halves that I've interviewed that turn out to be the most charming people, as this one's into the offside, and fearsome fast bowlers as well. Single taken. 320 for 4. My first real experience of that, I think, was Yasser Arafat, who used to play for Kent. Fantastic fast bowler, who was an absolute demon and as competitive as you like out in the middle. The nicest man.
Yes. No.
So polite. And 320 for 4, you'd think he'd be an absolute terror in the dressing room, but none of it.
No. Yes, if you speak to a lot of players of a certain vintage, quite a few decades ago, and very few professionals will admit to ever being frightened or scared of a bowler, but occasionally they will admit to being apprehensive. And when you try and delve and ask questions like this, almost without exception, next delivery is just pushed out into the covers for a single. They say the Pepper's 50 has 3-2-1 for 4, and Pepper's 50 comes up 1-6 4 4s, and a good innings from the Cambridgeshire man, as he was originally. Yeah, and they all say the Surrey opener, who isn't a name that immediately comes to mind, Sylvester Clarke. They say he was really nasty to face, really nasty, big man, not a very long run up, but a whippy action and aggressive with it. But that's a super shot, just stroked out into the covers, and they go through for 2 runs, just backward of point. But apparently in the evening, it was in the days when it was much more sociable, nobody leaves until I do, the bar's still open sort of idea.
It just goes to emphasise that point. We were talking to Santoki Nagalendran, who's part of the Caribbean Cricket podcast, on the commentary a couple of weeks ago, and talking about some of those, the most fearsome fast bowlers, certainly in England, the West Indians who came. Yeah.
That's just punched out into the covers, no addition to the score.
And I was saying that anecdotally, I didn't see Sylvester Clarke play or Patrick Patterson, but you talk about sort of the famous quartet, I suppose, of the mid-70s, late 70s, but it was, to my mind, it was Sylvester Clarke and Patrick Patterson who batters, if they tell you, would say terrifying.
Yes.
But, mind you, I think Colin Croft probably had his moments, and Andy Roberts and Michael Holding too, but...
But consistently, sort of Clarke, seems to appear there. And of course he was, well, not of course, because many listeners won't know, but he was, that's pushed out into the covers, into the mid-wicket for a single. He was most seam bowlers are big men, or women, but he was really big and, sort of... wouldn't want to meet down a dark alley sort of idea. Yes.
Turns out it would have been fine to meet him down a dark alley. You just don't want to meet him with a cricket ball in his hand.
That's right. I haven't got a cricket bat on me, honestly. As Stuart moves away from us, and more importantly in towards Pepper, who plays it out in the covers. They go through for a quick but not too suicidal single.
That's a 100 partnership up for these two as well. Yeah, 3-2-5 for 4, and Dick, I don't think any indication this morning that there's much in this for Kent, and it's perhaps difficult to remotivate themselves again this morning, particularly the way these two are batting.
Yes, and interestingly, they've gone along more or less in unison with each other, 51 and 49 respectively. Stewart again to Cox. Yep. Again, elegantly stroked out into the covers. For 1, they come back. No, they don't come back. They they think better of it. Probably a good idea. It was a good throw.
Yeah, so 100 partnership up. Pep has his 50, 51, 74 for Jordan Cox. I think we're going to have a swap in the commentary box if we may, Dick, and Nikki Chowdhury will take your place for a few minutes. Dick will be back at the top of the hour, as they call it in radio. They probably call it there and everywhere. I'm not
sure they
but
do.
Certainly in radio. Dick, thank you very much from BBC Essex. Of course, it's BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex. Commentary via the BBC Sport website and app around the globe, and with the pictures via Kent County Cricket Club. Welcome wherever you are this morning. Do get in touch. We would love to hear from you. We almost demand it. kentcricket@gmail.com or bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Yeah, love to hear your views this morning. Feel like hard yards for Kent. And Essex batting brilliantly. There's a man in at a short mid-on, bit of a conference between Captain Danny Bell-Drummond and Joey Everson, as we welcome broadcaster, cricketer, a woman who's done actually an entire day's work before she arrived at the commentary here today. I don't want to make you feel tired. It's Nikki Chowdhury, though.
Morning, Matt. Morning, all. Yeah, it does feel like I've had most of the day go by. And then when I was just pulling up at the gates at the ground, they were like, "Good morning." I was like, "Is it only just the morning?"
3-2-6 for 4 as Everson comes in to bowl to Jordan Cox, drives it to that man obligingly. Marcus O'Riordan had a shortish mid-on. It really brought it home when you were right, and somehow you managed to get here before the start of the day's play. But and I was saying, it's warming up nicely here, and you said, it was a bit chilly when I got up about 4 o'clock. I think that's
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was around 4:30, but it was just it was a bit chilly this morning when I had to head over to work.
Yeah.
And it's nice and warm now, though.
Yeah, it's pleasant, I think. Here's Everson to Cox on 74. On the back foot, levers that into the offside, fielded by Joe Denley. And there's no run. And I made it from the west of the county to Canterbury this morning. You made it from the west of London.
I've literally come from Richmond down to Canterbury, and I looked at the map. I was like, I've literally just gone cross country here.
Yeah.
And there was a point when I was just about to get here. I think the last 7 to 9 miles, I was just like, I feel like I'm just going to get to France now because the road was just not ending. Here's
Everson to Jordan Cox, again on the back foot. Can't beat Joe Denley again. Looks at the toe end of his bat. But, delighted to have you here. And this game, from the pitch we saw yesterday, certainly it's a bit slow, a bit low out there. Probably easy to bat on, certainly to bowl on, but it seems it's hard to make runs quickly. But I'm very impressed by Jordan Cox and Michael Pepper so far. 3-2-6 for 4. As Everson bowls to Jordan Cox, who just gently defends that up to a short mid-on. And a 287 for 4 is a really great platform for Essex overnight.
No, definitely goes to show that these two, Cox and Pepper, just you stay out there in the middle, just becomes slightly easier. Hasn't, from what I've seen so far this morning, is keeping rather low. It's not the quickest wicket out there, but again, once you're in and set, it should be an easy task.
Yeah, Everson to Jordan Cox, forward defensive, straight back at the bowler. Jordan Cox playing at Canterbury against his former club for the first time, having moved over the winter. Scored a century for them, for Essex against Kent in the second game of the season, and 74 from 146. The way he's sighting the ball, there's every reason to expect he might make it back-to-back hundreds against his old team. He's been patient for great periods, also explosive at times, latching onto any bad deliveries. Everson bowls a good one though on middle stump, and that's seen off by Jordan Cox. It's a maiden from Joey Everson. 3-2-6 for 4, and applause, fulsome applause actually from the Kent members for a maiden. I'm feeling it's little victories at times when there's this many runs on the board. The supporters are keen to give their team as much encouragement as possible.
You've got to make the most out of those small moments. Celebrate every little small victory, just like they did there, applauding the maiden. But it's going to have to do the whole journey again tomorrow, Matt. But the last time I was actually here was the Surrey game.
Right.
Where the first day was not so great weather-wise,
No.
and it actually took me 4.5 hours to get home.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, there was an accident on the M25. I think it was an accident. We still don't know. But it was standstill, and I think by the time I got home, Ben Watts had got back home from the ground,
Yeah.
got himself ready, and up to a birthday party in London. I was just still stood on the M25. So I just don't think I'm lucky.
We hope for everyone concerned. If you're out on the road today, you may well be listening to us doing that. Obviously,
I hope
it's
not.
bank holiday. There's a lot of traffic out there, certainly. But weather tomorrow, actually, possibility of thunder showers early tomorrow, but then sunny for the rest of it. That's what my forecast is saying right now. So, but today, looking like it's going to be a cracking day. I say that from a cricket point of view. Kent might be a little bit heavy-legged after a whole day in the field yesterday, and they're trying to find a way to break through here. Jordan Cox is doing some shadow batting at the non-strikers, and you're not missing any cricket, by the way. Kent are taking a while to decide on this field, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they're just about sorted, though.
They're just tweaking, I think.
Some minor adjustments as Stewart at the top of his mark is ready to go. Pepper in his stance will eagerly await, and this one's a bit of width, and this is hit through to the offside, down to deep cover. Although I just feel like Pepper might feel like he's missed out on that one. It was
a little bit wide, wasn't it?
It was a bit
Certainly.
wide, and he didn't quite hit it as cleanly, but he did pick up a single. Again, just really did stay low, and
Yeah, I think the timing has been difficult because of that. I mean, he's a really fluent player, really attacking player, Michael Pepper, but it felt like he was reaching at the end there.
some more adjustments being made on the field quickly as Stewart rubs the ball on the front of his thigh, gives it a little. As in he comes, and this one's a wider delivery outside the off stump as it dies through to the gloves of the keeper. But yeah, it's a perfect day for the guy who's got the ice cream truck over there on the bank. I think today is a good business day.
I think, yeah, trade was brisk yesterday as well. If anything, yesterday's crowd was bigger than today. A lot of people in hospitality. There are a few emerging on the balconies at the Les Ames stand now.
Here's Stewart in, passes the umpire now, and Cox is forward and slashes that through, but it's gone straight to point. It was hit rather firmly. There was width there, but he's hit it straight to point. It's going to go down as a dot, and I think Stewart might think he's got away with that.
As you say, hit with some force there. Marcus O'Riordan made very little of it, didn't he? Considering it was moving at 1,000 miles an hour, just stopped it at point.
Did give his hand a shake afterwards. Cox again taps his bat as he awaits Stewart, who's now in past the umpire, and this one again outside the off stump, and it dies as it goes through to the keeper. Cox looks to hit it through the offside again, but again it stays very low. And now he comes down the wicket, does a little bit of gardening, although I think it's not really going to do much to the carry, is it? It's like it's moments like that when you're like, I understand what you're doing, but at this point I just don't think it's going to change anything. As here's Stewart now again, runs away from us, and Cox is forward and opens the face to the bat as this is sliced to backward point.
No, I take your point that in that perhaps if one leaps off a length, and gets real lift, that would be the time to go and do some gardening. But I think it is just keeping low, and particularly outside that off stump.
But just given the nature of the wicket, do you think it would perhaps benefit if maybe at the moment Cox is stood right within his crease, but with the keeper back, then could maybe look to take a step
forward, you think?
step forward. As Stewart's in again, and this time Cox is forward, soft hands as he defends into the offside. It will bring up the end of the over. And 327 for 4.
It is indeed. I could see you peering at the digital scoreboard because the actual total score, the pixels, I think, is that about right?
I think it would
the
be
actual
the
score.
pixels, yeah.
Basically, we can see the top half of the numbers. So, fortunately, though, the Les Ames stand scoreboard, the manual one, not only comes into its own, but occasionally outshines a digital one. So 327 for 4. It is Pepper 52, Cox 74. From this end yesterday, actually, Arafat Bouyan did really well, just basically bowling on 4th stump with the ball keeping low and took pace off it yesterday. And I think that actually got him the wicket eventually of Tom Wesley. He was trying to force the issue.
It and generate that power, yes.
So Bouyan's almost sort of war of attrition. He was saying, I'm just going to keep sticking it there and it's going to keep bouncing low as Everson bowls to Pepper. He's getting on the front foot, trying to push it past Joe Denley at cover, but it's fielded there and there's no run. 327 for 4. But yeah, if you're just joining us, to say once again, Wes Agar, Kent's Australian fast bowler, went off just before lunch yesterday. In the field, fell heavily on his shoulder, and we've not seen him again. Not had any news from the dressing room, but didn't take any further part yesterday. So Kent are a bowler down, and they need their bowlers on this pitch. Just a bit of false shot there from Pepper inside of the part of the bat as it skews off towards Arafat Bouyan, but he's safe. It's all on the ground.
I heard about the injury, but what exactly happened?
So he's diving. It was actually a really good stop. I think it was going to go for 4 in the covers. Dive for it, went down heavily on the shoulder, and physio came on. He went off pretty briskly, so we thought at that stage it didn't look like it was a dislocation, but obviously the right shoulder, it's the bowling arm.
It's not a good one, is it?
No. So they're being very careful with him, obviously. Any more reports as we have it, but it hasn't taken the field this morning yet. Everson to Pepper. Little push into the offside, on the side of that, nudge up towards Matt Parkinson, who runs from a wideish mid-on to round about mid-wicket to field, and a single taken. And this is not any information that I have, but obviously Kent will have an eye on the T20 starting next week as well, and they want Wes Agar fit for the early part of that. I do wonder whether they will try and nurse him into that. But Everson to Cox, full length delivery, driven straight at Marcus O'Riordan at shortish mid-on. Good fielding once again. 328 for 4. Around the grounds. Shall I do that quickly? Why not?
I think we've got some time.
I think we have. Between deliveries here, Durham 206 for 9. They have a 35-run lead on Somerset, so that looks like a close game, doesn't it? Just 35 ahead on first innings against Somerset. Surrey bowled out for 127 yesterday.
Ooh.
That's inside part of the bat from Cox, but adjusts the shot late. I think just rolls the wrist over. He'll take a comfortable 2 out to a square leg. 330 for 4 Essex. But yeah, bowled out for 127 yesterday. Hampshire 136 for 1. Will the county champions be beaten at Southampton? Early days, obviously, but yeah, they are 9 runs ahead with 9 wickets remaining. Hampshire.
You don't see Surrey in that sort of situation often, do you?
No, and from a Hampshire point of view, they'll need to take advantage as they possibly can. They are playing at Old Trafford, 104 for 4. That day was interrupted by rain yesterday. Warwickshire 104 for 4. That lovely shot by Cox, but it's actually just fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond on the dive at mid-off, end of the over. 330 for 4 Essex here. They are underway at New Road, having waited all that time to get their first home game of the season at their HQ. Yesterday was too wet. It's a sort of mixed blessings for Worcestershire supporters because they are underway at New Road. Worcestershire at 15 for 2 already, so against Nottinghamshire. In Camps Championship Division 2, all the away sides, I think, are batting. Derbyshire 469 for 5, batting on against Gloucestershire at Bristol. Glamorgan actually just all out at Grace Road, Leicester for 387 against Leicestershire, of course. Sussex 313 for 4, batting on at Lords against Middlesex. And Yorkshire, oh, there we are, they're between innings as well. What timing? 362 all out at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire.
Here's Stewart as well, as he runs away from us, and Pepper's on strike and shuffles back and across in his shuffle, and this one's hit through the offside. It shouldn't go all the way, it doesn't. Fantastic piece of fielding down at deep cover, but they will pick up a couple, and score moves on to 332 for 4.
Yeah, better contact that, wasn't it, from Pepper?
Yeah, much better contact. Just sounded nice off the bat as well,
yeah.
of course.
And I just think, as I said, timing. We've got two really great attacking batters out there, and timing has been difficult. If it was coming onto the bat nicely, these two would be swinging for the fences, I'm sure. But
Here's Stewart in again. Passes the umpire, and this one a straighter delivery, which is defended by Pepper into the offside. Goes down as a dot in the book. Easy job for the scorers. I'm just glad they're back at New Road, also for our commentators, because a few weeks ago I was up at Kidderminster for the Somerset game. And I can tell you right now, Matt, I have never been so cold in my life. We were outside for the weekend, for the 4 days, and we had a little marquee, but it was an open marquee. Here's Stewart, and this time Pepper advances down the crease and lets it go through to the gloves of the keeper, as it's a bit of a far one outside the off stump to reach.
It's a tough job, but someone has to do it, Nikki.
I can't even tell you how many,
cricket?
how many cups of tea, coffee, biscuits. I thought, okay, right, sugar should keep me warm at this point.
I'm just wondering, so do you have the industrial strength winter coat to take those things now?
So I didn't know we'd be outside. No one really warned me until I got there, and I was like, it's a bit late to drive back now, as is to it. And again, some width on the offside, and it's played down to deep cover. They're taking on the 2, and they will take it comfortably as well. Score moves on to 336.
Actually, I think it's
34.
It's already ticked over, isn't it? But
Oh, it's quicker than me.
But I think at this point, Nikki, and I'm not being at all critical, but I think you're going to have to accept that sometimes you're just going to need to have the big coat in the car.
I've got the big coat in the car. I've got 3 jumpers.
Okay,
I've got 3 jumpers and a coat in the car, because now I've just learnt my lesson, because not everyone's going to inform you.
Yeah.
And then you'll just be a snowman. As here's Stewart in, and this time this is flashed over the inner ring, and it's going to end up all the way down towards a wide, long off boundary. Pepper has slashed this one, I think, a bit of sign of impatience, but nonetheless it's ended up as a boundary. And the score moves into 338.
Yeah, talking of T20, that's clearing the inner ring of fielders, isn't it? He's taken the risk there that he can time it well enough to get it over Daniel Bell-Drummond's head, and that's 4 runs. Yeah, I to be honest, through most of the summer, I'm still bringing a coat just in case. So. But
even with here, I've learnt my lesson.
The forecast for 35 degrees, I'm still bringing a coat. Well, maybe not.
Especially here, I've learnt my lesson. Even at 4:30 this morning, I was like, Canterbury, sun's going to be out.
Yeah.
The comms box is going to be warm. So I did account for that. So I'm learning, just slowly.
I keep saying that we ought to, if there are any gardeners out there who give us advice, we ought to grow tomatoes in the commentary box over the summer, because it is literally a greenhouse, isn't it?
Not tomatoes. I've got something else that would absolutely thrive in these conditions, which I'll tell you about after this one. As Stewart's in, and this one again, my goodness, dies outside the off stump as Pepper watches that through, and he just looked really sad, if I'm honest with you, as he watched that delivery pass through.
What am I supposed to do with that?
What do I do with that? That's what his face looked like. As it concludes the end of the over, though. ESSEX 338 for 4.
So our gardening correspondent, Nikki Chowdhury, adding another string to your bow. So what would you be growing in the Canterbury commentary box?
A curry leaf plant.
Curry leaf plant. Now we're talking.
Because I think curry leaves, this is just from my own personal experience. I absolutely love a curry leaf. It's brilliant, especially if you're making South Asian food. But you can't really grow it here because it hasn't got the right ideal conditions, right? But apparently you can grow it if it's in
it's in a
greenhouse and it's warm, and we can always give it a shot.
Because we just need someone to pop in every day. I'm sure one of the staff would do that. If we just Kent are away, there's people on the ground.
Of course.
Come in, the chief executive, I'm sure.
But you don't even need to water it that often. So it's once a week. So they could just come and give it a water when they're at training.
Well, I'll get in touch with the chairman and chief executive and said, can you arrange that for us? Just someone just to pop in every now and then. A little bit of water. Sounds great. It is Everson continuing. He's bowled through the first hour so far this one. He's getting through a lot of overs, Joey Everson. He's bowled very well for the most part. on the difficult surface to get anything out, certainly for the bowlers, or even to get it to bounce, as we've noticed from the far end. 3-3-8 for 4. Everson bowls to Cox. Cox flicked off his pads. It's a good-looking shot, but finds Grant Stewart at backward square for a single. Kent just having real problems, as they did yesterday, building any kind of tension. Feels to me, although there's been a low bounce occasionally, that Michael Pepper and Jordan Cox are pretty comfortable out there. And that may be one reason, as you're saying, Jordan Cox, does he take a step down the pitch to the bowlers because the ball's bouncing so low. But if they stay in their crease, they've got all sorts of time to think about 2 or 3 shots before it gets them, it appears. Everson 2, Pepper always gone T20 there. He's gone for the he's gone for the scoop.
Between the pair of them, it just looks like they're just going to go through all the shots in the book. Like, how can we just score runs now? Because at the moment,
Michael Pepper, the body language is just disappointment. I mean, the ball's not got up high enough for a start. It's gone down the leg side, but taken by the wicket keeper. So, yeah. It was halfway between the ramp and the scoop. Is that a roop or a scamp? I'm not quite sure. Here's Everson to Pepper, floating full toss. I think that's cut away, and that'll be 4 runs. Maybe just taken on the half volley by Michael Pepper, but again, it's an improvised shot, but that's worked really well. Everson just trying something different there. It's not come off, and Pepper, the improvisation, as you say, he's going through all the T20 shots now. Perhaps he's of a mind thinking about next Friday. 65 for him, 77 for Jordan Cox. I'm sure they're concentrating on this game, building a big first innings total. 3-4-3 for 4.
Yeah, he played that really well. Just opened the face of the bat right at the last minute, timed it sweetly.
Really was, and that's down on leg and middle and turned away into the onside, and Joey Everson didn't like the delivery or the way it was played, and almost as it was played just turned his back on what was on proceedings there. 3-4-5 for 4. Michael Pepper, powerful player, 67 from 86, enjoying himself out there, I think. Jordan Cox, 77 from 156. These two resuming at 287 for 4. And it's fair to say that it's been all Essex this morning. Everson bowls to Pepper. Just a little dab on that into the offside to a backward point. Takes a single. As the fielders scamper after it. And although it's a bit slow and low, and Kent may find, I suppose, they may find at times comfortable to bat on, I guess the psychological pressure, that's the least that Essex can do, isn't it, at this point, is build a massive total, bat once, and then charge Kent with sticking around for a couple of days, I suppose. They're on the way to doing that at the moment. 3-4-6 for 4. There's Everson bowling to Jordan Cox on the leg side. Not a great delivery, but actually gets a dot ball out of it. Cox looking at the toe end of his bat. End of the over, 3-4-6 for 4.
I think given the way the wicket is playing and also the nature of the sport, especially if you're a batter and a bowler actually, but cricket's very much a feel sport, right? So if you're out there in the middle, you'll be going off how it feels off the bat, and that obviously gives you a bit of boost of confidence and as you build your innings. But I think when you've got a wicket like this, you can't rely so much on the feel of the bat because you're not going to time it as sweetly as you'd like to because it's just proven challenging, as we can see. So I think especially when Kent do come into bat, that's something important that they should consider. Obviously, it's not going to be just off the bat that feels good. You're going to have to really get in and be able to know that actually it might not be the case today, but as long as I hang around, and these two have really proven that at that point as well, Cox and Pepper, that runs are there to be scored. It just might be a little bit more tiresome than normal.
It's almost, we saw a very similar pitch to this in Kent's game against Worcestershire. I was mentioning this yesterday. We're actually trying to, I mean, if you're in a run chase, for instance, on this, it would actually be pretty difficult to do, I think, because timing's really difficult. So if you're trying to tee off at all deliveries, but you say, I think that patience is key, really, and Essex have time as well. They've built a really good platform.
Yeah, they have lots of time. I think if it was a run chase, then it would definitely be an option to perhaps just have a few paces down the wicket, to stand outside your crease, try and just change the length of the ball, and then you don't have to do it all the time, obviously. That's just going to allow the bowler as well to change up their lengths as we've got change of bowling. As in comes Arafat. And this one outside the off stump, and it's been signalled a wide. It's quite far outside the off stump.
I feel like he... Well, I think it is wide. I feel Arafat might be a little bit rueful about that, thinking, is that wider than anything else we've seen this morning? But
I feel like it was.
Fair enough.
I think it was.
I'm feeling defensive of him, poor chap. But there we go. Yeah, wasn't a great delivery. There was I saying how consistent he was yesterday, banging it on a fourth stump line, but that one certainly wasn't.
He's warming up for it now. As in he comes, passes the umpire as Pepper is forward and plays this into the offside and just pierces the gap between point and cover. He'll pick up a single. Brings Cox on to strike. He's on 77. Pepper moves on to 69. Essex are 348 for 4.
I think he's naturally quicker than this Arafat Bouyan, but I think this is a deliberate tactic, as I was saying yesterday. It's a slow, low pitch, just giving the batters nothing to play with at all. He's bowling within himself, I think, with this pace.
Here he is, once again. His orange soles shining as this one's played through to the offside. Again, they'll pick up a single as deep cover comes in to do the fielding. I love how bright his soles are, by the way, because as he runs away from us, you can just see them, and they're really bright, shiny and bright. No, I completely agree with you. I think, especially, we've seen him before. He's got more pace on him than he currently is showing. But if the wicket's not also going to give him anything, perhaps maybe take the other route and really take pace off the ball. I'd maybe even consider, maybe, I don't know, cross seam, make it even harder. As here's Pepper now. Taps his bat in his stance away to Arafat, who gives this a little bit of width, and Pepper opens the face of his bat, runs it down to third. He'll pick up a single, and the applause you can hear around the ground are because Essex have brought up 350 runs on the board.
Yes, their third batting bonus point, and 3 balls basically until the window closes on bonus points. So Kent just had the 1, and Essex have made their way to 3. A reasonable effort at it, certainly. Not flying along in terms of runs per over, but as we've been saying repeatedly, it's not that kind of pitch, I think it's fair to say.
Just having a change in the field as well. Third's being brought out and being sent down to, I believe, fine. As it's going to be Cox on strike. Or actually, is it fine or is it more of a long leg?
It's getting on the border between the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same, just slightly square, isn't it? So maybe long leg at this point.
A long fine. Here comes Arafat. Now, through his action, and this time Cox is forward and plays this into the onside. It's going to be fielded by mid-on, but enough time for them to come through for a single. Brings Pepper back onto strike.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about fielding positions yesterday, and that watershed between when is a fine leg a long leg and vice versa, and when is it a backward square leg.
You know what it is about fielding positions? I really want to know who actually came up with the names for them in the first place. Like, how do you decide, you know what, that looks like a square leg to me, or where you're stood is going to be mid-wicket? Like, who came up with that? As in comes Arafat, runs away from us, and this time Pepper's forward, and the ball is defended into the offside. It does die on him again. This wicket really hasn't got much in it. You can sense the misery, I can say. I'd say it's misery. It's just like, come on, we need something to happen right now.
I think frustration from Kent's point of view. Well, I suppose it is a great deal to do with patience, isn't it, from their point of view with the bowling?
It is. Here's Arafat in again, and this time Pepper's forward and drops this into the offside, although I feel like there's a little bit of movement there. Pepper just kind of squared up a little bit with that delivery. Something in it, just a little bit, but not a lot. Essex 352 for 4.
As you say, it must have been a little bit of horizontal movement, because it just turned him round slightly, didn't it?
Just a little,
I think he was aiming to start towards mid-wicket, and it went out on the other side. But there was no shouts, because basically there wasn't any great excitement from it. But maybe an indication of a bit of movement. First spin of the day. I thought for a moment Daniel Beltran was taking the ball. He is. He's taking it off Jaden Denley, but it's going to be Matt Parkinson with his leg spin. 3-5-2 for 4 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, via the BBC Sport website and app. Take us with you wherever you're going. That sounds threatening. Or you can. It's not an order. You can, I should say.
We'd love it if you did.
Thank you, Nikki. That sounds a lot better. A little less creepy. And with the pictures, I'm going to stop this now. With the pictures via the Kent cricket site, of course. So Parkinson to try now. 3-5-2 for 4. Essex here. They'll be enjoying themselves, even though it's been slow going. They're in the box seat at the moment, controlling the game, as they did for large parts at Chelmsford in the draw between the two earlier in the season. Not that much earlier, of course, these two. Kent played Somerset twice already, and this will be their second game against Essex. The fixtures are bunched in a strange way. 3-5-2 for 4, bit of birdsong overhead. It's an idyllic scene here at Canterbury. Parkinson then, round the wicket to Pepper, waits for it to come to him and drives it more or less on the full up to mid-off, and they take a single. 3-5-3 for 4. We'll be doing an update for BBC listeners across the southeast, so I'll be giving the Surrey and Sussex score. Don't be alarmed. It's part of our share programme in the morning. Given lots of air by Parkinson on the back foot, driven by Cox into the offside. They'll come through for a very comfortable 2 in the end. No appreciable turn yesterday, and Parkinson will try and get the best out of this pitch that he can. And 1 for 84 as the travel news jingle goes in the background. I like to keep our listeners informed, Nikki. I know they can't hear this, but I'll commentate on anything, it turns out. Here's Parkinson round the wicket. Again, lots of air. Jordan Cox is absolutely dead batted that. It's just rolling very gently down the pitch. A straw-coloured pitch back to Matt Parkinson. 28 on his Kent shirt. Just spins the ball from right to left hand. And comes in. It's Kent trying for this first victim of the day if they can, but on the back foot is Jordan Cox. That's a lovely drive, and that'll be 4 runs. Dan, the Essex member to our left, absolutely loved that, you can hear. 3-5-9 for 4. But yeah, no pace in the pitch, no spin for Parkinson to work with, and looked fairly comfortable.
Yeah, not much.
I don't think it's doing anything at all.
I'll let you do that.
Here comes the update for BBC radio listeners. Parkinson not going great for Kent here. Steve and Essex resumed the visitors on 287 for 4 overnight. They're now 360 for 4. 100 partnership has already come up between Jordan Cox and Michael Pepper. Jordan Cox, former Kent player, batting at Canterbury for the first time against his old side and looking every bit the part to make a century here. 86 from 163 balls for him. Pepper's been more aggressive. As I say that, he drives the spin of Parkinson for another 4 in this over, the second one in the first over of spin of the day. Pepper goes on to 76 from 93 balls. Kent really trying anything they can. All looks like a very flat, placid wicket here to try and generate some excitement, or just the very least a wicket. None in the first hour for Kent as they toil in the field. Essex 364 for 4. Elsewhere for our sides, Hampshire 145 for 1 against Surrey. So Surrey for the first time I think this season conceding a first innings lead. Hampshire 18 ahead with 9 wickets remaining in their first innings at Southampton. Sussex though doing well, still batting at Lords against Middlesex in Division 2. 3-2-3 for 4. Commentary continuing on all 3 of these games via the BBC Sport website and app. And I will make way now for Dick Davis to take his place alongside Nicky Chowdhury and Arafat Bouyan to continue from the pavilion end here at Canterbury.
Great, thank you, Matt. We'll hear from you very shortly. Here's Arafat now into Jordan Cox, who is forward and flares his hands through the offside as it's played down to deep cover. He'll pick up a single, bringing Michael Pepper onto strike. who's on 76, Cox with 87 to his name. It is a lovely day to be here watching the cricket. Of course, it is the bank holiday weekend as well, so if you've got no plans, do head down to the ground. Bask yourself in sunshine, get an ice cream and watch the cricket. And on that note, I'd also like to welcome Dick Davis to the box.
Thank you, Nick. You very much indeed.
Arafat's in again, this time defended to point by Pepper. Yeah, lovely day. And also, I learnt the fact that today is actually International Wine Day.
Wine Day?
It's International Wine Day, so what better occasion? Come down to the cricket, celebrate International Wine Day by obviously, you know, doing the necessary, and enjoy the sunshine.
Does that mean does that mean it's a wine day all over the world? Or?
It is.
Oh, right.
Here's Arafat in now, and this one mistimed by Pepper as it's played back down. Arafat does the fielding of his own bowling. It's International Wine Day, so it's wine day across the world. So I just feel like there's no rules about wine today. It's a free for all.
But it's not free.
It's not free.
Could be a special offer.
Should be a special offer. There should be like free tastings, right? Around the ground, maybe. Arafat making his way back to the top of his mark. Gives the ball a shine on the back of his right hamstring, as in he comes again. Now, and this time, this one sliced away by Pepper, down, beats the fielder at backward point and goes all the way to the boundary. It's a well-timed shot there from Pepper. So Essex move on to 369 for 4, Pepper, with 80 to his name.
Yeah, that was a very good shot, as you say. It was superbly timed. No effort, really. Just got bat meeting ball at exactly the right moment, and the ball sped away towards the electronic scoreboard, which shows that Essex are in rather a handy position at the moment. Whether or not they can bowl Kent out twice is a different kettle of fish, but yeah, they're going well at the moment.
Bit of discussions going on at the moment, just between Daniel Bell-Drummond and some of the teammates. I think they're just trying to finalise the correct field. Quick chat with Harry Finch, who's now making his way back to his position. Quick change in the field as well. Which we've got a point and we've got, I don't want to say a backward point, it's more like in between backward. Oh, now, hang on, there's still some changes being made, so I'm not going to confirm what it is right now.
And there's a third man, so
yeah,
they've got that sector quite well defended.
There is, in comes Arafat now, and this one's a straighter delivery. Pepper defends, straight to cover. Doesn't challenge the scorers. Now we've got around, it's quite a funny position there actually. I wouldn't really say it's a short third, nor is it a backward point. It's a bit more in between, and then we've got a point, and we've got a deep cover mid-off, and then, as Dick mentioned, a third as well on the offside, as in comes Arafat again, and this one bit of width, and it's attempted cut by Pepper. It's gone straight to point, straight to the newly placed fielder, and it concludes the over as well. Essex 370 for 4, Pepper with 81 to his name, Cox with 87. And it's the end of the over.
So they're going along almost, well, Pepper has caught up Cox considerably. It's only 6 runs behind him. So the most important deed of the day is now being undertaken as to what sandwiches we want for lunch. I was led to believe there's a completely free choice as long as they're stocked by a local supermarket.
Which shall not be named.
Which shall be nameless, yes. But he used to play for England. And it's not called the...
By process of elimination.
You're right. Sir Alistair Cook has opened a chain of supermarkets, yes. Well, he's got a farm, so he could do, really. He could come and buy my produce.
Some
Right.
fresh dairy produce.
Yes. So it's Parkinson to continue from the Nackington Road end. He has 18 overs under his... no, he doesn't. I mean, he has 23 overs under his belt already, taken 1 for 93. Moves in now, right arm over the wicket, and just pushed out to the fielder 2/3 of the way to the long-on boundary. 1 run accrues, moving Essex on to 370 for 4. There's still that little bit of the electronic scoreboard which isn't functioning too well, but it's not so important today. Oh, that's a super shot as well, just pushed out to long off this time, who comes in a little bit to make sure they don't even think about taking a second, and fields it some probably 25-30 yards from the boundary eventually. Parkinson in again. Defensively, but just angled the bat at the last moment, so deflected it down to towards fine leg, and with so little pace on it that that accommodated the taking of a second quite comfortably. The throw hits the stumps at the far end, but no overthrow is conceded. And the score's 3-9. No, it's not. It's 373 for 4.
Yeah, a bit deceiving, the electronic scoreboard. From where we are, there's a missing pixel or two, so
Yes,
you have
that's
to
right.
kind of guess the other half of the number.
Yes. For some reason it doesn't seem such a problem today, but I suppose that's because we're into higher numbers. But that's just played defensively, pushed back to the bowler. On a glorious day in the Weald of Kent.
I think there's a Kent Garden Show going on as well as I was driving down.
So it's all happening in Kent today in this last weekend of spring. Well, it depends when you think spring ends on. I think in simple ways, I think it's divided into 3-month sectors, and we're getting towards the end of, to my mind, spring. But there are no hard and fast rules. And that's pulled away, dropped it short, and Cox didn't need a second invitation. That brings up the 150 partnership in a mere 128 minutes off 196 balls, of which Cox has 70 and Pepper has 81. Now it's interesting because when the 100 partnership came up, Cox still had the majority of the runs, but yeah, such has been Pepper's rate of acceleration.
He's really caught up, hasn't he?
Hasn't he? Yeah.
He has. That was a good shot as well, the last one from that over. Like, it used the depth of the crease well, waited for it. And it's a good boundary. Sorry, Dick.
So
Sorry.
I was only going to remind listeners, there's a slight gap in play. Our email address is bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. We recognise we don't get so many emails at weekends because people are listening as they're driving around from one place to another, rather than sitting in front of their devices, dare I say it, sometimes even in the office, when the boss isn't looking.
On a Saturday in the office?
No, I'm saying that
who do you work for?
I'm saying at the other times of the week they would be staring at it in the office, but not at weekends. They'd be driving around in the cars.
I think you should be changing jobs if you're having to be in the office on a Saturday. That's my personal opinion.
Well, what are we doing? It might not be an office.
As in comes Arafat now, and this one just dropped into the offside by Pepper. He'll pick up a single, bringing Cox onto strike. The score moves on to 378 for 4. But this just doesn't feel like work. Although you could argue somebody else will say that their job doesn't feel like work. But we're very blessed to do what we do.
We are indeed. I've said it many, many a time.
Very blessed. I think last year I was lucky enough to also travel quite a fair bit as well with the job that we get to call a job. As I'll come back to that in a second after this delivery from Arafat, as it's slightly down the leg side, but Cox just gets enough bat on it, runs it down fine enough as it beats the fielder in pursuit. It hits the boundary rope, and The score moves on to 382 for 4, and Cox moves on to 98 now. So yeah, travelled quite a fair bit. Ended up in Kuala Lumpur for some cricket as well. So you can't really complain. Never been that far. It was a really long flight.
I can imagine.
Yeah, ICC Women's World Cup, T20 World Cup qualifiers. And those were played out in Malaysia, as in comes Arafat now, and Cox again. This one turned front of square. Looks to take the single, but some excellent fielding. It's restricted, he's sent back. It's not going to get to those 3 digits very easily, I can sense.
But when he does, you just have that feeling that he might celebrate.
I feel like the celebration is one definitely to get on camera.
There might be a very understated just raising of the bat, and that's it. On the other hand...
Here's Arafat now running away from us now to Cox, who's forward and ooh, he dabbles at that one outside the off stump, and he quickly pulls back as well and gets a bit frustrated with himself, thinking he shouldn't be trying to...
God, if he got an edge to that one, he'd have been so disappointed he probably wouldn't have made it back to the pavilion until lunchtime.
I think we would have the opposite reaction of what you were just talking about.
Exactly. Oh,
he's ready to go again.
But it just, yeah.
Arafat in, through his action now, and Cox is forward and tucks this straight to mid-wicket. They're going to make it hard for him to get there.
Well, of course they are, yes. And yeah, it's interesting that however experienced, however talented, however full of self-confidence players are, when they see those potential 3 figures looming, they sometimes do,
I think at this point,
inappropriate things.
Here's Arafat in, and this one again tucked round the corner down to deep square leg. It will be a single for Jordan Cox. He goes on to 99 now, ESSEX 383. He will keep strike though, because it was the end of the over. So he's going to be facing against Parkinson with some leg spin. It's on 99, Pepper on 82. Yeah, I think that's maybe when you're at this point in your innings, you just maybe hope for like a scoreboard blackout.
Yes.
If you're a batter, you'd like a scoreboard blackout because you have no idea what you're on.
Quite.
And then as soon as you've scored your runs and it's time to celebrate, raise your bat, scoreboard goes back on and it just says your name with 100 or 150, whatever it may be.
Yep, and the fireworks are let off.
Been watching too many Bollywood films, that's what I've been doing. It's too dramatic.
So Parkinson from the far end, the Nackington Road end, to Cox. Cox on 99. His first innings back here at St Lawrence Ground. Faces up to Parkinson, goes on the back foot. Plays it back to the bowler. And, yep, the field has moved in a little bit. There's no easy single as Parkinson moves in again and bowls, and that's just played with total defence, which we haven't said many times this morning with regard to either batsman. They've both been wanting to get on with it. An hour and 18 minutes, and they've added a lot of runs as Parkinson moves in, bowls to Cox, and again met with a solid, stern, they shall not pass defence. Slightly overcast day now, well, not day, but moment or two as Cox faces up to Parkinson. Short of a length, Parkinson cracks that into the covers and finds the boundary, and sure enough he's reached his century, takes his helmet off, stands there in a very impressive pose, I suppose. It would grace any film poster, and he acknowledges the crowd. Not that the applause and greeting was exactly unfettered, as you can understand. I don't think too many Kent supporters were that enamoured when he made the choice across the estuary. So he moved on to 103 off 178 deliveries. Oh, it's a short ball there and that's tucked around the corner. Probably won't reach the boundary. It hasn't got enough legs on it, but it'll go for a couple, and it's fielded just below us on the edge of the temporary, the practice net area. And so Essex, as a team, move on to 389. So that boundary also brought up the it was the 100th run of the morning, and that's worked away backward of square for another single. So yes, whereas yesterday, the play was 297 in 96 overs. Listeners can do the arithmetic probably better than I, but it's not particularly electric. Whereas this morning, well, they've added never do mental arithmetic on here. 103 runs in an hour and 20 minutes. So yes, that's good by any standard. So where else have you been in recent years? Not recent years, recent months perhaps, apart from Kuala Lumpur.
Recent months, actually, not so much.
Right.
As in comes Arafat now to Cox, who plays this off his legs down to deep square leg, picks up a single, and bring Pepper on to strike, who's got 82, and I'm pretty sure he'll be wanting to join the same club as Jordan Cox right now. But yeah, overall, just in general, I've been pretty lucky. I've even got out to Abu Dhabi during one of the franchise tournaments. I've been to Miami for a franchise tournament, ICC events, Kuala Lumpur, been up to Edinburgh. It's been some cool places. In comes Arafat now, some width, and he's caught at gully. Combination fielder there. But Pepper, he's given it away there, unfortunately. He's going to be going for 82. There was a bit of width there from Arafat. I didn't quite get it on the middle of the bat, and he said that straight to the man. He's going to be disappointed with himself. He does look a bit disappointed as he hangs his head as he makes his way back to the dressing room. Essex 391 for 5.
Well, it's been a good knock. I mean, naturally he'll be disappointed at not getting another 18 and maybe plenty more. Caught sub by Denley Jr. So Kent make their first strike through of the morning, or strike of the morning rather. And Essex still in a very good position, of course. So to the crease walks Simon Harmer, South African, and a useful spin bowler, as most listeners will be aware of.
Needed wicket though for Kent, and hopefully that might just uplift their spirits a little bit, because you could just sense they were just a bit flat out there, weren't they, Dick?
Yeah. I said yesterday, and I've said many a times on air over the last 20 odd seasons, there's no game quite like cricket to read the body language, especially when you're out fielding. The heads go down, but then suddenly you get a wicket, and and the sun's shining, and you suddenly feel a great deal better. And it's not always coincidence that one wicket brings two, because, for those just afterwards, the fielders and everybody is just. I'm not suggesting they lose concentration, although they're all human, but there's just that added impetus and incentive. So Kent will be delighted to have got another one. If they got through to lunch, admittedly that's 35 minutes away and not taken a wicket, then they would not have enjoyed their egg sandwiches or whatever they have. I expect they have something a little bit better than that.
Although, can't admit, I do like myself an egg sandwich. Nothing wrong with an egg sandwich.
No, but you just think players have, say, more elevated cuisine.
In comes Arafat now, and this time Harmer's forward, defends his first delivery. Fielded swiftly in the ring at extra cover. But just going back to what you mentioned earlier, is this the last weekend in spring?
Well, you see, I always think...
Because I don't understand when it's spring, and I understand there's dates where they think officially it's the start of the new season, but if I'm honest with you, it hasn't been very springy until recently.
No, it hasn't.
It really hasn't. So to think that if it is as per the books, I'll come to it after this delivery from Arafat, and again Harmer's forward, defends straight, back down the wicket, and...
I'm a simple man, I think in simple ways. And I always say that, well, I always think that spring is March, April, May. Summer is June, July, August. Autumn is September, October, November. And winter is December, Jan, Feb.
See, I would also think like that, but apparently there's on the internet it's different.
Well, there's a meteorological... Sorry.
As is Arafat, it's defended by Harmer again, once more.
There's a meteorological definition of seasons, and what I've been tempted to define as a common sense one. Anyway, I shall continue to think in the fact that 12 months conveniently divides by...
Well, we're
4.
wrong, actually. I've just had a look, and I'll tell you when the official dates are after this delivery from Arafat is in, and this one is down the leg side as it's into the gloves of Finch. It will conclude the over as well. Essex 391 for 5. Just lost the wicket of Michael Pepper in the over. He's gone for 82, taken by Arafat, and a needed wicket for Kent. It just sense a bit more sense of uplift in their spirits now as that wicket's been taken. But according to the internet, and it says the official date for summer is actually the 20th of June, and it runs through till the 22nd of September. So I just don't think that's right.
That's crazy. If it says the 20th of June, and yet the 21st of June is often referred to as Midsummer's Day because it's the shortest day of the year. So on that basis, it only lasts 3 days, which is probably quite true actually in some years. That's down the leg side and a dot ball.
So honestly, who do you believe? Like logically, or are we going to go with the statistics of what the right date is? As
Parkinson moves in again and bowls, and that's flailed out into the covers. Well, no, straighter than the covers, deep extra or very wide, long off. As I've said, well, we all agree there's no clear definitions as to where one fielding position ends, another one begins. And a single accrues, that's the more salient point. As Harmer takes guard from the umpire, right-handed batsman. When I played club cricket, everybody took either middle stump or midland leg. Nowadays, or no, occasionally leg stump. But nowadays it can be all over the place, off stump, even outside the off stump in one-day cricket, so they can work everything on the leg side. And that's just played defensively back to the bowler. What guard do you take, or did it sort of depend on the situation?
Middle mostly.
Yeah.
I'd go middle or maybe middle and off, and just depends on the format. Just
yes, quite. As Parkinson moves in again and bowls, and that's a good-looking shot from Harmer, especially one that gets him off the mark. Oh, 6, I beg his pardon. A 6 over extra cover. More or less in the same shot as that, same location as the shot from Cox, but worth rather more. 6 down to the Spitfire bar, the end of the Spitfire bar, which is the one below the good old-fashioned scoreboard. As, the next delivery is outside the off stump and caught at the second attempt on the boundary. You just get the impression from the way Harmer batted I'm tempted to say it was a bit out of character, but just get the impression that that the game is moving on apace. After all, that maybe a declaration is maybe if they lunchtime, something like that.
Yeah, I would think something around that time, right?
Yeah, so
We're not far from lunch either, half an hour.
no, so therefore the batsmen have been said, go out and get some runs, and if you get out, then
They've got a decent number on the board as
exactly.
it is.
They've got the best part of 400 already, 398 for 6. So yeah, and of course we're long past the bonus point time. So yeah, I think the way Harmer played, that he wouldn't normally hole out like that. I'm sure about the third or fourth delivery faced. So to the crease now. It's a long tail, Essex. It should presumably be Shane Snater. It is. Now he does like to put bat to ball with purpose. It's tempting to say it's the only way he plays, really. That would be a little bit unfair, but yeah. Yeah, if you want to send somebody in for a quick half-hour thrash, then yeah, there's probably few who would be more willing to take on the challenge than Shane Snater. Comes to the crease now, and we'll have a few words with Cox, who no doubt will give him words of advice and tell him what's going on, unlike some of the stories of Sir Geoffrey Boycott, where he wouldn't pass on any information under that circumstance. Allegedly.
I think even though in those situations you could be told the information, but at the end of the day you still have to go and be able to execute it correctly. So
yeah, but I think probably helps
yeah.
to what's the wicket doing, what's the bowler doing, and yeah. So 398 for 6 as Parkinson moves in and bowls, and that's worked away on the onside, but only straight to the fielder. And the over ends, a successful over from Parkinson, so Parkinson now has 2, albeit for 115, although that's 26 overs, that's 4.4 and over. Yeah, okay. And Essex are 398 for 6.
Not bad. A few more words from music, and I'm going to make way for Matt Cole, as you do can take listeners up to lunch.
Right, thanks very much, Nikki, indeed. And so Harmer was the 6th batsman. I didn't catch who caught that, but no doubt Matt will obligingly tell me. He's that sort of fella, really. And I've just said what an obliging fellow you are, Matt, so you'll tell me who caught that, no doubt.
That was Joe Denley,
Thank you very much.
the nephew and uncle partnership, as Arafat Bhuyan bowls to Jordan Cox, driven into the offside and fielded by Grant Stewart. 399 for 6. I mean, you wait, feels like 3 or 4 weeks for a wicket, and 2 come along at once.
Yes.
In the style of London buses. Michael Pepper. I think we'll be slightly more frustrated than Simon Harmer, probably, in that respect, in that Simon Harmer had come for a good time rather than a long time, I suppose.
Yes, I think so.
As Arafat bowls to Shane Snater, just flicks the ball off his pads. It's a leg by, so it'll be 1 to the total, and the 400 up. Dan's there ahead of everybody else.
So the
400 for 6.
So the Denley family have caught both the catches.
They have indeed. Jaden Denley on as subfielder for Wes Agar, the Australian bowler who's not reappeared today after disappearing off injured shoulder injury just before lunch yesterday, reducing the Kent bowling, which is already injury ravaged in terms of selection for this match. But this one's steered out by Cox towards the offside boundary, fielded by Grant Stewart. I'm just saying to Nikki Chowdhury that I asked, I think, for some apple juice for my drink for lunch. And should really have been a Burgundy or a Chardonnay, shouldn't it, on International Wine Day? Really. But I would be asleep the whole afternoon, though, which many listeners would very much favour over the alternative. But
yes, I mean you are also working this afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. Be intoxicated in charge of a microphone. This is driven by Snater. Lovely upright shot there, and tests Matt Parkinson to his right, the mid-on, and he Fields reaching down to his right.
Yes, sad. Well, in a way, sadly, when I played club cricket, I played it in a way it used to be played in those days, which is quite a while ago. But you'd have a thoroughly enjoyable afternoon with 21 other blokes whose company you enjoyed generally, because that includes the opposition.
Arafat to Snater. It's a floating delivery outside the off stump, taken on the half volley and just guided out into the offside for a single.
And then afterwards, it was a very sociable sport, far more than it is now, even at amateur level. And I entered into the spirit of things every bit as much, some would say more than most.
I wonder where this story is going, but do go on.
It's not, you see,
I'd like to protect
because now I bump into people and they say, "You've got a lovely job, haven't you? Sitting watching cricket with a microphone in one hand and a pint of beer in the other."
Oh.
And so...
It's Arafat to Cox, up to mid on no run.
So I say, I assure you, I promise you, in the 28 years I've been doing this job, I have never, ever drunk alcohol at the same time as on air, or even until I've finished for the day. Oh, well, yeah, I bet you make up for it in the evening. Well, maybe I do, but so what?
Crikey, I learnt quite early in this. I mean, it may have been different in the past, and the great John Arlott was a wine correspondent, wasn't he, as well as a cricket commentator. And I think he enjoyed both of those delights probably at the same time. But well, I mean, many I don't mean value judgments, but many would say I'm not fantastic at doing this job when I'm sober, so I certainly can't do it drunk.
Parkinson, unsurprisingly, still continuing, and that's just played backward of square on the offside by Snater.
But I do like a nice glass of Malbec when I'm not working. There we are. That's yeah. Everybody else in the wine world, I'm sure, drinks wine, has known about Malbec for years, but.
And that's just played out square on the offside, and. No, I suppose because I played a lot of cricket and a lot of rugby in the winter, I've always been essentially a real ale drinker, and I still like the odd pint of real ale. And I'm in my element in the evenings here in Kent. Had a most enjoyable evening yesterday. As Parkinson moves in and bowls, and that's elegantly played out to deep extra cover, fielded in front of the Spitfire bar, and they go through for a single.
So I was minutely distracted during that by our wine correspondent.
Indeed.
So not only has been giving us gardening tips today, but
there was whips away backward of square on the onside.
Making notes about that Pinot Grigio now. Never know.
Latter day Julie, what's her name? Gooden or Goulden or something. Yeah, there used to be a wine correspondent on BBC.
I think I know who you're talking about. A whoosh of hollyhocks, she used to say, didn't she? She was
Yes.
very, very descriptive about wine.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And that's played out on the onside.
I think that phrase might have come from a parody of her rather than
Probably.
anything she actually said, but there we are.
Gilly Goulden, I think.
Gilly Goulden, okay.
I think that was the name.
Right.
And that's played well. No footwork, and Snater just sort of stands there and almost like one of those mechanical cricket games where you see them just swing the bat and nothing else, and they plays it out to mid-on. No addition to the score of 404 for 6 with about 22 minutes to go to lunch.
I had that game, I think, and it was, the bat was weighted. It looked a bit like they were swinging an old-fashioned Hoover.
Yes.
At the
yes.
Which took a little bit of the glitz out of the game, but
yes.
yeah, I enjoyed it nonetheless. Go. People know. I say people if they're still paying attention. Know what that game's called. Was it just called Test Match? Maybe that tabletop game.
Yeah.
Where, as you said, I think you had a string, didn't you?
Yes.
pull the bat up. You have to try and tie it. Yeah, there's cricket going on. Sorry, there's no cricket going on, I should say.
They never really worked, have they? I mean,
no,
I suppose it is.
It's such a difficult game to replicate. Yeah,
I suppose it is dropping in a trade name to say that Sabutio football was
Oh.
very, very successful.
Yeah, invented
but
in Kent, of course.
But they tried to make a cricket version of it, and from
Yes.
what I remember, it didn't really work.
Yeah, no, it really didn't. Given their best try. This is Arafat Bouyan straying down the leg side, and that'll be 4 runs. Despairing dive by Joey Everson trying to pick that off a fine leg, but Cox farms that. 115 now for him, 408 for 6. Essex. My brother also had the rugby version.
Really?
Which had as I remember, for the scrums, had a giant rugby ball. Well, giant in comparison to the rest of the field. And you drop the tiny rugby ball into it, and it sort of randomly distributed it from different exits on the ball, the scrummaging machine itself. It was a curious thing.
Yes.
Very much down the leg side from Arafat, and Cox waves the bat at it. It grubs it on the floor.
And nowadays, not very typical of a real scrum, where the scrum half feeds it into at least the second row, if not the back row. So there's a little doubt as to where it's going to come out.
No, it's the scrum these days is actually just to make sure that there are a lot of forwards in one place,
Yes.
rather than scattered around the field.
I used to play scrum half, and I was told to throw it down the middle of the tunnle. Now, oh no, we don't do that now.
It's all accepted, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Driven by Cox, and that'll be 4 runs. It's a despairing arm thrown at it by mid-on Matt Parkinson, and drive. And Arafat Bouyan's just gone a little bit full there. It's not the greatest over from him so far, but maybe just getting a little bit tired. And this attack generally, I'm sure, will be having spent a day and the best part of a session out there. I mentioned Sabutio invented in Tunbridge Wells.
What was?
Sabutio.
Was it?
Yeah,
Oh.
absolutely right. And the football version, the Sabutio World Championships, are being held in Tunbridge Wells this summer. So there we go.
Right.
If you want to go and spectate, here's Arafat Bouyan. Oh, a swing of the bat by Jordan Cox. There's a great pick-up from him, and that'll be 6, surely. What an elegant shot that is. On a pitch where it's been really difficult to time the ball. It's just a languid sweep of the bat, wasn't it? And it's gone over mid-wicket, cow corner, as they say. And, well, we've been talking about Michael Pepper. Looked like he was warming up for the T20s next week for part of his innings. Jordan Cox. It's almost, well, it's an orthodox cricket shot, that, isn't it? But it's just it's a great one through mid wicket. 6 runs for him, 125 he has. Shane Snate has 2.
Yes, I suppose when mentioning the joys of Sabutio, we ought to say other similar games are available, but I don't know that they are.
No, I mean, there were various attempts, weren't there, to do similar. It's just in the air for a second from Jordan Cox, but actually not close enough to the man at mid-wicket to be in any danger, and that's a single taken by him, 419 for 6. I remember the one where you had the players where you tapped their heads to get the little legs on the players to go. I think that was called Striker.
Oh, was it? Oh, I'm no idea.
Crikey. Do stop me. This is just going down memory lane.
This is exactly the sort of conversation where the emailers start. As soon as we get off cricket, the emails start flooding in.
Is Arafat Bouyan? Oh, it's a bounce ball maybe from Snater, I think. Anyway, Arafat put a hand up to try and stop it, and it's going to go for 4, is it? No, this is an expensive over though already, and they'll take 2 more from it, and that'll go, 421 for 6 now, accelerating. I mean, do get in touch. Dicker said there was no better tabletop football game than Sabutio. Obviously, as it's a Kentish thing from BBC Radio Kent, we're wholeheartedly behind that. But on kentcricket@gmail.com or bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, it would be lovely to hear what were the best tabletop versions of, well, particularly cricket, I suppose, but football, anything that you actually, because there were some certainly that were a reach, I think it's fair to say, in trying to replicate the great games.
I suppose to a very, very large extent, most of these have been consigned to history now because of the sophisticated computer games, and you can play these things on your phone, and yes, you don't need to lay out something on the dining room table.
I think there was a cricket board game? Was it called Gillette Cup maybe for the old sponsors? I'm not sure.
There were. No,
I definitely had one of those.
There were various cricket games. There was one where you.
Like a dice game that was,
Yeah,
with,
there was
with
a
the dice and
one
cards.
where
Yeah.
You rolled a 6-side. Well,
Ah, okay. So that's a classic.
yeah.
Are we allowed to mention the brand name?
You can, because I can't remember it anyway.
Oh, right. It's still going.
Parkinson moves in and bowls, and that's just played back to him.
So very easily replicated if you happen to be at school and weren't paying attention with a pencil as well, of course.
Yes,
just
that's right.
by putting notches in the pencil. But that was Owl's That, I think.
Oh yes,
It was called. Yeah.
But
yeah.
Card game. As Parkinson moves in, bowls, and it's just nudged around the corner for a single. And the score moves on to 4:22 for 6, with a quarter of an hour to go to lunch. And my perception, and it's only my perception, is that Essex may well call it a day at lunch. It's just the way Harmer batted leads me to that belief, or thought rather than belief. And Snate has been quite becalmed by his standards. He's only got 4 off 12 deliveries now, probably, unless they've already clicked up the 11th. No, I think they have already, yes. 11. Parkinson moves in again and bowls to Snater. And Snater's picked up a couple of runs here, or 1 run rather, and into the mid-wicket area. Good throw comes in right over the bails, but
Interesting.
Was at home.
Tactically, I suppose, from this point of view, they may think if they're going to bowl Kent out twice on this, it's going to take a long time. So
exactly.
Need to get at them
a lot
quickly.
of hard work, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of hard work. And that's flailed out to extra cover by Cox. Overpitched from Parkinson, and Cox didn't need a second invitation.
It hits the ball so hard.
It does, doesn't he?
Yeah. It generates it with very little backlift, but
Yes, obviously, you know, although he's playing for Essex, you've seen far more of him than I have. Far more of him. And he's on 131 now. Parkinson moves in, bowls, goes on the back foot, plays it back to the bowler, who doesn't field cleanly, but gets enough of a hand on it to prevent them going through for a single. The over reaches its inevitable conclusion, and Essex are 427 for 6. Yeah, we were saying yesterday, Matt and I, at the end of the day, off air, how, you know, because somehow we started talking about airfields in Kent and East Anglia, then it had been a fairly quiet day on the emails, but then once we got to talking about local airfields, they flooded in.
Oh yeah. I think that's the wonderful thing about cricket. If you're at a ground and you're having a chat with your friends,
that's it.
It's that you're not always talking about,
of course not,
about averages and great players of the past even.
No.
But, that's the wonder of this game. There we go. And you're absolutely right. Mike on the emails again, cricket@gmail.com. Sabutio, he says. Yes, quite correct. He says, I still have football, both football and cricket, which I thought worked quite well. Fair enough. It's probably my ineptitude, Mike. I could never So the rugby game was something a mate up the road acquired, he said, and definitely was a bit strange, even without the scrum, he says, as Denley bowls to Snater. More or less on the full, has driven this out into the offside, and they'll take a single, 429 for 6. But certainly the football and cricket games worked rather better, he said, than other games. He said, curiously, there was also a Sabutio angling game. Was there really?
Really?
Largely cardboard based. He says that was rather enjoyable. He says, I'm the first of the flood. I hope, Mike. We feel the same, actually, or I certainly do. I may have dragged Dick kicking and screaming into this subject, but just reliving my youth. Yeah, he said, how's that? 2 hexagonal metal dice in a small tin, about 2 inches by 2 inches, he said. As this is a gentle cut by Cox out into the offside, and there's no... he says, I've still got that somewhere, says Mike. Yeah, all sorts of Denley bowls too. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's a thrash through the offside, but all on the ground from Jordan Cox, who's taken that as a half volley from the leg spin of Joe Denley. And again, he just thumped that really hard along the ground. Probably cut some of that grass as it moved out. May even have scorched a furrow for 4 runs through extra cover. 4-3-2 for 6.
We have had quite a few emails come in. So
the great thing about that hexagonal dice game, the Owls that, sorry, I'm interrupting you, but
no, you're not.
Is making up novelty 11s as well to play against each other.
Oh,
I think.
yes.
So you could have all-time cricketers, cutlery, world leaders. It's a single taken into the offside. Beloved of Hawksby and Jacobs, who are on an alternative radio station to ours, but I was very impressed. I worked there for a short stint and wondered if they were just making up the amount of runs scored by Attila the Hun and W.G. Grace, etc., as they put their novelty 11s against each other. But no, I looked through the studio window at them. One of them was hunched over, rolling the hexagonal dice. The other one had the score sheet, and they were commentated on it as it went along. There's a radio feature for you. 4-3-4 for 6. I digress massively. Fortunately, listeners, this over is soon to be over, and Dick Davis can take control of this this situation. It's a dot ball, back foot drive to Daniel Bell Drummond. Essex in a fantastic position. 4-3-4 for 6, 136 for Jordan Cox, 7 for Shane Snater.
Along such lines, my colleague of many years, Paul Newton, a few years ago wrote a book. I can't remember the title, and he has a very vivid imagination of matches between fictitious 11s, and he would create the most bizarre, he'd have 11 mass murderers against 11 inventors and things like that, and he'd then, for each player, he'd weigh up the pros and cons of what they brought to the game. It's a brilliant read. I think
right
available via websites.
Thank you very much.
I don't think if you pop into your high street bookshop you'll find it, but I think on website, but I'll try and Google it, and other search engines available. I'll try and search for it and find out the name of it as Parkinson moves in and bowls, giving him plenty of air, and Snater reaches forward, gets to the pitch, the ball, plays it defensively. One of the emails to come in that Nikki and I were talking about, and when summer begins and ends, officially she found a website that said that's worked away on the onside, that for a single, which said it summer, according to the website, began on June the 20th, and I said, or something around there, and I commented that Midsummer's Day is often referred to as the 21st, and so therefore it makes summer only 3 days long. Actually, Andrew says Midsummer's Day allegedly is, well, he doesn't use the word allegedly, I do, as that's just played defensive, is the 24th of June, so in that event that means that summer itself is all of 5 or 6 days long.
I thought you were going to say it's already over by the time it's happened.
Oh, I've had it drummed into me all my life as it's my birthday. Oh, I see. Right. Thanks, Andrew. As next delivery comes in and just pushed out to long on. Oh, here we've had one entitled Sabutio from another Andrew. I believe Sabutio was a Latin word for hobby.
It's absolutely right. Oh, sorry, I'm diving on that one, but yes, I'll let the listeners expand. I'll probably.
In fact, he says, this is. I think I knew that it was. I did Latin for 7 or 8 years at school, but that's just played defence. He says the Latin name for the bird of prey called the hobby. I've heard of the hobby.
Yep.
Is actually Falco sabutio.
It is indeed.
Oh,
yes.
You knew that.
Yeah.
Matt. Oh.
So I think sorry, I don't want to. Your emailer may be saying this. Is there more to that?
No,
sorry.
that's it.
So
except he lives in Maidstone.
It's not far from the birthplace of the sport.
Oh, and that's played out to long on for a single. Parkinson made a valiant effort to cut it off, but failed. Yeah, sorry, Matt.
So no, not at all. I believe that the inventor was going to call Sabutio the hobby, but there was already a game or a card game or something like that called the hobby, and so he ingeniously went to the name of the bird, the hobby, and took Sabutio from there.
Right.
I think I'm right saying. Someone will tell me that's complete rubbish and actually tell us the truth, but feel free to get in touch on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. But yeah, there we go. Back in the having grown up near that place. Never having grown up, obviously, but
no, nor I.
I don't really
I've
see the
just
point
got
in it.
older.
It's a drive into the offside by Cox, and there's a single taken. It was Snater, I beg your pardon, of course, on strike now. But as I remember it, growing up in the west of the county, that it was the sort of thing you could do for piecework, was paint the little players.
Oh, yes.
So they would pay you so much. I mean, I was too young to do it, but I think that was, yes. I think a few of our family friends did that for a little bit of cash, basically. So, single taken up to Jaden Denley, in fact, at long off. Enthusiastic K9. Enjoying the Essex batting so far. 4-3-9 for 6. Joe Denley. Uncle Joe.
Yes.
Bowling to Snater, driven up to long on, and there's a single taken. And so yes, if you're not of that mind, apologies for the massive digression. But if you do, get your emails in if you like that sort of thing. So Denley to we're Broadchurch. We cater for a lot of tastes.
We do.
Nudged out to mid wicket, but single taken. Dare I say, from Essex, this feels quite procedural at the moment. And as you said, Dick, I'm not sure whether this is presaging a declaration. They haven't got at it quite as hard as Simon Harmer did, have
no,
they?
I agree entirely. Snater in particular has been uncharacteristically quiet.
I wonder. So let's look at a next, maybe, captaincy. As we say that, down on one knee, slog sweep from Shane Snater. That is big. It's gone to the right of the Frank Woolley stand. They weren't really waiting to see if that was 6, were they, over long on? They were waiting to see how far it had gone before they got it.
Yes,
6,
that's
and
right.
if it's ever going to land. Oh, new ball needed. There we go.
They now need a new ball. Gives me an opportunity to read an email from Jeff.
Big shot.
In Madeira, checking in, taking the day off from making rum. As
there's a
you
job.
do, of course. I mean, yeah.
Talking about jobs we love.
I've had lots of different jobs, but I don't remember. As my 59th birthday and 11th wedding anniversary, would you please say hi to Odette, who as a Portuguese, I beg your pardon, as a Portuguese has no idea what's going on in cricket. I will indeed. Hi, Odette. And Odette may well be I expect Portugal has an international cricket team.
They do, in fact. Yes. I'm just trying to think about their T20 exploits. I think all of the European nations more or less have certainly T20 sides at this point. As Denley bowls to Snater, much more conservative, cuts that one away. A new ball was needed. I don't think it cleared the Woolley stand. Very few players have managed that, but I think it went alongside it and away. So 4-4-7 for 6 Essex. I'm just wondering if the next sort of junction for a declaration, if it's not going to be at lunch now, which would be pretty bold, I think, at just 4-4-7 for 6. But understandably want to try and get bowling as Kent as soon as they can. But I wonder maybe if they might bat through the, if not all of the second session, perhaps get at Kent for 20-25 overs tonight if they are still in. But obviously that depends on wickets falling and progression. But yeah.
Yes. Thanks, Stephen, for your email about cricket games. I don't know that I've got time to read it because I've got to go off and do my 1 o'clock report, but I might between these deliveries from Parkinson. If not, then I promise I will refer to it after lunch, because I always say if you've taken the trouble to email us, the least we can do is take the trouble and indeed pleasure to read them out.
50 partnership up with that single.
Partnership, yeah. Snater, only 17 of them. Usually in a 50 partnership, you'd have expected to get about 30.
Well, with Snater's scoring record, yes. Michael, by the way, saying, I've still got my hours at game I bought as a schoolboy. I'm now in my 80s. Fantastic. Are you still playing, Michael?
That's chopped away backward of square, but only straight to a fielder.
Do you need to? I can see you looking at your watch.
Well, it's only about 2 minutes to 1. I think
the witching hour
I think
approaching.
since it's Parkinson, I can probably get through most of it. As well, I know how to get on air in time, but they get a little bit twitchy in the studio if they're not aware that you're there. So yes, I will take my leave.
Having produced many radio programmes early in my career, that certainly is that's a thing for the producers, isn't it? It's like, is he going to be there? We know Dick Davis is going to be there, but a drive up to long on, single taken by Jordan Cox. Sorry, no, he comes on to strike. They've already flipped over on the scoreboard. He has 140. Snater goes to 18. Approaching lunch, then there'll be, well, it's now 1 o'clock, so this will be the last over, certainly. Parkinson to Cox, goes down the leg side, taken by Harry Finch, as Cox thinks about a little paddle around the corner. 1 ball to come then of the first session. And just 2 wickets have fallen for Kent, and Essex have bossed it once again, building this big total. Blocked out by Jordan Cox, and that should be lunch. It is lunch. They come off the field then, having resumed Essex at 287 for 4. They are 4-4-9 for 6 in their first innings here. Along the way, they've got 3 batting bonus points. Kent just the 1 bowling bonus point. And the man of the day, and who'd have bet against it before this game started? Jordan Cox, 140 not out at lunch, having scored a century against his old side at Chelmsford in the first couple of weeks of the season. He's now racked up another ton against his former employers and teammates. 140 not out. Shane Snater has 18. A burgeoning partnership of 50 between the two of them as well. So Essex in full control. 2 wickets to fall. Michael Pepper cutting the ball. A wide one from Arafat to Jaden Denley at wide gully for 82. And Simon Harmer, having hit a huge 6 off Matt Parkinson, went to the fielding of Joe Denley, caught just inside the boundary for 6. 4-4-9 for 6 then. We will take a break for lunch ourselves. And Matt Cole, Dick Davis and Nicky Chowdhury. The commentary trio today will be back in around about 35 minutes time for session 2 of day 2 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex and the BBC Sport website, and that with pictures from the Kent County Cricket Club. Thanks for listening so far. We'll be with you soon.
with cricket being the leading sport in Afghanistan, the first change program brings asylum seekers and unaccompanied people together through cricket.
کرکټ چې دی ډیر مهم دی د کمیونټیز یو ځای سره راولي او هیله کوو چې کینټ کرکټ ټرست دا چا مدد وکړي چې بېکوره سوي او د سپورټس د وجې سره یو ځای خلک سره راولي.
Playing cricket has a positive impact on mental well-being. It heals and brings people together.
We're first in the UK for graduates in employment, and your university experience will be full of firsts too. Whatever they are, at Canterbury Christchurch University, you'll be perfectly placed for success. Join us at the beating heart of opportunity.
The 50 Overs Project runs some events that allow people to get active, get out of their homes and to meet new people and come down and watch the cricket. Kent Cricket Community Trust captains Phil Gallagher and Ben Roddy joined the walking cricket session to learn more about walking cricket. It's cricket at a slow pace and it's fun, and it's for people who are looking to get active and to enjoy some time and to make some new friends and to get out the house.
We all want to leave a lasting impression, so we pile on the pressure. Our primary mission is for you to fulfill your ambition, work towards your true purpose. See, a lasting impression can be easy to achieve. All it takes is to reimagine what it means to succeed. And with a little support and the guidance you need, we can work towards a brighter future together.
All right, Steve Watts on the PA microphone here at Canterbury, Spitfire Ground. Coming back out after lunch, 4-4-9 for 6, Essex. Jordan Cox, 140 not out against his old side. 18 for Shane Snater, and looking at the Kent lineup, still no Wes Agar. I think it's fair to say if he's not come out for the first 2 sessions, we probably won't see the big Australian. He was injured just before lunch yesterday. Jaden Denley, there we are, he's the subfielder that's been subbing for Agar today. Kent could have used all the bowling they could muster, to be honest, on this low flat track, but Essex have negotiated it particularly well, and particularly Jordan Cox, 140 not out, who yesterday played with a good deal of patience on a slow low pitch, and has expanded on occasion, picked the bad ball and celebrated his 100 with some feeling. I thought for a moment Jordan Cox was doing the Cristiano Ronaldo pose after he'd score a goal. He'd sort of plant himself with his arms out wide. I'm not quite sure if that was Jordan Cox. I'm not sure how much rehearsed it was from Jordan Cox. It felt like an outpouring of emotion. It
was indeed, wasn't it?
As befits a man who gets 100. I mean, they don't come along that often for many people, do they? For cricketers, it's worth celebrating, that's for sure. And maybe particularly against your old side, I'm not sure so much about that. But welcome to all our listeners. Thank you for all your emails this morning. I did digress a bit, it has to be said, onto tabletop versions of different sports. You're very welcome to get in touch on, you can even talk about cricket if you like, kentcricket@gmail.com. BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Nikki Chowdhury, and here is Arafat Bhuiyan bowling to Shane Snater. This is on 18 not out. 2 wickets to fall in the first session. Michael Pepper going at the end of 166 partnership with Jordan Cox, caught by Jaden Denley at gully off the bowling of Arafat. And Simon Harmer, who just hit Matt Parkinson for 6, tried it again and found Denley Senior, Joe Denley, just inside the boundary, a steepling catch to him for 6. But otherwise, there's been not much to cheer about for these Kent fans here, and the visiting fans will be much, much happier, of course, as this is just played off his middle stump by Shane Snater. The bowling of Arafat, you'd have to say, once again, just coming out after lunch, reminded that this is a flat, low pitch. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Nikki Chowdhury. She's been alerted to some cricket news. He was regaling me with cricket stats as well during lunchtime. What would you like to start with, Nikki? Always assuming that something really exciting doesn't happen in this game, which seems to be
okay,
going
so
along in a stately manner.
From my long list to choose from, I want to go with this one first.
Yeah,
so,
you can talk about wine or gardening if you prefer.
Well, see,
Yeah.
I'm just...
Or cricket.
I'm just too talented. What can I say,
Yeah.
Matt?
All-rounder, they call it in cricketing. That's true, yeah.
I'll get to it after this delivery.
Here's Arafat then to bowl to Shane Snater. Snater just sort of pats that back at the bowler off the top of the bat, and there's no run.
So I came across this one last night or this morning.
Sure.
I can't remember. The days have merged. But basically, James Anderson's final test is going to be taking place after the UK general election. Okay, so it's on the 4th of July. And if that election results in a new Prime Minister, he will set a new England record, which I'll tell you after this one.
It's a corker. It's Arafat to Snater, goes for an off drive, but just finds Jaden Denley at mid-off fielding, no run.
Like, he's got many records that he's broken and things he's achieved himself, being the legend that he is, but he will set a new England record as the first to play tests during the tenures of 8 prime ministers. And that's pretty impressive. With Blair, Brown, Cameron, May, Johnson, Truss, Sunak, and who knows?
It's Arafat bowling to Snater. Goes for an on drive this time, but can't get the ball off the square up towards Daniel Bell-Drummond. A maiden to start the afternoon. Well, it's a little bit, for, as I said, for these Kent fans to applaud, but it's 4.49 for 6 Essex. Yes, that's quite something, isn't it?
That's quite the achievement.
So, yeah. I was saying that I make no political points, but for at least one of those Prime Ministers, he did well to actually sneak a test in, I'd say. So, but yes, that's history. But James Anderson is a...
He's a legend himself.
He's a living legend, isn't he? He's a living playing legend.
He is, and yeah, when I came across that, I was like, wow.
It's quite something. Joe Denley's going to, well, change ends from where he was just before lunch and bowl from the Nackington Road end.
Me bowling to Cox as well.
Yeah.
And I've got something else to share with you as well, but we'll get there. Got plenty of time over the weekend.
It feels like it, the way this pitch is playing it, certainly, and the way Essex are playing.
Here's Denley into Cox, who's off the back foot and cuts us down to deep backward point. And it'll just be the single, brings Snater onto strike, and that brings up the 450 mark for Essex. Some claps, as you can hear on the effects mic. Staggered, although, as in comes Denley now to Snater, who's forward and pushes this to Denley, who dives to his left to do the fielding. And looking at the field, just after this delivery, she got a very short run up as Denley, as this one's a short one, and it's pulled away down to deep backward square leg. There is protection, so they'll just keep it at a single. And brings Jordan Cox back onto strike, 141 to his name. He's played a fabulous innings.
They've gone very defensive, haven't they?
They really have.
With this bowling, yeah.
Denley in, and this time again tucked around the corner down to deep square leg. And they'll take a single. Bring Snater back onto strike. Just looking at the field on the leg side, we've got a long on. And we've got a mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Quite defensive on the offside as well, as in comes Denley. Off the back foot, and it's played straight past Denley, down the ground. It's not going to go all the way, long on. Does a good bit of fielding. We'll just keep it down to a single. And then on the offside, we've got a long off, extra cover, deep cover, and a point. As in comes Denley now, and this one's cut away straight to cover. And it will also bring up the end of the over. Essex 452 for 6.
Yeah, indeed so. I'm just looking around, as if Essex fans needed any more good news, but I'm delighted to bring it to them. So. The two above them in the county championship, both struggling, Somerset and Surrey. Somerset has 23 for 2 now against Durham. It's star after lunch. Batting again, Durham made 265 in their first innings. So a decent lead of 94, and have Somerset 23 for 2. So Somerset trailing by 71 runs and already 2 wickets down in their second innings. And Hampshire 208 for 1 against Surrey, who were, very surprisingly for all of us, bowled out for 127 yesterday. So Hampshire leading by 81 already, with 9 wickets intact in their first innings. Arafat, it's lifted by Snater over the infield, over the rope. That'll be 6 into the woolly stand. I'm not sure it's quite as big as the one he hit before lunch, but that is a mighty blow from Shane Snater, and 26 for him. 4-5-9 for 6 Essex. And you had more news to bring us, did you?
I did.
Stop you in your tracks, but
there was another story that's just caught my eye, especially because there's been so much speculation recently regarding the 100 and the position, and whether it's going to be opened up for private investment.
I think that's a given, isn't it? Private investment. But Arafat down the leg side, you'll tell me. No run, by the way.
There's just something I've just passed on social media now. An article's come out where it says Richard Gold has said English cricket is not for sale, issues defiant message amid the 100 investment talks. And it's funny this has popped up because I was actually on a phone call yesterday with the CEO of a franchise.
As Arafat bowls to Snater, defended no run.
Of an IPL side. And coincidentally, I sent a message and they just ended up calling me back at time when they've just walked out of this meeting, and they just, in passing, said, they just come out of a meeting, apparently with some members of the board who would be looking after.
As Arafat bowls to Snater, driven up to long on, single taken.
100, so that ECB. So I've just come out of a meeting with the ECB, and I was like, oh, okay. Didn't really think much of it, and I was like, actually, hang on, is this regarding the news that we've got regarding the 100? And then not much was said. He just burst out laughing and said to me, Nikki, you're a very clever girl. And that's all that was said. So yeah, it's interesting to see the direction that's going in.
Well, as I understand it, the offering 51% was it's the baseline, isn't it, for any of the IPL owners and for obviously a lot of other businesses. If you're going to invest in a 100 team, you want to have more than a half share, and but there's still a lot to be negotiated, isn't there, with the counties as to what the split is going to be when those are if they're eventually sold, and how marketable they are. So
definitely,
yeah.
I just thought it just happened so they're pretty quick to pounce on it, I think, because the franchise I was in talks with, they've obviously got eliminated quite early from the IPL this year, but still.
Right. Oh, crikey.
With
naming no names, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't.
Narrows it down. That's down to third man by Snater, and there's a single.
But still, even given the context of the cricketing calendar and how quickly we're still in the tournament, technically the final is tomorrow, that these conversations are already being had with franchises.
I guess if you're spending that, the money to buy a franchise in a different country, it's business, isn't it? It goes beyond individual results. But yeah, that's. Obviously for the counties, and particularly the two counties playing here, Kent and Essex, who don't have a 100 franchise based at one of their grounds, the negotiations for them with the ECB as to what their percentage of any sale will be is massive, really important to their future and their future relevance as well. But yeah, but certainly there have been stories, haven't there, even before about the attractiveness or otherwise to IPL owners. I think Durham, their chief executive, as this one's worked off the back foot up a single long on, when the idea was first floated about outside investment, was saying Newcastle United, Saudi Arabian PIF money, those are the sort of, as Cox backs away, Donkey's a little bit low from Denley, he finds himself reaching almost to defend it. Awkward looking shot, but he does. He takes off his stumps. 4-6-3, 4-6 now, Essex. As Cox goes, and that's driven away off the back foot. Lovely shot, but finds a fielder on the offside boundary. Zach Crawl in this defensive field, and they'll take a single. But yes, Durham had immediately said, well, why would we not ask or try and get PIF involved, because you think about the riches they can bring to a franchise, but whether they'd want 51% or whether they want less, that's up for discussion. Single taken, 4-6-4 for 6, but
I think from a franchise perspective, if you're going to be investing that much money, you'd like a bigger share, and then obviously that gives you more authority to go about your ways.
As Denley bowls to Jordan Cox and nudges it into the onside, wide open spaces there, and takes a single. But as I say, I think it was pretty much established, I'm sure, when the ECB thought about it or talked to anybody at the IPL or even their advisors, that 51% will be the absolute baseline if you're going to have an investment in an overseas franchise. I can't see any of the IPL owners saying, we'll be a minority shareholder in a 100.
Yeah, I don't see that happening, especially
because they've done it around the world already.
Yeah, when they've spread their wings so far wide already, then obviously I think they would be jumping at the opportunity to be able to get involved in the 100.
Yeah.
But
you think there is a... I'm not asking you to betray any
off air, Matt, off air.
No, quite.
But yes.
But it seems to me, and you don't have to confirm or deny, that there is significant interest from Indian Premier League owners.
Definitely, and I was like, oh, I hope the meeting went well. He was like, it went better than expected. So that's all I know. So that's open to interpretation.
And what do they say about naming rights? What do they want to call the team?
Oh gosh.
We're moving on. Apparently, Nikki says she's giving me the signal.
We are moving on. I don't want to get myself in trouble. So here comes Arafat running away from us, and it's Snater on strike who drives back down the ground to long on. It'll be a single.
Sorry, did I steal your over of Joe Denley there?
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure what happened in those last.
I think we just got so consumed with this franchise conversation.
Well, I hope you found it interesting and entertaining, listeners, nonetheless. But the cricket is still going on. 4-6-8 for 6. Essex.
But obviously there's the 100 that's being open to private investment. And then I have seen some other stories about just counties opening up. And there's that possibility also happening. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out if it was to be true, as in comes Arafat now. And this one's pushed into the offside. Some good fielding and extra cover, or keep it to a dot in the book. Just a bit of maybe incense. Jordan Cox is trying to force it a little bit, as Essex are 468 for 6.
Yeah, I guess in the future of English domestic cricket, there's a lot to be decided. There's a big change, obviously, just with the 100 coming in and being the franchises based at those clubs.
Arafat in, and this is slashed away through the offside by Jordan Cox. That's going to run away to the boundary, and this means he's going to run on to 149. There's too much wit there from Arafat, and Cox has indulged.
Yeah.
472 on the board now for Essex.
149 now for Jordan Cox.
Arafat at the top of his mark. Cox taps his bat as he awaits. And this time just waited for, tucked down the ground, and he'll bring up 150 for Jordan Cox as he raises his bat back towards the pavilion. Claps all around the ground.
It was a little bit more subdued celebration this time, but you can understand that. It's 150, not quite the landmark that getting the century is, but yeah, great knock.
You say that, but I was expecting an even more lively celebration for the 100, as in runs Arafat away from us now, and Cox goes down the ground and plays it to mid-on. Not much footwork towards the ball, but takes a single. And brings Cox back onto strike. The score 474 for 6.
So it's the third time he's reached 150. One in his 238 not out against Sussex for Kent in 2020.
Arafat to Cox now, who's off the front foot and pulls down to deep square leg, and it's misfielded. I believe it's Zach Crawley on the boundary, and that's gone straight through him and has hit the advertising hoarding, and the ball's ended up by the covers. It brings up the end of the over. Essex are 479 for 6. Jordan Cox has just brought up 150 for himself, 154 off 218. Sneezer 33 off 44, and 130 overs gone in this innings.
Just his 7th century of his first-class career. He got 238 not out for Kent against Sussex in 2020. Remember that well. Huge partnership, 400 odd with Jack leading. 158 for Kent 2 years ago against Gloucestershire, as Denley bowls to Snater, pushing forward and there's no run. But that is, we talk about just in inverted commas 7 centuries, but that's his 3rd of the season, Jordan Cox. And whatever Kent fans might think about his move from Kent to Essex, it doesn't seem to be hampering him, put it that way. A drive back at the bowler by Snater to Joe Denley. and there's no run. Yeah, a fine innings from young Jordan Cox, and that's engineered into the onside by Snater. Worked in there, fielded by Arafat. Another single to the total. 4-7-9, 4-6. So, obviously, a cricketer of some talent is Jordan Cox. Wants to prove it in the red ball game as well as his white ball exploits and franchise tournaments. It's driven out of the offside and a single taken by Cox. Snater back on strike, has 34. Cox has 155. These two came together at 398, so they're 18 away from a century partnership of their own. As Snater waits for this one, drives it up to, on the back foot, up to long off, and they take themselves a single. He's one of those cricketers, Jordan Cox. He's always younger than I think he is, so I'm just going to check his name in that. He's done a lot in a short career so far. Driven by Cox, off the back foot, straight at Compton, at extra cover. Compton fields, no run. Yeah, still just 23 years of age. He's played franchise cricket. He was saying before, he was man of the match as Kent won the T20 Blast in 2021. He's a well-established white ball cricketer around the world, and fabulous fielder and batter. Wicket keeps. Says he wants to bowl a bit at Essex as well. I wouldn't put it past him. He has 155 so far. Definitely a talent.
I guess that's a good problem to have, right? Looking younger than...
Oh, absolutely. I just think he's one of those players that seems, especially from a Kent point of view, because he came into the side fairly early.
Yeah.
Feels like he's been around for an age, but
actually, no, they're still really young in the scheme of things.
He's still got a lot of cricket in front of him. And
do you think he still gets ID'd when he goes to the supermarket?
I don't think I'd go that far necessarily. He does look. Yeah, I suppose
I
he's
got
young
ID'd the other day.
Did you?
And I was very proud of myself.
Oh, there you go. That's good.
I was like, yes. Although sometimes when you don't carry your ID, you're a bit annoyed. You're like, oh, goodness sake. As here comes Arafat now to Snater. He's got a bat raised high, and this one's absolutely smashed down the ground. And it doesn't go all the way because you've got protection down in the deep. Daniel Bell Drummond's that long on. But good job from the umpire to get out of the way of that, because Snater looked to release his long levers with that shot.
Yeah, he did, absolutely.
Arafat now to Cox. Taps his bat as he awaits. And this time down the ground to long off. Just be a single. Quite protected field out here for Arafat. Deep cover, long on, long off. We've got deep square leg and a long leg as well. I have a feeling we've got a deep mid wicket as well, but it's the stand to my right is blocking my visibility.
Maybe.
I'm assuming so, otherwise I think it'll be quite a big gap.
Yeah.
As in comes Arafat now, and it's a slower ball, but it's
a no ball.
A no ball.
Yeah, it's not.
He's tried the slower ball. It hasn't been executed as he would have liked, and
didn't pitch on the pitch. So it's a no ball because it's pitched on the grass besides. Yeah. As you said, he's tried something there. Maybe on that at the back of the hand was that? Certainly didn't work. No ball.
Here he is again. And his orange soles run away from us now. It's a shorter delivery, and this is pulled away down to deep square legs. That Crawley does the fielding. As it's thrown back into Harry Finch with the gloves. They'll pick up a single. Essex 486 for 6. As Arafat makes his way back to the top of his mark. But I just think, going back to what we were discussing, Matt, it would be really interesting to see if all of this was to happen and go ahead, how it would pan out, not just for the 100, but for domestic cricket as a whole, as in comes Arafat now. And this time, Cox looks to go big, and he does go big. It goes all the way over the deep mid-wicket boundary and right over the ropes. As that is signalled. 6 back to the scorebox. Essex move on to 492 for 6, and Cox on 162.
Hit a 6 like that just before lunch, didn't he? The big shot over mid-wicket, and it's all timing and grace from lovely fluid stroke, and that's Yeah, 6 for Jordan Cox. Impressive. Imperious.
Arafat in, and he goes to do it again, and this time he does execute it correctly. It's back-to-back sixes here from Jordan Cox. There's a partnership of 100 rounds between Cox and Snater now.
Yeah, they're having a chat. Because I couldn't see where the ball had gone because of the the sidelines here, I thought for a moment he was resigned to it getting caught, because he just hit it and watched it, didn't he, and just sort of wandered down the pitch. I thought, is it caught? No, it's gone for a massive 6, it looks like, doesn't it? And consecutive 6s from him off Arafat, and it's a big question for Daniel Bell-Drummond here. I don't know, do you just try and stop the bleeding here from an extent? You just try and find some, not control even, but some economy from somewhere. I'm not sure if you can.
Do you think there's a point where Daniel Bell-Drummond is just secretly wishing that, can you maybe just a declaration?
I think it's fair to say that they'd all like to be off the field, Kent, for a bit, certainly. But Daniel Bell-Drummond batting at 3, he might be back. He might be back on the field before he knows it. But yeah, this is really tough for Kent, and it's another big first innings total.
Here's Arafat into Cox again, who's forward, and this time plays it down the ground to long off, so he take a single, and will keep strike as well as it brings up the end of the over. Essex 499 for 632 overs gone. And I believe it's time for your update,
It
surely.
is indeed.
So
This will be Kent alone, so I'm afraid you will not hear any scores from Sussex or Surrey, because this is a Kent-only show that I'm porting into. It's all... I'm still getting used to the restructure. Some great shows going on, I have to say, but I'm basically an old dog, and they're trying to teach me new tricks, and it's
you've seen it all, though, haven't you? All the change. You're like the Jimmy Anderson of BBC Radio again.
I'll take that. It's still 10 lead to Cox, just pushes it into the onside, and there is no run. Well, it's beautiful here, and it's a man from East Kent scoring all the runs, Erica, but that's not good news for Kent, because it's Jordan Cox, who moved clubs from Essex, from Kent to Essex over the winter, has 170. He's hit 2 huge 6s in the last over against this Kent attack, who are visibly wilting in the sun this afternoon. They've been out for the whole of yesterday, fielding and bowling, trying to take these Essex wickets, and it's the visitors who have completely dominated this game so far, and they continue. They've just got their 500th run. In fact, it's 501 for 6 Essex, racking up the runs against a dispirited Kent attack here. We hope for better. We hope for quick wickets and Kent to get back into this match, but at the moment, it's absolutely Essex dominating. 501 for 6 here at Canterbury in their first innings in the second session of the second day. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. That one played into the offside, and they'll take a single. I'll do the remaining 2 balls of this over. This is not a negotiation. I'm just letting my colleagues know. And then Dick Davis will go alongside Nicky Chowdhury. Attempted sweep by Snater. Was definitely going down the leg side, that ball from Joe Denley. Didn't get any bat on it. And there'll be one more. Anyway, he's been knocked up there. There we go. Going to say, the knocking on the window. I was momentarily distracted. There's 2 byes to end the over. He's got his attention. Fantastic. 504 for 6. 171 to Jordan Cox. 38 to Shane Snater. And Essex go from strength to strength. And as Nicky was alluding to, I think Kent's bowling and bowlers and fielders would love to be off the field as soon as possible, but they're piling on the pain, as is their privilege with this fantastic performance, Essex.
Thank you very much, Matt. We'll have a quick change in the commentary box here, as I can welcome back Dick Davies very shortly. But for now, we're going to see some leg spin. Matt Parkinson is going to be coming into the attack to replace Arafat Bouillon. Just having a quick change in field, getting the fielders into their right positions. although I must say, fields-wise, very much defensive, as Matt pointed out earlier. Parkinson into the attack, and we've got deep point, deep cover, long off, long on, deep square leg, and we still seem to have a long leg as well. As in comes Parkinson now to Cox, who's forward and rather fiercely drives us down to Jaden Denley, who's at long off, and they'll take a single and bring Snater onto strike. Score moves onto 505 for 6, and I can say good afternoon to Dick.
Good afternoon, Nikki.
Afternoon, and the sun is just about making appearance again, as this time off the back foot by Snater, played down to Jaden Denley at long off. We'll take another single. When do you think we're going to see a declaration?
I was just going to ask you exactly the same question. Well, no,
Parkinson in and slightly lofted, and there's got a bit of spin on it as well, as Cox looks to play it off the back foot, but this time has missed the bat, and he actually looks a bit surprised, because this one, as it bounced, it actually, not even as it bounced, it actually took a little bit of height as compared to the last few deliveries we've seen, as Parkinson in again, and Cox strides forward and drives down the ground, and it goes all the way. But Daniel Bell Drummond runs from his position to his left, down at long on, and he doesn't quite get there. This was struck rather fiercely by Jordan Cox, and fierce enough to kiss the boundary rope. Essex move on to 510 for 6. Cox on 176. He's ready to go again. Parkinson flights, and this time it stays low. It's worked off the back foot, but drops softly into the offside that they can pick up a single.
we know it's not meant to be about personal landmarks and achievements, as we're always being told. It's all about the team. But I just wonder, the nearer Cox gets to 200, whether there might be the temptation to let him go for it.
Parkinson's in, and Snater's down on one knee, and this one is a big one. He swept this all the way over deep mid-wicket's head. It's gone onto the seating area. Umpire raises his arms towards the scorebox. It's another 6 in the scorebook for Essex. 517 on the board now, as Snater and Cox just huddle together out there in the middle. They exchange a few words, and
there's nothing much to say under these circumstances, so let's just keep going for it and see what happens.
And I believe that is the end of the over. It is. And the umpire is very quick to get into position. The ball still has not been retrieved either, so it's gone quite the distance. If you couldn't get the idea of how big that shot was from Snater, the fact that the ball still hasn't been retrieved, and the umpires are in their positions, ready to go pretty much. Hopefully that makes it slightly easier to imagine. It's the end of the over. 134 overs gone. Essex 517 for 6. Cox on 177. Snater with 45. And I think you're absolutely right, Dick. I think as he approaches those close to 200, then I think surely you'd try and see it through, and then potentially maybe then consider the declaration.
Well, yes, I mean, the nearer he gets, they'll, you know, you can't declare when he's on, say, 193 or something, can you? No, it's going to be interesting. As that's just played out into the covers for a single. And, well, Snater quietly is beginning to get on with it. He's on 45 not out. I say on the quiet, I mean by his standards on the quiet. He's been rather understandably overshadowed at the other end. Just plays that straight back to the bowler. And 518 for 6. Snater whips that up his toes for a single. They'll look for a second, but they won't. So Cox stays on strike. And Essex continue in the ascendancy. Another single pushed out. I mean, it's it's a statement of the very obvious that Essex's plan is obviously not to bat again and to bowl Kent out twice. But I can't help but think over what I've seen the last day and a half or so, that it's going to be very difficult to take 20 wickets in the remainder. But who knows? We've seen plenty of things happen at plenty of cricket grounds, including this one. And another run there, 179 to Cox and 47 to Snater. Cox on strike, backs away, plays it out into the covers, and they go through for a single, and he'll keep the strike because it's the end of the over. With Essex 5-2-2 for 6, easily their largest score, well, certainly of this season. Can't. Some people hold records in their heads, whether deliberately or just, you know, the way they're made. I'm not one of those people, and I can't. You know, the fact I say I can't remember when Essex got a bigger score than this doesn't mean that they haven't done in recent times. It just means literally that I can't remember, and I'll look it up sometime.
Here's Parkinson now to Cox, who's forward, advances a few steps down the track, and now opens the face of the bat, places down to deep backward point. He'll pick up a couple. Good running out there between these two, Cox and Snater. Cox moves on to 182, Essex 524 for 6. And obviously there's lots of cricket going on up and down the country today. As in comes Parkinson again, and Cox, good use of the feet, plays that firmly back down the ground to long off. Jaden Denley does the hard work. And they'll take a single, bring Snater on to strike. He's on 47. And not just domestic cricket, we've got international cricket on as well. England are taking on Pakistan. As Parkinson's in, gives a bit more flight. Snater looks to go big again through the leg side, but this time as he's down on one knee, doesn't quite time it correctly, and this has ended up just a couple of yards far away from him on the leg side. It's a dot ball in the book this time, doesn't trouble the scorers too much. There's Parkinson's in again, and now Snater's forward and closes the face of the bat as it's played down to deep mid-wicket. They'll pick up a single. He moves to 48. Kent moves to 520. Essex moves to 526 for 6. And Cox now awaits Parkinson, taps his bat and makes some space in the crease, use the depth, and this time hits it straight to Arafat Bhuyan, who's that extra cover. So yeah, international cricket. England taking on Pakistan in their T20 series, the second match out of 4. Parkinson in, and Cox on the back foot now. He's pulled this away, and it's gone all the way over the rope, and I believe over the seats as well here at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury. It's going to end the over with a 6. Jordan Cox moves on to 189. Essex are 532 for 6 after 136 overs.
Yes, lots more emails coming in. One from Martin saying, watching on the excellent live stream and of course your excellent commentaries, can you elucidate who is the shouty voice that we can hear in the background when huge shots are played? Well, wherever Essex go, whether it be Chelmsford or Canterbury or Chester Street and other grounds that don't begin with C, you can find Dan, Essex's most loyal supporter, bar none probably. He just goes everywhere, and yeah, he's very enthusiastic. As next delivery from the far end, the Nackington Road end, being bowled by Denley. Played out into the mid-wicket area. Well, no, wide mid-on. There again, where does one place end and another begin? And all that gets the better of Snater. There's an appeal for LBW. Doesn't meet with the approval or agreement of the umpire, and Denley still stands there with hands on heads. He can stand there till the proverbial cows come home, and the umpire won't change his mind. as trudges back a little disconsolately. Not that it's a long trudge, he only moves in off about 2 or 3 paces. Moves in now and bowls, gives it plenty of air, and Snater gets it on the full and just pushes it out to mid-on. A long on for a single. Thank you, Mike, very much from your email from North London. He says, fairly mysteriously, I think it's the Barnet area where I was born originally. I don't mean born originally, you're only born once, aren't you? Yes. And Denley moves in again and bowls. Played out on the back foot, out into the covers, no addition to the score. He says, I'll wait till towards the end of the over because then Nikki can comment on it, particularly since her name occurs in it. And that's worked away for a single. And Slate has reached his 50. He acknowledges his colleagues and the crowd. 67 minutes. And yeah, another 50. And yeah, he says he's quite flattering in his comments, but then he goes on to say, I've just seen a recent quaint piece with Nikki and her dad in the nets for a BBC piece. Really good stuff. You can see how she knows her stuff with her dad like that, and she's a great
with a dad like that.
And she's a great sense of fun too. Yeah, that's a bit too edged, isn't it?
No, I agree. Is it Michael that's sent us?
Yes, Michael.
Michael, I agree. With a dad like that, you have no choice. You have no choice to know your stuff. Oh yeah, that was a piece that we did a few years ago. I think just outside, once we came out of lockdown, and I did a little piece with the BBC, which was a really nice little story. As in comes Everson now, and this is flat batted but fielded well by Arafat Bouyan at extra cover, so it doesn't go anywhere. It's dot, played by Snater. Yeah, we did that just I think a couple of years ago now, maybe 3, and probably 3 years more so. It was a nice little piece. But with a dad like that, I completely agree. You never get away from it, Michael. As Everson's in now, and this one played down the ground to long off. It'll be a single. Cox back onto strike as he's on 190 now. ESSEX 536 for 6. Yeah, I forgot that piece is still up actually. Still on the website. So if you haven't watched it, feel free to search my name on the BBC website. As in comes Everson now, and this one's it's a wide delivery, and it's really wide because even the umpire has signalled wide here.
Yeah, wide, and it kept low. And I mean, another reason possibly Essex are carrying on batting is the longer they bat, obviously the wicket will start to deteriorate a little. And maybe just waiting to see signs of when it's offering the bowler a little. All it's really seemed to offer in the last day and a half is that some of them keep low. Doesn't seem to be much movement though.
It's Everson to Cox now, who makes some space with his front leg and slices this down to deep backward point. It'll just be a single, but Cox moves on to 191, ESSEX 538.
Sam emails, I'm not sure where from, but it's warmly appreciated. Says, good afternoon, folks. Thank you all for the wonderful commentary. The conversation about awful architecture at new grounds.
In comes Everson now. It's flicked down to wide-ish long off. It'll be a single from Snater.
With the exception of here, where I think I started this by saying how very good the architecture is here of the new block of executive apartments. He said it has me thinking of whether a certain popular hotel chain at the Utilita Bowl may be one of the examples. I would certainly agree.
Everson in now, past the umpire, and Cox is forward, and this one's just managed to dig out as well.
Yes.
Well played there by Jordan Cox, and I'd say he's seeing the ball well, but after facing 241 deliveries, you'd be expecting to see the ball. Well, it's an 191. It's 9 short.
Yes, we've got to go on now, haven't they?
They have to go on now.
And then perhaps immediately, well, no, I mean, we're assuming Cox may well be up between now and then.
Cox this time. Oh, it's a delivery outside the off stump, and Cox goes to chase it, goes straight into the gloves of Finch, and it brings up the end of the over as well. 138 overs gone. Essex are 539 for 6. Cox 191. Snater 52 to his name.
I would also suggest that if before Cox reaches his 200, which we don't know that he will do, of course, if either of these batsmen is out, then they will declare, because Essex have got a long tail with after this, so there'd be no point in wasting time and overs, with all due respect.
No, makes sense. But just going back to what's actually happening in the international game, England taking on Pakistan in what you can say is like their warm-up towards the T20 World Cup, which begins next month, or you could say literally with under a fortnight away.
God. That's a monumental, powerful shot. A lot of the shots today and yesterday have been graceful, sheer timing, but that was just brute force, because it's quite a long boundary over the mid-wicket boundary, and it was a poor delivery. Okay, so yeah, Snater got it on the full, but pugnaciously drilled that away to the mid-wicket boundary. Bring him on to 58. Denley moves in, comes down again, and the same place the ball finished up and the same score, a slightly more elegant shot. He went down on one knee and yeah, hit it way 105, 150. It doesn't seem long ago that one of us was describing the fact that the 500 had come up, and now very soon afterwards it's 550. Essex are well in command at the moment, but I don't know, I can't help but think that it's just all looks too easy. Okay, the batsmen have got their eye in, but from this distance, that's just played back to the bowl, this distance of some 70 or more yards, it doesn't look as if there's much encouragement for the bowlers. Essex have got very good bowlers, of course, but then so have Kent, so we'll see. And that's whipped away again towards the electronic scoreboard, but this time only a single because it's all along the ground. So thanks, Sam, for your email. He had a good time at Hampshire yesterday, watching watching them get the better of Surrey. And so thanks very much for your kind comments. Oh, that's going to be 4 byes now. But it's poor delivery down the leg side, and yeah, 4 more go on to the score. I almost to a half said 4 wides. Of course, it would be in T20 down the leg side.
Just out of habit, we see so much T20 cricket on our screens at the moment. There's just always some T20 match to watch, or a tournament going on.
Yep. Denley again down the leg side, and this time helped it on its way down to the boundary here at just below us. So yeah, poor old Joe Denley's had a bit of a torrid time since lunch. He had one appeal which he was convinced was out, and that was turned down, and well, he also in the over and a bit, or a couple of overs and a bit since then, he just, in all honesty, he just hasn't bowled very well, and he would, experienced man, he knows, he would agree. And so Essex are waiting, or the crowd are probably waiting for the Essex declaration. They're probably all thinking the same as we are. If or when Cox gets 5 more runs, then almost with the same shot, they'll be off.
You'd expect that, wouldn't you?
You would. If they're not, then questions will be asked in the House.
What is going on?
Yeah, what is going on down at Canterbury?
Who's making the decisions?
How many more do they want? I mean, yeah, the forecast is good for the next couple and a half days.
Here's Everson now to Snater, who looks to run this down to third man, but he hasn't quite connected that, and that somehow ended up... How would you describe that, Dick?
Well...
It's kind of like stumped at it. Like, I can't even...
The bat was horizontal to the ground. It just sort of... yeah, it was almost like ice hockey.
I was going to say more so like in hockey, wasn't
Yeah.
it? But I don't know hockey well enough to describe the shot either, so
Well, no,
I'm a bit
no.
stuck.
I did for a year or so cover ice hockey, but never really got on with it. It all happens too quickly.
It's a very quick sport as in comes Everson now, and my goodness, has this been thrashed off the bat by Snater. Hasn't gone all the way, but my word, it really did hit the sweet spot.
Yes.
Played down to wide long on. I'll pick up a single. That brings Cox back onto strike. He's just 5 shy, and hopefully he achieves those 5, and then for the sake of the Kent players, that could mean a declaration is on the cards, as this time it's tucked round the corner and it's go all the way because there's no protection down.
No, 6.
In the long leg region. It's not a 6, it's a 4, which means now he's just 1 short, 199 for Jordan Cox. Essex up 565 for 6.
I'm just wondering if he's ever scored a double century.
Yes. Yes, he has against.
He has, yeah. Matt says he has. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Save me looking it up.
220 is his top score.
Yeah, highest score 238. Yes.
And now there's going to be a change in the field. Well, not change. Well, most of the fielders have come up, obviously, to restrict the single. And comes Everson, and it's a straighter ball, and it's played back down the ground to long on by Jordan Cox, and that brings up his double century here at the Spitfire Ground. Jordan Cox 200 of 246 against his old side.
Yeah, but a splendid knock, obviously. I wouldn't have been surprised if they just walked off then and there, actually. But they didn't. 246 deliveries. Strike rate of 81.3, I think that says.
Here's Everson now to Snater, who's forward and strikes this down to long off. Fielded by Jaden Denley.
So Kent will already need 518 to avoid 400. Don't exaggerate, Richard. 418 to avoid the follow-on. Good grief, that's intimidating enough.
Cox on strike now for what should be the final ball of the over. Everson's in, and Cox makes space and plays this down to deep cover, and it'll be a single. And it concludes the end of the over. He keeps strike as well. Essex 568 for 6 after 140 overs. And it's going to be a quick change in the commentary box. I'm going to make way for Matt Cole.
And sorry if you can hear music in the background.
No, it's just us, Dick.
Oh, is it?
Or it
just
might be
us?
just you, I don't know.
Or maybe
What's
it's
it playing
just
in
me.
your head?
Oh, I don't know. I don't recognise anything since Buddy Holly.
I think it's Alive and Kicking by Simple Minds.
Is
There
it?
we go. Yes, could well be. So listeners, if you're not hearing the music, I don't think you will be. It's just in our, what we call our queue, our feed, which alerts me to the fact there's a BBC Radio Kent update coming right up. But 200 for Jordan Cox. What an innings that is. It's only his 7th first-class century, Dick. He scored 3 of those this season. 2 of them now against Kent. So
Yes.
it sounds like the change of counties has sat okay with him, put it that way.
Yes.
It's Marcus O'Riordan from the far end, the Nackington Road end as we look. So unceremoniously threw Nicky Chowdhury bodily out of the commentary box. My apologies for that. Perhaps that was a little bit over the top. It's a quick flat delivery by Marcus O'Riordan, turned around the corner for a single. Oh, looks like I was a bit previous. We haven't even got through the travel news yet, Dick. There we go. Good luck if you're out there on the roads today, I would say. It's my own travel news. the big bank holiday getaway, or people have got there already and are sightseeing and day tripping. A single for Snater there. He might have his eyes. May Shane Snater perhaps on a three-figure score if they keep going here. O'Riordan to Cox. Oh, it's hit with some force again. They've got a man at mid-wicket. Grant Stewart will cut that off before it gets to the boundary for a single. I'm going to look at my stats on Shane Snater. I mean, I know he's a way out, but the way he hits feels like he could get to a century quite quickly, but he starts to swing the bat. And single for him there. Oh, where are my glasses? They're on my head. Anybody else with me on that one? The real reading glasses. Looking for them around the house. They're on my head. It's 572 for 6. It's O'Riordan to Cox. Drives this restily out to long on. 73 for 6 is a long traffic bulletin as well that we're hearing in our ears, so oh, it's all right. Dick can't hear it at all. That's good for him. That's 69 for Snater as he faces. Comes down the pitch, lofts this into the onside, absolutely safe. It's a defensive field, and they'll take a single. 574 for 6. Marcus O'Riordan takes his cap. It's all about former Kent batter Jordan Cox today. He started the day 51 not out. He's now got 204 not out. His second double century. The first came for Kent back in 2020. He's just 23 years of age. He changed counties during the winter to go from Kent to Essex, go across the sides in the Battle of the Bridge, as they call it. Essex absolutely dominating this game, as they have more or less from the time they won the toss yesterday morning. 574 for 6 now. It's a mighty total. Jordan Cox, as I said, his second double century of his young career. A superb innings it's been as well. Kent's bowlers visibly wilting out there. It's a really difficult task for them on a very batting-friendly pitch. Very hard to pick up wickets, and they found it difficult as well. And they're without the injured Wes Agar, the Australian, as well, to add injury perhaps to insult at this point. 576 for 6 now. Essex, it's just a case really of when they decide to declare and put Kent in to try and bowl them out twice for a big old victory. Kent had to put up some stubborn resistance to stop that from happening. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And it's Everson to Cox. Swats that away up towards long on, and just a single there. So yeah, add to the total. Cox has 205.
We've had a few more emails in about...
an email has flooded in, as Terry Wogan used to say.
Flooded in about tabletop games. Well, actually, I think they flooded in at the time.
Oh, there we go. Well, that's good to know. I've got a couple myself, actually, which have been... Oh, goodness me, that's Snater pulling the ball away from outside the off stump. Wasn't in position. It's all hand speed. It's an old-fashioned slog, that one.
It is.
It's a very effective one, though, and it's gone for 6 over long on, taken from well wide of the off stump. Shane Snater onto 77. Dick, I'm not sure whether Shane Snater's made a century before in his first-class career. I haven't seen him that much, but you talked about his, certainly about his exploits with the bat. He's an attacking batter, and that's for sure. Oh, he's thumped this one again down the ground. Will it be 4 more? It will indeed. Again, it's a little bit flat-batted. No one really cares about that. No, this is his highest score in first-class cricket. There we go. Powering on now here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. He's 19 away from a century of his own, and a first-class century for the young bowler. Perhaps we should call him an all-rounder at this stage. Okay, I'm going to wonder, this is the next junction I wonder for the captain, whether Shane Snater has been told, you've got 3-4 overs.
Yeah.
Fill your boots, get yourself 100 if you can, otherwise we're coming off, but maybe not. I mean, bat big, bat once is the motto, isn't it?
We thought, yes, I mean, we thought that they delayed the postponement so that Cox could get his 200. Now it looks as if...
Everson to Snater, that's very wide.
Now it looks as if they could be waiting until Snater at least is given the chance to get his century.
Those two shots were so aggressive.
They were.
And dare I say agricultural, and very well hit. That I do wonder whether that's the message is you've not got long, so give it a try. See if you can get to three figures quickly.
The whole of the field now on the offside is all on the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. That's
again, you can hear the force he'd hit that one. In fact, he didn't quite time it. It's low on the bat, single out to long on. But Shane Snater, 82. Jordan Cox, 205. I'm sorry, I gave some duff information, didn't I? It was his, with Jordan Cox, his top score is 238 not out.
Yes.
And that was in 2020, and I conflated the two. I knew it was 2020. He scored against Sussex in a 420-odd stand with Jack Leaning, which is a Kent record for the second wicket. Full toss by Joey Everson, and this is driven by Cox towards the boundary. But as Dick Davies has just pointed out, every fielder is on the boundary. So if it's fielded, it's going to be probably going to be a single at most 2. If not, it's going to be a 4 or a 6. End of the over. Cox takes strike. 58. Sorry, 58. If only it were 58 for 6. 589 for 6. 206. 206 for Jordan Cox. 82.
Yes, I don't think I'd appreciated that all 9 fielders were on the boundary, because I can only really see half the field from here. I can see the side towards the executive apartments. But when they all are on the boundary, then sometimes it can be seen as a sort of almost a sort of demonstration, can't it? You know,
that's a bit of a white flag, certainly.
Yes.
Or saying, as you say, you need to declare, basically.
Yes, basically.
But we're not going to let you have.
But now, no, with Snater 82, as long as he gets on with it, which he certainly is doing, then yeah, I suppose he's got to be given his chance. Essex would still have 3, 6, 7 sessions to bowl Kent out twice. So it's going to be O'Riordan, and whoever it is, you feel rather sorry for him, really, because he's going to get an awful lot of stick, probably, and that's just played straight back to the bowler. A rare dot ball.
Again, he's hit that very hard, Jordan Cox, isn't he?
Didn't he? Yes.
Marcus O'Riordan is very phlegmatic, or very brave, or stupid, but he doesn't show any reaction to that apart from stopping it.
He's a very brave soldier. As O'Riordan moves in again and bowls. And Cox goes on the back foot and places that out into the covers. So maybe now, somewhat paradoxically, Cox is going to play second fiddle and try and give Snater the strike.
Maybe so, yeah. 590 for 6. Was it Gloucestershire racked up 700 odd against Leicestershire last week?
Yes.
I think that was a draw in the end, wasn't it? So,
well, very high scoring game innings like that often are, aren't they? Yes.
Maybe that's a cautionary tale, though. Are they declaring on?
That's played out for a single.
But it's not the first time this season, or the second time this season, Kent have been on the receiving end of a big first innings total from the opposition.
O'Riordan again, and he's bowled him.
And he has bowled him, yep.
And I think they're walking off. Yes, they are. So Snater's not going to have a chance to get his century. He is 83 not out, and eventually Cox is out, bowled by O'Riordan for 207.
What an innings this has been for Jordan Cox, and he'll come off to the applause of the fans of his former club and of his present one as well. Astonishing innings by Jordan Cox. He comes off to be applauded, takes his batting helmet off. The Essex batter ruffles the red hair. He finishes 207, and the innings finishes at 5-9, 1 for 7 declared. He raises his bat. Jordan Cox, a very, very fine innings indeed. So we'll get our stats together for the break between innings, and we will return in around about 10 minutes for Kent's reply. Scoreboard pressure, I should say so. 5-9-1 for 7 declared Essex then. Shane Snater marooned on 83 not out. I don't think he'll be too upset about that. 207 for Jordan Cox.
4-4-2 needed to avoid the follow-on.
That might be a while. Thank you, Dick Davis, Matt Cole and Nicky Chowdhury. Back with you shortly. Well, welcome back. And the Essex fielders have gone into their huddle and they're positively bounding onto the field. I'm not even projecting. They really are. And why not? The situation they find themselves in here, Essex declaring at 591 for 7. Is Jordan Cox coming straight on the field? I wonder if they might just let him put his feet up. No, he's not interested in that. He's a young man, he's only 23.
Yes,
Double 100 back for a day and a half, no problem.
No, they train, good lord.
Yeah.
Most people work 5 days a week at least. Why shouldn't they?
I was going to say he might have just expended a little bit of psychological and physical effort, but none of it. He's out there to field the covers, and a very fine fielder he is too.
Well, we expend a lot of physical and psychological effort doing what we do.
In the break I had to run off and get a coffee. It was yeah. I was up and down flights of stairs. So the follow-on target, Dick, you said was?
Oh dear.
Oh, sorry.
441, I think I said.
Okay.
No, what
442 it'll
442,
be.
yes.
Yes, sorry, yeah. Thank you for getting me close to it anyway. 442, but Kent just need to occupy the crease for a long period of time here, and Essex tried to force the scoreboard pressure. And 44, is that Jamie Porter?
Jamie Porter, yes.
I was going to say, get quite used to the Essex players. These two teams play each other a lot, don't they, in different competitions?
They do,
So he comes round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Compton, 2 slips and a gully in. Compton already forward on the drive, low, stops in its follow-up by Porter. And this excellent Essex seam attack, much to admire. Likes of Porter, Sam Cook. I set up my own fan club for him, there are so many. Shane Snater, of course. And then Aaron Beard, Simon Harmer and Matt Critchley to bowl spin, if needed. So, yeah, 2 slips in a gully at the moment. It's Elgar and Harmer. Oh, it's an edge, it is. Ben Compton is not walking because the umpire at the far end has not got the finger up. Ben Compton shakes his head and just makes a slow walk a couple of paces towards square leg. And he's being asked by Simon Harmer if he hit it, I think. And I wonder what Ben Compton will say. Yeah, I did.
Mind your own business.
It's all a big bluff.
Yeah.
I would imagine he said, no, I haven't, mate. And that's so big celebrations, certainly in hope, maybe in expectation. Anyway, it's Elgar at 1, Harmer at 2, Matt Critchley is at sort of 4th, 5th slip alongside Michael Pepper. The wicket keeper, it's clipped off his pads by Ben Compton. Nice bit of fielding at mid wicket by Aaron Beard. Number 14, but what a start that would have been for Essex as well, Dick.
Wouldn't it ever, yes.
Pick him up, second ball of the over. A natural exuberance from the fielding side. No surprise there. I think it's Snater at point there. Yeah, Shane Snater. Jordan Cox, double centurion at cover as a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There may well be a deep fine leg. There is. In fact, it's I'm going to go. We haven't quite worked out the shadings between deep backward square, long leg, and fine leg. But I'm going to go for this being a deep backward square at the moment. Sam Cook, I believe. It's
if we
quite
can't,
square.
if we can't decide when spring ends and summer begins, we're certainly not. We're certainly not going to attempt to identify finitely. Fielding position.
Charging in from the Nuckington Road end, drive by Compton. It's an attractive one as well, all the way along the ground, and that will go for 4 runs. And Kent are off the mark. Confident looking stroke from Ben Compton, and off the 5th ball of the over finds a delivery to his liking, a little bit wide from Jamie Porter, but certainly lovely looking stroke as well from Ben Compton. I thought I'd heard that meteorologically, oh, that's hard to say, that word, summer, is June, July and August, as you were saying, very compartmentalised, 3 months each, as this is flicked by Compton to square leg, no run, end of the over, 4 for none. So I go with you, June, July and August is summer, September, October, November is...
That's right.
Is what they call it, autumn, that's right.
Yes.
But what do our emailers say, more importantly?
Well, yes, this morning we were talking about I can't remember how we started it even, or if we started, maybe an emailer started it. It doesn't matter. They're talking about tabletop sports games and.
Oh, sorry. Yes. No, not about the seasons. Yeah.
And Russ says, I remember from 70 years ago a tabletop of football which I think was called Magneto. The players were mounted on magnets and moved from below the table by magnets on arms. I think you can still get that on sort of eBay and places like that.
Sounds that,
I have seen it.
I'm sure those are a fortune. Those old games now, aren't they? In good condition, I'm sure they will be. Sam Cook from the Pavilion End
moves in now and bowls to Crawley, who gets off the mark straight away, and indeed gets 2 runs as it goes down to third man. Yes, I mean, we've been having an attempt at home to clear out the loft a bit, because we've...
Good luck with that.
You know, we've lived there for a very long time.
Yeah.
And, you know, whenever there's something we don't know quite what to do with, we say, oh, let's shove it up in the loft. So for some reason, you know, we chose to look through it, and you know, we kept thinking, well, that can go, that can go, that can go. But then when you go and see these programs on television, it's remarkable what is actually valuable. As that's got a leading edge, looking to play it through the mid-wicket, finished up, squirting out to backward point.
This will be an interesting battle. Cook will get what movement there is out of this pitch, I'm sure.
Yes.
And Zach Crawley, we know, can be a bit feast and famine, and he has been this season of the County Championship. Double century against Somerset last time out, but averaging very low apart from that. We know if he gets going, he can get going, he can be enormously destructive, but if Essex can get him early here, is there somebody wandering behind the arm?
Well, it's not me.
No.
I'm fairly near behind the arm, but not that close. From somebody on the Frank Woolley's stand, maybe going up the stairs. That's drilled out to mid-off, long off. Superb looking shot for 4. And Tom Wesley gives pursuit merely to retrieve it rather than to save any runs because it's too late.
But Magneto, there we go.
Yes, I was saying, things don't have to be nowadays sort of 100 years old to be antiques. 20, 30 years old, and
how times have changed. Or is it, Dick? Is there an alternative to that? That maybe those things have been around for a while in your loft?
Oh yes. Well,
I'm trying to very subtly say that we're all getting days older.
yeah, but no, none of them have been there 100 years. And that's worked away on the onside for 4 more through mid-wicket this time. And Essex have rapidly got on to. Kent have rapidly got on to. Oh, the scoreboard still says 591, but the electronic one says 14. I think it says 14.
Yeah, they both say 14.
They both say 14.
Yeah,
now.
they do now.
Oh,
yes,
I'm looking at the wrong part of the board. I'm sorry. Just got this slight gap.
Don't want to denigrate them. They're doing great work in the Les Ames scoreboard. So yeah.
No, you're quite right to do so, because I was just looking at a gap between the window and the side of the room, and saw the wrong bit. Another run there.
Yeah, just over the face.
Yes. I mean, no, nothing up there is 100. Well, if it is over 100 years old, I haven't put it up there. I mean, the building is over 100 years old, and people lived there before we did. So there might be something buried away. But it's not a big house, so we can hardly. Although we refer to it as the East Wing and the West Wing. It's, Kent 15 without loss. As Cook moves in round the wicket now to the left-handed Compton, who just plays defensively. End of the over, and Kent are 15 for 1.
I'm just going to add an anecdote to that, if I may do.
Yes.
Talking about what I was unsubtly getting at. A friend of mine was talking about it. He was talking about one of his mates the other day, who said, "Have you been to a certain? Oh, I'm going to have to name them. It starts with M, ends in S. Have you been there recently? So they're doing some really great clothes. It's really quite you know, they're really quite fashionable. And there was a silence, and he said to my friend, "Oh no, it's the other thing, isn't it?" And my friend said, "Yes, we're getting old."
Well, yes, that could always be an answer.
So maybe gardening isn't the new rock and roll, is what I'm trying to say. But there we go. But yes, you may have cash in the attic.
Cash in the attic.
That
That's
right?
one of these programs, isn't it? Yeah.
You need to find it and flog it. Is that right, or something like that?
I think so. Antiques Roadshow.
Or the county commentary, as we like to call it, a 15 for none. Here on BBC Radio again, BBC Essex is Porter bowls to Crawley, back at the bowl, and there's no run. Sorry, I interrupted your flow there. Fascinating cricket out in the middle, fascinating emails coming in.
Yeah, we're still Mike erstwhile of Pudsey.
Oh yeah.
I'm just dipping in quickly in between bouts of spring cleaning.
Good luck.
Or is it nearly summer? To say that I recently acquired a modern version of How's That for an online emporium.
Oh, a modern version.
He says,
is a Porter to Crawley.
Sorry.
Defends it no run.
From a certain online emporium.
Right.
He says, in brackets, other forests are available. Also, Paul Newton's book is called Cricket Through the Looking Glass. That's right, yes.
Okay.
Cricket Through the Looking Glass. It's definitely worth scouring the net for. And he says, I can highly recommend it as I'm a proud owner of a copy. So am I.
Yeah.
I think the creator of Sabutio. We'll find out more after this.
As Porter bowling to Crawley. Crawley defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run. The creator of Sabutio, is that? Yeah.
Said that the game makers asserted that the name Hobby was too general, so he opted for the Latin version.
There we go, too general. There we are. The version I heard was that it was already being used, but that sounds much more likely, doesn't it? I mean, it is very general. Just go with the Hobby. Well, encompassing. Thank you so much for that email. As Porter bowls to Crawley, whipped off his pads by Crawley, deep in his crease, and that'll be a single out towards backward square. And Compton has 4, Crawley has 12 at the end of that over. Mike, this is aimed at you, Dick. Here we go. It says, looking forward to lots of dialogue this season. This is Mike from North London. He says, I have a nice dilemma of alternating between the great Adrian Harms at Lords and the great coverage from Canterbury. Oh, you do flatter us. He said, have just seen a really great piece with Nikki and her dad in the nets for a BBC piece, he says. Great stuff. You can tell she knows her stuff. Well, she does. She plays the game too. This is Porter to Compton. Great sense of fun. Best wishes all. Compliments. I think that's compliments to us all. I don't include myself in that, but certainly for Dick and Nicky there.
That email was sent to both of us.
Oh, have you already read it out? I do apologise.
Sounds well. No, you won't know.
Oh dear,
it
I'm
sounds
so sorry.
familiar.
My apologies, listeners. Crikey. Repetition, repetition, and repetition. That's what I say. Here comes Porter to Compton, flicked off his pads, a single there. Oh no, it's 4 actually. It's gone through fine leg. And he has to dance round Jamie Porter as he goes up the pitch, but 4 to end the over. And it's a brisk start from Kent on what we have said is a very flat pitch here. And I do wonder, perhaps with a new ball, a new hard ball, it's coming onto the bat probably better than at any stage during the Kent innings. They were slow. In fact, did they ever take the new ball? I'm not sure they did, Kent. 20 for none anyway. And 12 for Crawley, 8 for Compton. But as I said, with Zach Crawley, he will want to get on with it, so he's going to try and force the issue. Will that be possible for him on a pitch like this, or will Essex manage to hold him up? If you don't mind, I think we've got an update coming up, so I'm just going to mosey into this Sam Cook over. He'll bowl to Crawley. What a battle this should be between the two of them. Cook bowls to Crawley. Oh, it's an edge, and there we go. He's come forward. It's an edge high on the bat. It's gone to ground though. Soft hands. Harmer takes it 1 bounce at second slip. So, not a chance in the end. In fact, are we due to change over? I've lost my thread. I think maybe Nicky's due to come in a second, but let's do this update right now for BBC Radio Kent, because as much as anything, that's what I'm paid to do. It's Sam Cook running away from us to Zach Crawley. Crawley Oh, what's another lovely shot. Could be 4, it is indeed. Well, it's been all about one man for Essex today, former Kent batter Jordan Cox, who's completed a double century against his old side. He moved during the winter and celebrated, as you'd expect, in an emotional fashion, not only when he got to 100, but to 200 as well. When he was out for 207, bowled by Marcus O'Riordan, Essex decided we've got enough runs. 5-9-1 for 7 declared. They put Kent in to try and bowl them out twice cheaply for a big win. Kent's task now is to defend their wickets in hand over this next couple of days. Oh, an edge from Crawley. The England man has gone. He's edged it to slip. Dean Elgar takes it. And I was just about to say how fluent he looked early in his innings, but Zach Crawley, the England man who got a 200 for Kent himself in the previous game, has gone. It's 24 for 1. Kent. Ben Compton is still there. He'll be joined, I think, by his captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, very shortly. But Essex continue to dominate this game against Kent at Canterbury. Zach Crawley has gone. Commentary continuing, Kent fans, if you can bear it, via the BBC Sport website and app. Well, there we go. Pushing forward. I don't want to sound wise after the event, because we've seen this with Zach Crawley before, as he does give you chances, particularly early in his innings, and looking to dominate. He hit 3 or 4 really crisp shots, Zach Crawley, for boundaries. He's gone for 16, just pushing forward. One for Sam Cook, the Essex bowler. And I said before, I think if anybody, almost anybody in the country is going to get lateral movement, horizontal movement out of a pitch like this, it's Sam Cook, the Essex bowler. He's done it. Edge to Dean Elgar at slip, and Nicky Chowdhury, easy taken. Essex just go from strength to strength, don't they? 591 on the board, 24 for 1, Ken.
They really are, and those of our listeners who are superstitious may be saying that we shouldn't have had a change in the commentary box.
Oh, is that what it was?
Literally, the timing was perfect.
We're not blaming Dick, are we, for that? Or is it my fault?
I think it might be my fault for coming in.
We'll take our share of responsibility.
I'll take the blame, it's all right.
No, I think it goes 3 ways. but yeah, he's gone. So, I mean, obviously he was dominant last week against Somerset, Zach Crawley, with that double 100, but can go early, has gone early. Daniel Bell-Drummond's had a great summer so far with the bat, and he really needs the captain. He spent so long in the field to dig in now, I think, with his batting partner, Ben Compton. As Cook organises the field, 24 for 1. The deficit is at 567. You don't need to worry about that, I don't think. We can worry about it, I suppose, from a Kent point of view, but it's how many wickets have fallen. They've taken their first one, Essex. Daniel Bell-Drummond takes a long look around the field. Here comes Sam Cook in. 2 slips and a gully in behind Daniel Bell-Drummond. And he just drops the hands on that, Bell-Drummond, into the onside. And there is no run, fielded at square leg. But unsurprisingly, the noise from the field, there's a great deal of contrast between when Kent went off and when Essex came on, and particularly after that wicket. They are absolutely delighted.
There's definitely a buzz there now, isn't there?
I mean, this is a side in the top 3 as well, and have been going great guns. That fantastic win against Warwickshire last week. Here's Cook. Bell-Drummond. It's not a straight bat. It's been side-footed away by Cook. Oh, it's a bit of a mix-up in the middle. No, they are fine in the end. Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond.
That would have been very messy.
They really would. I don't think anyone would have covered themselves in glory there, but you winced as Sam Cook put a foot out to stop that drive from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Is that from experience of it hitting the boot or the ankle?
It just looked painful.
Yeah.
It just, like, a cricket ball's not exactly soft, and spikes, yeah, depends on your style of spikes as well. I think some nowadays you can get all these different, you can get your own trainers made into spikes. But
say with if you've got no reinforcement, that'll be painful. Yeah. But it's a instinctive reaction, isn't it, to try and stop the ball. Flick to his is it gone? No, it's dropped at mid-wicket, and that was a golden opportunity. Daniel Bell-Drummond is just playing across his front pad into mid-wicket. It's hit straight at the man there, and he has put it down, and it's gone straight into the chest of the fielder there. He's trying to check who that is. They'll be very, very disappointed. It's Aaron Beard there at mid-wicket, and Nicky, that was straight in the breadbasket.
That was straight in and then straight out. It all happened so quickly, but my goodness, that would have been a very, piece of fielding.
Well, a double breakthrough as well. It could have been, couldn't it? Yeah.
Well, there's still that that dismissal, which wasn't a dismissal from earlier on, where we thought that did Compton nick it? Did he not nick it? The reaction.
It was the second ball, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the reaction would say otherwise, as in comes Potter now to Compton, who's forward and pushes this to point. I think more so the fact that with maybe everyone par one fielder appealed for it, and I was convinced. Like, it did make me also, but I'm not sure. But it's in the past now, and Kent only need to build from here. 2 slips in a gully in places. Compton taps his bat as he waits Potter. Porter, who's in, and this one's driven into the offside, and it's fielded by Cox. But I must say, have you watched the new season of the Test? It got released the other day.
I've not. No.
I've already binged it. I shouldn't admit it. There's only 3 episodes.
Well, fair enough.
But at the moment, I think they're releasing them slowly. But the first 3 episodes that they have released, wow, as in comes Porter now, and Compton's tucked this away round the corner, and it's going down towards square leg. It'll be a single, and score moves to 25 for 1. And it's also, no, it's not the end of the over. There's a lot of fielders running around changing their position, and so are the umpires as well.
Yeah, left-right combination with Compton lefty, and Daniel Drummond, taking his first guard to Jamie Porter.
But if you do get some time, Matt, you should really...
I will.
Well, I actually recently watched all 3 seasons, as in comes Porter now to Bell Drummond, who's forward and plays this softly to mid-wicket. I just thought that before the season got released, because I know this season's due to... The 3rd season that just released the other day is due to cover the World Test Championship against India, the World Test Championship final, and then the Ashes series, and then the further episodes that are due to come down are the Cricket World Cup as well. So it's going to be exciting, and just to be able to get so up close and personal is incredible. As in comes Porter now, and Bell Drummond is forward, drives to extra cover, fielded by Cox. And I just think it's incredible that they've been able to have a camera team behind the scenes recording all the highs and lows, and you can really get the players super candid, which I don't think there are many opportunities to see international players so vulnerable, but it's definitely binge-worthy. Once you're watching it, you can't stop. As in comes Porter now, Bell Drummond tucks this round fine, and it's going to go all the way. That goes all the way down towards the boundary rope, kisses the boundary, and brings up the end of the over as well. Kent are 29 for 1. Compton with 9 to his name. Bell Drummond gets off the mark with that boundary. We've got 5 overs gone.
Indeed so, and looking at this, the complexion of this match so far, it's an occupation of the crease for Kent, but also don't want to get themselves bogged down. But Kent fans, I'm sure, will relate to this. It does feel like a very familiar pattern for Kent here, and for Essex. Dominant. They'll be looking to pile on the pain, increase the pressure on Kent here if they possibly can. A couple of emails came in. Where are we? One from Paul. Once again, listening to a Kent bowling attack being smashed for big runs. Says, yeah, there was a... Well, I mean, it has, happened against Somerset last week, so as Cook bowls to Compton. Everyone's worried about the work rate of cricketers to save time. Kent has agreed that when bowling, they'll give you 550. Oh, courage, Paul, courage. Asking if the coach is in the hot seat. About the progression this season. Also saying should have got Jordan Cox and Ollie Robinson, previous to him, tied up to longer-term contracts. The ball into the onside, and there is no run. I would suggest, though, Paul, and I'm sure we've discussed this, and Kent fans have long and hard with the departure, particularly of Ollie Robinson and of Jordan Cox. You can't stop cricketers if they want to change clubs. They are allowed to do that if they are out of contract. It's as I said, if a player doesn't want to sign a new contract and then they're out of contract, obviously you can't hold them to it. I know I'm probably being oversimplistic, but as the ball's pushed into the offside, I think it's fair to say that Kent did everything within their power to try and keep Jordan Cox at Canterbury. There's no reason they wouldn't have done. But yeah, it was his choice, and he is flourishing, obviously. And Ollie Robinson, it's a longer story. We've talked about that a number of times, haven't we, over the years? But there we go. I completely take your point. I'm just answering it with the alternative view, I suppose. That is also, I get the feeling of Mark as well. But yeah, hard yards for Kent here at the moment. Sam Cook bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Bell-Drummond, ooh, that turns him around. Cook's definitely getting some movement off the pitch here. And Kent just have to keep their nerve. I was about to go into things can only get better, but that's too politically charged at the moment, I would say. But from a Kent point of view, so it just came to mind.
We've got 6 weeks of that coming your way.
I know we're in the election run here, so I'm not talking about that. What I'm talking about for Kent is, Nikki, is they have to somehow, the psychological pressure, the pressure that these Essex fielders are putting on them, the great bowling attack Essex has, if they can see out 20, 30 overs and keep wickets intact. We've seen this pitch, doesn't have many demons in it. Well, Sam Cook, you can see from the way Daniel Bell-Drummond is playing him, is getting some movement. Bell-Drummond's trying to play it into the onside, and it slightly turns him around into the offside. But Sam Cook is... I'm going to put it out there because I'm a massive fan of Sam Cook. I know I say it every time I commentate on him.
Look at that grin on your face.
I'm just saying, Jimmy Anderson is out of the England. I'm just putting it out there, just whispering it. If any selectors are listening, you could do worse. Look at Sam Cook, surely 30 for 1. I'm sure I won't get any disagreement from Essex fans, apart from the fact they might lose him for some county games if he does. But he bowls to Daniel Bell-Drummond. And oh, it's a lovely delivery, and Bell-Drummond has dropped his hands just a little bit on that. It's gone over the off stump, through to the wicket keeper. There's an ooh from Sam Cook. In the end, Daniel Bell-Drummond has got his hands and back clear of that, but that's a beautiful delivery again through to wicket keeper Pepper. End of the over, 30 for 1, 10 for Compton for Daniel Bell-Drummond, and some goals add there.
That's quite the screech, wasn't it?
Opinions, yeah. Quite. I thought it was an Essex, sorry, it was a Kent fan for a second, but no. Paul on the vein.
It's got the Kent logo tattooed on, and it flies past as get ready for Compton to face up to Porter. 2 slips in place now. We've got rid of the gully. We've got someone short, extremely short, catching in front of the wicket on the leg side, like even shorter than mid wicket, like short,
like a
square,
short mid on almost.
Short, like I can't even. But it's quite straight, like a extremely silly mid on. Maybe that's what it is. As in comes Porter now, and Compton is forward, defends, and Porter aggressively picks that up.
Yeah, we see that position quite a lot. We have in this game as well, haven't we?
I think it's a silly mid on.
Actually, is. Yeah. It's pretty silly. I don't mean that as a joke, but yeah, you're right. He's probably halfway down the pitch, isn't he, Matt Critchley, at that point? With all his right foot, he's almost on the.
His shadow
cut strip.
Pretty much cast half, like literally bang on halfway
onto the pitch. Yeah.
Onto the pitch.
Good point, he's very close there. Yeah.
Here comes Porter now, round the wicket, and Compton is forward, defends straight back to Porter now, who flicks it back to his short, silly mid-on.
He's not close enough to need a helmet there, is he? No.
So
it's a judge not short enough, so yeah.
So this is what I was saying earlier about the fielding positions and the names. So how do you distinguish between a short and a silly? Who came up with it? Who decides you're going to be silly and you're a short, you know?
I mean, I take your point in that.
There must be some history.
Was it an evolution, or did somebody say this is what we're calling the positions? Yeah.
Pauses in now. Compton's forward, defends back to silly short mid-on. Yeah, there must be some sort of evolution, or someone must have just said, oh, well, this is what we'll call them. Because can you imagine if you didn't actually have names for the fielders and you just kept pointing around like a traffic warden?
I'm imagining back in the 17th century that might have been it. Yeah. Where do you want me to field?
Oh, go over there.
Just over there. No, not over there.
Left, and then
we should have a name for that.
Yeah.
To make it easier.
But then whoever that they tasked with that job, I want to know what the logic was behind it. As in comes water now, Compton off the back foot pushes it into the offside, and it's fielded at extra cover, another dot.
So here's a sort of ancillary question to that, an extra question for extra credit for our listeners. Why is a cover on the offside? So you have a mid wicket on the onside, you have cover on the. Why aren't you a cover if you're on the? We know that's the common parlance. But why would you call the offside cover? Why is it not cover an onside cover?
I think I have a theory for that. As in comes Porter now, and Compton tucks us round to square leg. He looks to go for a single. It's quickly cut off. And
Dr. Nikki Chowdhury, Professor of Linguistics, is about to tell us what that is.
Think it's my gosh, you've really
adding that to horticulture and viniculture, in fact, today.
So many skills to my CV today, haven't you, Matt? But I'm just guessing that potentially back in the 17th century when someone said, you need to go stand over there, oh, we need some cover over there, and that's where it came from. As in comes Porter now, Compton's forward, defends again.
No, I see that. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Brings up the end of the over. Kenneth 30 for 1. That was a maiden over there from Porter, and a good over indeed. But it must have been that. Oh, we need some cover over there. And then you're like, hang on. No,
that's not my point. Fair enough, call it cover, but why would it only be on the offside?
Because then it can get confusing.
No, I know, but why would you not say, why would it not be on the onside? We need cover there. Well, it could be on the onside, couldn't it? We only know it because in cricket parlance it's the offside.
You're losing.
Could you not have an onside cover and an offside cover?
No,
why would it be called?
Then it would be confusing.
Well, it would, it would be. But originally, why would cover only be on the offside and not on the?
Could be because at that moment of time, the lengths they were bowling, their lines they were bowling were on outside the off stump, so you needed cover on outside the the offside. But if somebody does know who was listening, please let us know.
That's a good point. Or we could argue about it. I'd argue about almost anything for hours on end. So. The hours fly by at my home. I can tell you my other half loves it. 30 for 1. The endless pedantry. But yeah, there we go. And why is mid-wicket on the leg side? Why should it be on the leg side?
Okay, but I know why it's called leg side and offside. I've just searched it on the internet.
Yeah.
So apparently the terms offside and leg side got their names in the 19th century when travel was done through carriages. Offside was referred to as the side where rider would mount the carriage, where leg side was the near side.
Okay, like on a car. You have near side and offside. You do, it's true.
Therefore, a batsman plays on
Someone
the
agree
offside.
with me. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Therefore, a batsman plays on the offside when he plays away from his leg, and then on the leg side when he...
Okay. Sorry, yes, with cars as well. That's another term for the drivers and passengers side. Is on and offside.
Oh, there's actually a side. It goes through each of them.
Oh, blimey! There we
go.
Are we
ready?
This is every day's a school day. There is cricket going on, and quite engaging too. Sam Cook bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. He has 4. Bell-Drummond takes a pace down the pitch, and this is pushed into the offside. I'm going to concentrate on the cricket just for a second. 30 for 1. Not that I'm not engaged by this at all, because I'd love to know the etymology, as I believe they call it, of these terms. 30 for 1. Nikki, sorry, go ahead.
So
what's the next one?
Point.
Point, yes.
When the point fielding position came into existence, it was called near the point of the bat. My God, that's a mouthful, isn't it?
Near the point of the bat, okay.
This suggests that the fielder at point was quite close to the batsman in the early days, unlike now. So when we see the point at the edge of the circle.
Okay. That's why it's on the offside, because it's the bat side of the, Daniel Bell-Drummond defends that into the onside, no right? That's true though, isn't it?
Yeah. Because
you're on the offside, because you're on the bat side of it, the point of the bat. Yeah. So you're in danger of having your eye taken out by a flying bat if you fielded a point in the old days. You're that close. These days that will be a silly point.
Exactly, but then where did the silly come from?
Well, that's a good point.
I need someone to actually give me the logical explanation for this, otherwise I could go off on tangent all day.
I kind of more understand silly as a term for all the other ones, just because it's
a silly
position. Yeah, it's a, yes. Not a regulation one, it's a silly one. As this one's turned off the pads, it's a lovely shot by Daniel Bell-Drummond, and that will go for... I beg your pardon, I've just lost... I've lost my headphones. I hope you can still hear me. Goes for 2. Oh, you can, that's fine. I apologise.
I like the reasoning for this one. Slip, right? The slip got its name after the captain started placing a fielder beside the wicketkeeper to take advantage of any slip or mistake by the batsman.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Here's Cook, Daniel Bell-Drummond. He'll be trying to avoid the slips, and he plays into the offside, and there's no run. And it's the end of the over. It's the end of the 8th over. Kent are 32 for 1. They are still 559 runs in arrears. That after Essex declared on 591 for 7 with 207 for Jordan Cox. 86 not out. Shane Snater finished today. Kent really struggled to take wickets through this second day. And when Cox went on 207, that's when Captain Tom Wesley said, come in for the batters. Will declare, time to have a go at Kent. They've already got rid of England band. Zach Crawley for 16. Great start to the Kent innings.
It's going to be Porter to continue as well, and Compton's on strike. So in comes Porter now around the wicket, and oh, there's a shout, but I think this is high. I think this is high. And it's not a very convincing appeal compared to most, as it ends up going down as a dot in the scorebook. It's glancing down and a bit high there on Compton. 2 slips in place. Backward point, extra cover mid-off. There's Porter at the top of his mark now from the Nackington Road end, runs in towards us. And Compton is forward and tucks us into the onside, and will pick up a single as mid-wicket does the fielding. And this brings Daniel Bell-Drummond on to strike. But wow, every day is a school day, isn't it, Matt?
Absolutely. It is for me. I find that the older I get, the less I know. Here we are.
And our logic for silly is absolutely correct.
There we go.
It's because it was just silly to stand so close to the batter.
I mean, that would be me saying those kind of things. No, I'm not going there. That's silly. I'm going to get my head knocked off. But there we go. We've learned a lot. I hope we've... I feel like we've
provided a little educational
session the old
today.
BBC mottos, educate and inform. Or entertain as well while we're at it if we can. Jamie Porter bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. He drives off the back foot up to mid-on, no run. It's your over, I do apologise. I just wandered in there.
It's all right now.
I got so excited about the fielding positions. There we go.
And then obviously then we have to entertain our listeners as well. And
yeah.
Then as the sun makes an appearance again and shines down on the ground.
Yeah, it is a beautiful day here.
Absolutely lovely. Yeah. Here's Porter now to Bell-Drummond, who's forward and defends into the offside. Fielded by Jordan Cox. It's a great day for an ice cream. I hope the ice cream truck is busy. Just... It is. There's a queue.
It's about time, I suppose. They're getting around tea time. Where are we now? So 6 and a bit overs to go until tea.
Porter, top of his mark now. Over the wicket to Bell-Drummond, who's forward, opens the face of the bat to point. It's fielded rather athletically. And Porter just continuing his string of dots.
Oh, crikey. It's high energy.
That absolutely frightened me.
I have to say once again, our listeners can't hear this, so we're reacting to something.
Here's Porter in now. Bell Drummond clips us to mid-wicket and brings up the end of the over as well. Kent 33 for 1 after 9 overs, and there is some music being blasted down our headphones, which none of our listeners can hear, but it came on at such a volume that I actually I think my heart skipped a beat.
Because it's high energy disco music, which I know Dick Davis loves, so he'll be very disappointed he's not on microphone right now. But it's the end of the over, more importantly. 33 for 1. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Sam Cook with a hand to his chin, just pondering Ben Compton. How can he get him out here? So Captain Tom Wesley just asking about field placing. For Compton, they've got 2 slips in. They had a leg slip in for a second. I think that's Matt Critchley now moving around to a shortish square leg. They've got 2 men at mid-wicket, just trying to protect the clip round his pads from Compton. Ooh, and that does go down the leg side. He tries to glance that past the wicket keeper, but instead he doesn't make contact, and Pepper just tumbles to his right to take the ball. Tom Wesley's going to move the field around a bit more as well, I think, is he? Nick Brown might have moved a couple of paces at mid-wicket, but there's certainly a sort of leg trap on the leg side, forward of square, Critchley at square leg, and then 2 more fielders, Brown and Beard, I think it is, on that onside. Oh, it's a leave by Compton. That looked close from Sam Cook. Though I think they are trying to ramp up. Maybe there's a little bit of gamesmanship in that, trying to ramp up how close that one was. But Sam Cook obviously very excited by taking the wicket of Zach Crawley in the position his team are in. But a leave by Ben Compton. He's not one to be rattled. I think it generally is accepted, Ben Compton, by the noise. As Sam Cook turns to the Essex dressing room and pumps both fists. I'm not quite sure what that's about, but round the wicket, Compton comes down the pitch. Is that hit pad first? Big appeal. We are a bit askew here, I would have thought. He's not only down the pitch, but maybe impact outside anyway, coming from round the wicket, but it is a leg bye in the end.
That was an appeal worthy enough to lose your voice.
You think so?
That was a really loud appeal.
I was going to say loud appeal, yes, yeah. Not sure how convinced I am by that, but Compton has got well forward, hasn't he? It's a big decision, especially from round the wicket, for the umpire to decide that's hitting the timbers. Cook over the wicket then to the right-handed Bell Drummond. 9.5 overs gone. This Kent reply to 591 for 7. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners. Just flicked by Daniel Bell Drummond behind square. And good news for Kent, I suppose, is that in the last half hour they've not lost a wicket. So 35 for 1. Kent in reply to a massive 591 for 7 from Essex, who've dominated most of this opening 2 days so far at Canterbury. 207 for Jordan Cox, the former Kent batter, really rubbing his former team's nose in it with a mammoth score of his own. Shane Snater finished 86 not out. Kent really toiled in the field of what was a really flat pitch when they were bowling on it. Essex are getting something out of it with a new ball as they bowl at Kent for the first time. Kent 35 for 1. The man who's gone, you heard on my last update, Zach Crawley, the England opener who scored 200 for Kent last week, himself at Somerset, gone, caught at slip 416. So Kent trying to hold on to their wickets here, still 2+ days to go, and they need not to be bowled out twice to avoid defeat in this game. Ben Compton has 11, captain Daniel Bell Drummond has 7. He was dropped, Bell Drummond, very shortly after Crawley had gone as well. It could easily have been 2 down had Aaron Beard held on to that catch. Fortunately for Kent, he didn't. 35 for 1 then, Kent here in the sunshine at Canterbury. At least there's that for the Kent supporters. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And where are we? 37 overs to go. I think it's time I made way for Dick Davis, I think, until tea. Well, 5 overs to go with Nicky Chowdhury.
Thanks very much, Matt. We'll catch you again shortly after tea, which is only 5 overs away. But as for now, just waiting to have a change in bowling, and Shane Snater is going to be coming into the attack from the Nackington Road end as well. And now the sun is really shining in all its glory here at the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury. It's a beautiful day. Definitely need your sunscreen and your hat and your bottle of water as well. It's important to drink, you know, drink all your water, 2 litres a day. And all those wise words of advice. As in comes Snater now, and Bell Drummond is forward, defends straight back to Snater as he fields off the back end of his run-up. And we've got 2 slips in place. Point, extra cover mid-off on the onside, a mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg, and pretty much it. Ken's a 35 for 1. Saw a brilliant double century from Jordan Cox earlier this afternoon. Helped his side get to 591. As in comes Snater now to Bell Drummond. This one's down the leg side. And also turns welcome back Dick Davies.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Yes, and well, I suppose Essex have had a very obvious chance, haven't they, with a drop by Aaron Beard at mid-wicket, which was looked pretty straightforward. At the time I was wandering around the ground and I was over that side, and yeah, but apart from that, well, a confident shout against Compton, but doesn't count as a chance.
Snater to Bell Drummond now, push off the back foot into the offside, and it's a beautiful drive. He's timed that with absolute perfection. He's on his toes and he's punched that through. It's gone all the way. And Bell Drummond moves to 11. Kent move on to 39 for 1.
Yeah, that was a good shot.
Played it with a lot of fluidity.
Yes.
Just managed to get the timing absolutely brilliant on that. The hands punching through at the same time as he jumps up on his toes, and this time he's forward and defends back down the wicket towards Snater, but Snater doesn't do the fielding. Mid-on does the fielding as they come in.
More noise, I'm not quite sure what that is. It's an aeroplane or a motorbike, or I don't know.
Sounds like something's in the air. It doesn't sound like a motorbike.
No.
Although I could be.
We had a helicopter yesterday that hovered around.
Here's Snater in again, and this one a bit of width, and Bell Drummond's forward and drives through the offside once again. Leans into it, quick hands, and that runs away down towards the boundary once again. That's a beautiful shot there again from Bell Drummond. Pure timing on it. Kent 43 for 1.
Was a good shot. Yeah, and well, obviously Essex have got 1 wicket, but they haven't found bowling that much easier than, or any easier than the Kent bowlers did. It's going to be a long, hard toil now for Essex, as much as it was for Kent. Admittedly, there's a bit more of an incentive at the end of it.
Snater's in now, running towards us. So this one's a full delivery, and it's driven back down straight through the wicket, and they'll pick up a single as mid-on comes round to do the fielding. It will conclude the over as well, and likely, as we expected, those last few deliveries from Snater, a bit of width on the offside for Daniel Bell Drummond, and he's just tried to tighten the line up again, and he did exactly that, but Bell Drummond keeps strike as we conclude the 11th over. Kent 44 for 1.
Yeah, it looks as if Aaron Beard is about to come into the attack, being given an opportunity to make up for that dropped chance, of which he will be aware more than absolutely anyone in the world. Yeah, but see, it's far more easily said than done, but you just have to forget about things like that. It's too late. You can't rewrite history. Just concentrate on the rest of the game. Lorna emailed. We were talking about the grounds, and it started because I was singing the praises of the development here, especially in comparison with others around the circuit, which I didn't name. And Lorna says, personally, I preferred the ground when there were cars parked on that area, and that's just played defensively back to the bowler. I remember Graham Gooch smashing a windscreen and signing the ball for the driver. They also felled a lot of trees, the walnuts, and opposite the flats, apartments, and the trees that used to line the entrance. Yeah, I think a lot of car windscreens have suffered there over the years. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. But these developments are necessary, as long as they're done tastefully, as it has done here. I mean, it was probably, I don't know the history of Kent, but it's probably not that different from most counties. If they hadn't done that, then they may well have not have survived.
I must admit, I absolutely love those
I.
flats on the left. Yeah. I believe they are retirement flats as well, but what a place to retire, especially if you're a cricket fan.
Yes.
Make sure you get one of the flats facing the ground, and you can have a social Saturday every week during the summer.
Yeah, I think Matt said that they're not actually called, that's just played on the up, out into the offside. They're not actually called retirement flats, but you do have to be over a certain age. But he suggested that the age, was fairly low, but not very low. In other words, I think I qualify, but you don't.
Damn it! But all in all, it's a beautiful setting.
As Aaron Beard moves in right arm over the wicket, and that's met with stolid and solid defence. And whatever it is, it's making a lot of noise.
It does sound like a helicopter now.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, because
Yesterday's
they do.
Helicopters made a reappearance.
Yes.
Maybe they've come to check the score.
Well, I don't know if it's got police written on it, but here I am. Oh no, there we are. It's one of those micro lights, are they called?
I would not know the correct terminology for that.
Yeah, just one person apparently suspended on a bit of string beneath a triangular shaped wing.
Hang on, wait. You're saying someone's hanging from a piece of string under the wing?
Yes.
Are you sure that's safe?
No, I'm not. I'd need to be paid an awful lot of money to go and do that. And
I'm sure they probably spend an awful lot of money to go and experience that as well.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do, yes.
I'm not sure that's something that's on my bucket list, though.
Well, not yet, but it will be.
It's a thrill.
Oh, and outside the off stump, a bit of a loose shot there from Bill Drummond, and again it kept low. That's the only deviation there is. There's not much sideways movement, and didn't appear to be much on offer for the spinners, but some of the deliveries are keeping a little bit low, and that didn't get up very much. In fact, it bounced before it got to wicketkeeper Pepper. End of the over, and Kent 44 for 1. In pursuit of, or despite, or whatever, after Essex made 591 before declaring.
It's going to be Snades to continue against Compton, the left-hander. 2 slips in place. Although I will tell you, skydiving is on my bucket list. I just don't think I could have the courage to do whatever that was that just flew over the ground.
Skydiving is?
Skydiving is, but just hanging from a plane off a string isn't. I don't know, I just feel more assured skydiving.
Yes.
As in comes Snater now, and Compton's forward and defends into the offside off the front foot.
Yes,
don't ask me the logic, but that doesn't look as safe as skydiving, where you could at least be like properly harnessed, and you'd have an instructor with you who's meant to know exactly what they're doing.
Yes.
So as long as they're not involved in international wine day, I think that's probably more safe.
You're probably right. I'm just weighing up the pros and cons of the two.
Here's Snater now around the wicket, past the umpire. Compton's forward and again lunges into defence.
And of course, skydiving, whether it's successful or a total abject failure, doesn't last long, does it?
Exactly. So that would be done in, let's say, 5 minutes.
Yeah, at the most.
But then
They're up
here, you're just being flown through the sky with your legs dangling.
there.
I'm not really sure I would
No,
find comfort in that.
no.
I'd much rather just go to an amusement park and be on a roller coaster. As here comes
Good for you.
Now passes the umpire, Compton's forward and drives through the offside, leans into this beautifully timed, and this is going to go all the way. May as well save your legs if you're chasing that, because that has gone all the way. And there's a beautiful drive there from Ben Compton. Kent 48 for 1, Compton on 15, Bell Drummond with 16, and I believe we're just a couple overs away from tea.
Yes. I remember there was an episode of Only Fools and Horses where Del Boy was stitched up by Rodney and sent up on one of those microlight things. Last seen heading for France.
Snater to Compton now, straighter line, and this time looking to tuck away through to square leg, and fielded rather swiftly as well. I just think we noticed that from Snater as well in the previous over when he was bowling to Bell Drummond. He started just to sway a bit, give him a bit of width, and Bell Drummond capitalised with some boundaries through the offside, and then we've just seen one slip a bit from Snater to Compton here, where Compton made the most and sent that through the covers, and Snater just again now trying to bring his line straighter as he does it again. And Compton's forward and defends, and now decides to take a little stroll towards the square leg umpire, clear his head. Although, must admit, last time I was covering an Essex versus Kent game was up in Chelmsford a few weeks ago, and on that day all the players were in snoots. So what a difference a few weeks makes, or spring makes, given our discussion earlier. We were discussing when it's spring and when it's summer. As Snater's in again, and this one tucked around the corner but doesn't get them a run as square leg does the fielding. It concludes the end of the over. 13 overs gone. Kent are 48 for 1. Bell Drummond with 16, Compton with 15. And yeah, interesting theories behind when it's spring and summer or winter and autumn. You can go as per the meteorological, is that, I can't even say, it's a big word.
It is a big word. It's a
really big word, and to say it on air whilst broadcasting, it's like, it becomes even harder. But you can go by that calendar, or you could go just by our simple logic that it's going to be March, April, May,
that's it,
spring, and then June, July, August is summer. But it doesn't work like that, because apparently summer's on the 21st of June.
It's not, all of which is thrown into confusion by the fact that the shortest day of the year, the longest,
it just doesn't make sense, does it?
Is only either the 21st or the 24th of June. And that's just played defensively out to mid-on. With the score 48, beg your pardon, done them out of 2 runs, 48 for 1. With a massive total ahead of the Kent batsmen, but not beyond them. Plenty of good batting in this lineup. As Aaron Beard doesn't get too many opportunities in the first team, and sadly the very first opportunity he had to play a significant role in the in this match was to drop a fairly simple chance at mid-wicket off Bell Drummond, but he'll have plenty more chances. And if he gets a few wickets under his belt, he'll feel a whole lot better. Not particularly, certainly not particularly tall. I mean, not a particularly big man for a seam bowler. He's just played solidly defensively. Fair-haired. A very, very charming young man. I've spoken to him many times, and yeah, and watched him playing club cricket as well. Really nice bloke. Deserves success, although it takes more than just being a nice bloke to get success.
But it does help.
It does help. I think it helps, yes.
That's a phrase that I heard quite often recently, which I'll come back to.
Oh, interesting. That's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper.
I'm not sure if you heard, but I was just speaking to Matt on air that I've recently just binge watched the entire series of the Test, which follows the Australian cricket team over the last few years.
Oh,
and
right.
I started from season 1, and from season 1 I think it was just made very apparent that when Justin Langer took over as head coach for Australia, that they were looking for guys who obviously are skilled within their department, but good blokes as well. And he
Yes.
mentioned that quite a few times. He was like, but is he a good bloke? And it just stuck. And then
Yeah, I think that is important. That's outside the off stump, allowed to go by. Yes, because you want. I think the position of coach is.
I don't think you coach as much, especially when you're in like coaching positions at the international level, right? I think it's a bit more of a managerial sort of role, and obviously.
But in any position like that, and I would include coaching with its management, even to a lesser extent, captaincy, you have to tread a thin line between being sort of one of the boys, but also being I'm sort of one of the boys, but I'm not one of the boys. That's down the leg side, an appeal for caught behind, and he's out. So Aaron Beard will feel a million times better for that, because it was he that dropped Bill Drummond, I think before he'd scored, and it is now he who's got Bill Drummond out, caught behind down the leg side. Now then, I'd be interested to hear your take on this, and I've had discussions. Maybe, no, not heated, I don't get heated, I'm too old to get heated. But it's often said that if a batsman's out down the leg, caught like that down the leg side, he's said to be he's out strangled, and he was very unlucky. Now, to my mind, with all due respect to Bill Drummond or any other batsman who's been out that way, it's just as much a misjudgment as being out any other way, isn't it?
I get where you're coming from, but in my head, I assume the term strangle's used a bit more so because obviously it's down the leg side, is shorter, back of a length, so it does kind of like creep up on you. So I understand the phrase strangled probably comes through that, because you're a bit like it tightens you up.
Yeah, of course it does.
So
yes.
I think the term probably.
I'm not. It's not that I'm. It's not the word strangled I'm objecting to. It's the consideration that it's unlucky, whereas really, to my mind, it's just as much a mid-judgment as being caught in the slips or caught anywhere else. Why is it bad luck to be caught down the leg side?
I think it has to be also a really good take from the keeper, right? Because more often than not, even if it's tight on you, can get some bat on it, it'll be so fine, or most likely you probably get it running down off the ground. So I'm guessing. I don't think there's.
You're not aware of this. That it's always considered, or often considered, unlucky to be caught down the leg side.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of it. I'm just not sure.
No.
All the time why it would be considered unlucky, like you say. Like.
Oh right, excellent. So you're sort of 3/4 of the way to being on my side.
Exactly.
Splendid. That's all I wanted.
Having some adjustments in the field as Compton's going to be ready to face against Simon Harmer, who's going to be replacing Shane Snater from the Nackington Road end. And this time Harmer's in and Compton's forward, defends. We've got 3 sillies around the bat. We've got a silly point, and we've got a slip, and we've got a short leg. As in comes Harmer now, and Compton's forward, defends once again. Straight back to Harmer.
We've only got an over and a half to go before lunch, tea even, but maybe after tea. Anybody got any views as whether it's unlucky or not to be caught down the leg side?
Harmer's into Compton now again, lunges forward, defends.
Particularly if you've played club cricket yourself. If you've been out caught down the leg side, you cuss and say, "Oh, wasn't I unlucky?"
Harmer around the wicket to Compton. Again, lunges, defends. We've got a point, cover and a mid-off on the offside, and mid-wicket, and 45, so to speak, as in comes Harmer now. Compton's forward, defends once again, back to Harmer, who does the fielding and gives the ball a quick little rub on the back of his hamstring. Harmer in again to Compton. There's a slightly fuller delivery, and it's defended, and it's also going to bring up the end of the over. 15 overs gone. Kent are 48 for 2, and the players are starting to head off the field because it is tea. Tea has been announced.
Oh, why would that be? There are 33 overs left. Even the scorecard says that tea is taken when there are 32 overs remaining, or 13.
It does say 32 overs remaining.
Or is the board wrong? Oh, there are now only 32 overs left. Right, that would explain it. Having seen that, the scorecard is actually wrong. On the back it says points. 16 points for a draw. No, sorry, 16 points for a win, 5 points for a draw, 8 points for a tie, blah, 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 blah. This season it's 8 points for a draw, isn't it? I'm sure it is.
Matt says yes. The point stuff, the
yes.
Points do confuse me, but I believe...
Right, in that case, maybe Mr. Cole will point out to the Kent management that their scorecard is incorrectly printed at the back. But apart from that, it's a very good scorecard, and thank you very much. And that's the end of the afternoon session. And in reply to Essex's Mammoths 591 for 7 declared, Kent are 48 for 2.
We're back with you very shortly.
Well, great news for obviously the defending champions of the Rugby Union County Championship here in Division 1 of the Cricket County Championship. Kent are very much trailing Essex here. Essex, the visitors, batted for a whole day and most of 2 sessions as well to make 591 for 7, 207, a double century for former Kent player Jordan Cox. How that will rankle with the Kent support. In reply, Kent are struggling. 48 for 2 they are. They've already lost England opener Zach Crawley for 16, and captain Daniel Bell-Drummond has gone just before tee himself, clipping the ball down the leg side to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper off the bowling of Aaron Beard. Kent with it all to do effectively now over the next 2 and a bit days. It's about keeping wickets intact and trying to bat this game out for a draw. They're a long way from the finish on Monday afternoon that they require at this point, but they've just got to dig in and show real character against this brilliant Essex team who are in the top 3 of the county championship. So tea on day 2 here at Canterbury. Kent 48 for 2, and commentary continuing in just a few short minutes via the BBC Sport website and app.
Go on, guys, just go again!
So welcome back. You've heard the PA announcer, you've heard Dan, the Essex fan, to our left, exhorting his team on. I don't think they need much exhorting at this point. 48-2 Kent in reply to Essex's mammoth 5-9-1 for 7. We've seen a double century completed by Jordan Cox today. I keep having to look down at my pad and see that he was 51 not out when he resumed this morning, Jordan Cox, and he made 207 in total. It's not entirely bad, I have to say.
No.
And so Kent are struggling, as they have throughout this game. They're struggling now with the power of Essex's bowling. 2 wickets falling already. Zach Crawley going to the excellent bowling of Sam Cook, edging to Dean Elgar at slip, and then a strangle, as they call it. Daniel Bell Drummond gone as well. Both of them for 16, and Kent in some trouble. I've been saying on our updates, Dick Davis, that well, they need to protect 18 wickets, and they may need to bat for 2.5 days to do it.
Yes, and Aaron Beard, not really one of the stars. You know, you think of Essex as a bowling side. You know, they've got Cook, they've got Porter, they've got Harmer, but it's Aaron Beard who currently has the impressive figures of 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for naught, as he bowls now from the pavilion end, and that's just played solidly and defensively by O'Riordan. I'm not very familiar with O'Riordan. Tell me a little bit about him.
He wasn't around last, for I think all of last season. Was out with a series of injuries, which but he's an all-rounder, batting all-round, as you can see. Bowl spin, was open for Kent before as well, but he's been in and out of the side. I suppose you might say a fringe player in the Kent squad.
Man of Kent, or Kentish man?
He's indeed. He's. I was saying yesterday, I don't think you were on commentary, but he and Zach Crawley were in the same in the same class, I think, the same year at Tunbridge School. So yes, very much Kentish. Has played his club cricket for Tunbridge Wells. Our colleague Ben Watts, who's also played cricket for that club, as knows Mark as well. But yeah, good all-round cricketer certainly, but he still needs to prove himself, I suppose, as a Division 1 cricketer.
Yes, as Aaron Beard moves in and bowls to him. An allowed appeal for LBW, but it was born of optimism rather than genuine conviction. There wasn't much support from the fielders, and
drifting down, I think it's fair to say.
Yes, and Beard didn't look in the least bit aggrieved when it was turned down. I think he'd have been more surprised if it had been given, probably. He just thought, well, I'll try it. Test the umpire, keep him awake. As now adopts a new line for the left-handed Compton. Field changes, obviously, to accommodate the left-handed. Still an attacking field. Well, 2 slips, not 2 slips, a short, well, yeah, a short leg or a short backward, or short square leg. Beard in. That's just pushed out into the offside, and they go through for a comfortable single. And so they have to change again.
Polite applause for the Kent 50 coming up. I don't think any of the Kent fans are overwhelmed by that, certainly with 2 wickets down.
No, it's a fairly minor milestone given the context of what they have in front of them. As Beard again moves in, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and O'Riordan lets it go through to the keeper on a glorious, almost literally cloudless blue sky. That's just a few odd little flecks of white cloud. A glorious late, I was going to say late spring day. And here come the emails. No, it's not. It's midwinter.
It's improved throughout the day. I think we should say that.
Yes.
There's a lot more cloud cover earlier on today.
There was indeed. As Beard moves in and bowls, and that's just played solidly and defensively. Trickles out on the offside. End of Beard's Third over, he conceded his first couple of runs, but only 2 runs. He now has the figures of 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 2, and Kent are 50 for 2 wickets.
Didn't read Mike's email before on kentcricket@gmail.com before tea, but I was talking about, was it Magneto,
Oh, yes.
the game?
Yes.
He said, I don't know what its name was. He said, my family certainly owned that magnetic football game. I'm the youngest of 4, he says. I think perhaps the magnets are weakened by the time I got to play with it, because it didn't work very well. But there we go. As for seasons, yes, the traditional split is March to May, June to August, etc.
Yes, well done.
If you're going by months.
Thank you.
But he's gone to the etymology of the different words. Autumn is a foreign word. We get it from Latin via Old French, crikey. The Old English word is Hairfest, harvest. There we go. Curiously, there seems to be no common name across the various European languages for the season, though.
For autumn,
yeah.
Well, it's automne in French.
I suppose, yeah.
I don't know about. I ought to know. I've studied.
There's fall, of course, in the States, but the
yes,
it's a whippersnapper of a country, the United States of America, isn't it? They've only just started naming things.
Yes, and
so Sam Cook from the Nackington Road End to Compton. Answer the postcard, please. We are reconnected with our listeners around the world now, so you can take the task for that. It's a joke. There's a dot ball into the onside.
It's not my job to review books, but although I do read a lot of books, we've got hundreds, maybe thousands of books lining the shelves at home. Saves on wallpaper, and but there's a very good book by John Sopel, former BBC American correspondent.
Oh, right, yes.
I'll come back and tell you what it's about, what it's called.
Sam Cook to Compton, 2 slips in the gully in behind him, keeps low, seems away from him.
And it's called If Only They Didn't Speak English, and it's based on the fact that we assume that Americans are going to be a bit like us because they speak a form of English, but it's really, they're 3,000 miles away and more, but it's really the only thing they have in common, and we have much more in common with European countries, but they, generally speaking, don't speak English.
Yeah.
So he says we're lulled into thinking they're like us merely because they speak a form of English.
Round the wicket to Compton comes Cook, defends it at the offside. My brother's lived there in the States, not in Europe, for some years.
Oh, right.
And yeah, so he's obviously keenly aware of those things. Got used to them, perhaps, but yes. And my sister-in-law, who is American, says, when we talk about a number of things, says you have to remember the United States is a very young country.
Yes.
And you talk about changes. I don't want to go into politics, but
certainly not at this time.
But society generally, it's a Compton to Cook and a defence off the off stump. So from her view, it's a number of those things. One of those differences in society, particularly in attitudes, are, well, she feels, the United States is an emerging nation. It's not been around very long.
Yes.
in terms. I mean, certainly think about France and Britain, the history of those two countries.
Yes, it's very size, and it's to a certain extent
size, course,
remoteness.
Yeah. Fascinating place. As Cook is round the wicket now to Compton, and defends that, and there's no run.
Yes, I've only been there once, but that was quite a while. I lived in Dallas, in Texas, for about a year.
Yeah. My brother was there for a bit in Fort Worth, which is the Twin Cities.
That's where the big sort of theme park is, isn't it? In Fort Worth,
is it?
Six Flags Over Texas, it's called.
He's not much of a theme park fella, my brother, but yeah.
No.
Might be the reason, but okay. Yeah, I never visited him there. But, Cook round the wicket to Compton, steps across his stumps a little bit, or forward certainly, defends that end of the over, and there's no run, 50 for 2. So how long did he live there?
Almost a year.
All right, so what did you make of it? Enjoy it?
I enjoyed my year, but I was after about 9-10 months, I was literally counting the days coming home. So it was an experience, and I'm glad I went through it.
Yeah.
But enough was enough. I missed cricket for a start. And I don't entirely exaggerate. So simple things like that. Not that cricket's a simple game, but yeah, there were a lot of things I missed. But on the other hand, of course, there were so many differences.
Yeah.
It's just incredible, especially Texas of all places.
Beard over the wicket to O'Riordan. Yes, that defends it into up to mid-off, and there's no run. Simon Harmer at second slip. He's doing some stretching. I don't know if that means he is imminently coming on, but he's just stretching the back, isn't he?
Yes.
I try and do that one, that stretch, but I think I have to be limbered up for about an hour.
Yes.
But yeah, he's certainly stretching the lower back at second slip. Maybe just keeping himself ticking over and limber. This one's on leg stump, and O'Riordan, it's a decent shot. He's clipped that into the onside. Getting on the front foot once again. There's a single for Kent. 51-42. I think my brother said there was a tipping point when he was homesick for a bit. He loves living in the States.
I suppose you go through that.
But yes, yeah. Whereas I know my sister-in-law would love to come to and live in England, so it's but maybe that's a grass is greener thing. I'm not sure. They love Hull being here.
Yes,
so.
I actually, one of my it was during my reckless 20s, and when I look back, bearing in mind I didn't get married and settle down until I was just early to 31, I think. But I was a bit reckless in my 20s. Well, in fact, when I look back on myself in the 20s, I wasn't really a very nice person at all.
Oh, I can't believe that.
And I actually spent one night in a cell of a Texan police station.
Did you indeed?
Yes.
Good grief. Bang to rights, or and I didn't do it, of course, he says. There's this is defended by Compton. Round the wicket coming is Beard. Oh, sorry, I mean you're over. I do apologise.
That's all right. Yes. You carry on.
No, dot ball. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you at liberty to tell us what that was, or do you want to? But or should we draw a veil?
No, because I don't want to leave you on tenterhooks. You won't sleep tonight, thinking you've been sharing a commentary box with a mass murderer or something. And Beard moves in and bowls, and no, it was for the heinous offence of not carrying any identification.
Oh, really?
Which apparently, well, you would know better than I. You have to all times have some form of identification on you. And also, I was doing the unwise thing of walking along a freeway.
Right.
Which you don't do.
No, well, jaywalking is an offence, isn't it? To not cross where you're supposed to cross.
I wasn't done for jaywalking. I was done for, as he said when he got on his communication thing.
Yeah.
He said, "I'm bringing in." Tell you in a moment. He said, "I'm bringing in a white male with no ID." I thought at the time he said no idea, meaning,
Well, that would suit me, certainly.
Yes. That's just played back to
He's
the bowler.
got you pegged.
And anyway, in the morning, I can't remember how it resolved itself. Oh, I know eventually it resolved itself. Yeah, when I'd sort of proved one way or another that I was British. And he said, in a Texan drawl, which I won't repeat, "I have an aunt in Nottingham, you must know her."
It's a classic.
Isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. As Beard moves in, bowls strays onto the leg side, but gets away with it to a certain extent, just played out to Tom Wesley at mid-on. No addition to the score of 51 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, I think many of us have stories there. As you say, it's the difference in size between the countries is that...
Yes.
Although I suppose there is a view from some people in the United States of America that it's a tiny place, and it comparably is, isn't it, in terms of land area? But
yes,
that the United Kingdom, but also obviously we all know there's millions and millions of people here, so you're unlikely to know someone that lives.
Yes, quite. Yes, I suppose you could put the whole of, say, England in one of the sort of deserted Midwest states.
I mean, Texas is big, isn't it? My geography is terrible, but could you get the whole of Britain in Texas? Oh, I'm
probably. Oh, that's a good one. That you might, because Texas is the largest, or one of the largest.
Certainly you get it in Alaska, surely, wouldn't you? But
yes.
Sam, you're not missing any cricket, by the way. Sam Cook is.
No, you're not.
Was pottering down from the Nackington Road end. It didn't look entirely. Oh
dear.
I think
hamstring.
Sam Cook may have pulled his hamstring. He has taken his cap from the umpire at the far end, and that is bad news for Essex.
Well, I suppose. I mean, of course, it's bad news for Essex. It's bad news for Sam Cook. But I suppose one could say it's the cricket gods saying, well, you know, Agar was
well, I suppose so.
put out. So
we also pointed out, didn't we, that the balance of this Essex side has an extra seam with Aaron Beard. So I won't say they were mitigating against this, but
No.
in some ways that certainly has been vindicated if Cook comes off, and he does. And I mean, he as I said, he was pottering down from the Nacking Road end eventually, wasn't he? It was just barely a jog, and then he stopped and he just felt at the back of the top of the right, the left thigh rather. Yeah, he's limping off, Sam Cook.
But I mean, he is slightly limping as he walks off with the physio. But sometimes you see them when they pulled it, they can hardly put the foot to the ground,
absolutely.
can they? But
although
he's
it's a
not
puff
that
of the cheeks as he comes off, certainly. But
he's not that. Sometimes they always have to be carried off. But no, he's walking on his own and quite briskly.
Which you'd hope, from his point of view, from Essex's point of view, from everyone's point of view, that it's just what do they call it? It's a strain rather than a pull or a tear, I suppose.
Yes.
That it's the lowest level one, but no point in risking
No.
further injury. He won't be able to bowl properly. So yeah, Simon Cook has come off, and actually Simon Harmer, I don't know if he's been. Well, he certainly has been rushed into this over because Sam Cook was about to bowl it, but Simon Harmer, who had been warming up. Well, this will be interesting from an Essex point of view. If Harmer starts to get some perches out of this pitch, then what I was going to say, everyone might think about backing up early, but you and I are only here for the first 2 days, so it'll be our colleagues that will might be getting some free time. But yeah, Harmer then to bowl from the Nackington Road end. Some running on the spot from Marcus O'Riordan, the non-striker. I know he's the striker, I beg your pardon. Then Compton at the far end, leaning on his bat now. There's a slip and a short leg in. Is that Critchley under the helmet at short leg? I think it might be. He's a great close fielder. Here's a Harmer to bowl to O'Riordan, turns it into the onside.
No, short leg is Nick Brown.
Oh, Nick Brown, I beg your pardon. There you go. I'd seen the 0 on the end of the number as he slightly turned around. I thought it might be 20, but no, it's Nick Brown at short leg. Ooh. We're about to, as O'Riordan comes forward, push into the offside. And let's say proudly, I think of all the radio stations, as we hear, I think it's Hot Chocolate on the coming through on our feed from BBC Radio Kent. I think ours is the loudest. There's no way of turning it down.
I think so.
Punch through to the onside. Ooh, Compton was backing up. He goes back to the non-striker's end. The throw comes into the other end anyway. And there's a dot ball. But as I said, our listeners can't hear it, so we'll wait for the update here. Though not much has happened since they came back from tea, obviously. Harmer to O'Riordan. Was that a chance? Looked like it kept very low, but as he dabbed that, trying to run it through third, I think, he's gone past the slip, fairly close to Jordan Cox, who sits there, legs akimbo, and but there was no great shout, was there, from the fielders, or great agitation, so I think it might have been all the way along the ground from Marcus O'Riordan. 53 for 2. Over the wicket comes Harmer on the back foot. O'Riordan just to push into the onside off the back foot. Fielded by Shane Snater at mid wicket. Harmer to O'Riordan off the back foot into the offside. Fielded, that is Matt Critchley on the covers. End of the over. 53 for 2. We're getting a roads and rails update on the radio. Still busy in the county kit. No real surprise, I have to say. As people going towards the coast, going abroad as well, making for the ferry for the Eurotunnel as well, I'd imagine. If you're listening to us on the move at the moment, we wish you very well on the day which a lot of people are making journeys, including us, to the ground this morning. So, as my friends like to say, you're not in traffic, you are traffic. Here we are, 53 for 2. Very philosophical. 16 for Compton, 4 for O'Riordan. Dean Elgar is coming out from first slip, leaving Simon Harmer on his own. Oh, Dean Elgar has positioned himself at a short mid-on. Beard round the wicket now to the left-handed Compton. There's a leg slip in as well. Ooh, it's trapped him on the pad as he... It's a big shout from Beard. It's a tricky task for a bowler to trap a left-hander, a right arm bowler to trap a left hand. I'm getting there. A left-handed batter, LBW from round the wicket is what I'm trying to say. But umpire feels that's not in line, I think. We're updating our radio listeners now. 53 for 2, Kent. There's Beard running in. Well, if Kent are going to turn this around, as you suggested, Erica, or hoped, certainly, they've got an awful long way to go. They haven't lost any more wickets since tea, but they've only been out for a couple of overs since the interval. They are 53 for 2. They are a massive 538 behind Essex's first innings score. That included 207 from former Kent batter Jordan Cox. That really, as I said, rubbing Kent's supporters' noses in it with that massive score against his old team. Kent have lost 2 wickets in their reply to that. Zach Crawley, the England opener, has already gone for 16, caught at slip off the bowling of Sam Cook, and Daniel Bell Drummond, the captain, caught down the leg side off the bowling of Aaron Beard by wicketkeeper Michael Pepper. Although Essex have, I mean, this is, no, I don't. What am I trying to say? I don't want to say it's good news because no one getting injured is good news, but Sam Cook, who's a fantastic bowler for Essex, has gone off with a hamstring injury, so they are down a bowler. So Kent, that's advantage for them, certainly, as he is a real thorn in their side, a fantastic bowler. So Kent, at the moment, toiling in beautiful conditions, which is the one consolation for the Kent fans at the moment. 53 for 2. Commentary continuing, if I can get my words out, Erica, via the BBC Sport website and app. So that next ball into the onside. I know what I was trying to say, listeners. I think I was trying to say I hate to say it's an advantage for Kent, or that it's good news for Kent, but being
I'm with you entirely.
The opposite. Thank you. Whatever I was trying to say, Dick is backing me up 900% in these pre-election days. That's the sort of thing we need.
Yes.
We need a concerted front. Is that right? United front.
Do you work on the election day?
I've not been called into it yet, and I'm actually away at Hampshire with Kent for the 4 days previously, but it may well be called in for a count.
Yes, I've been asked if
it's a bit like sport, isn't it? I mean, in reporting.
I've been asked if I'm available, and I mean, I haven't missed either an election, either a general or a local on air for ages. Yes, it's one of my interests is politics. Not from any particular angle, I must admit. Just the whole thing fascinates me.
Beard round the wicket to Compton, plays that, glances it into the onside. I mean, I've done a few counts, and I mean, I'm only half joking about it being like sport, because in terms of reporting it, there's a count, there are winners and losers, the interviews are.
Yeah, yes.
We are very much in that ballpark of.
Yes, that's you're right.
What's gone right? What do you think the the reasons behind it were? You haven't won. Why do you think that is? How disappointed are you, etc. I suppose. But I know that's very simplistic, but that's
yes, part
of that reporting, which is very much in the rhythm, I suppose, of sports reporters, isn't it?
Yes.
54 for 2. But yeah, we'll see where I'm posted if I am. But yes, it's the 4-day game immediately before that, certainly for Kent, and I'll be down at the Rose Bowl, or trying to work out if I can say the name of the sponsor there before I get there.
Utilita.
Thank you.
Which is easier to say than its predecessor. No less endearing, but
I don't know, it's got too many syllables for me.
No more endearing. Yes.
Right.
Is it me?
Yes, Harmer.
Harmer moves in and bowls. Let's just play defensively. Harmer got a field of one slip and two close men in front of the bat, one on each side, as Harmer moves in now, right arm round the wicket. A loud appeal for LBW, but, well, not really from the bowler, because he didn't turn around and ask the umpire, so it was purely from the keeper and those around the bat, not from the bowler, which is interesting. So, Harmer again to Compton. Plays studiously and watchfully. In many respects, Harmer's reputation precedes him. But of course, you've just got to. I know there again, it's easier said than done. But you still, whoever they are, you've got to play them on face value. As Harmer moves in again and bowls, and whoever they are, you know, even Shane Warne bowled bad deliveries sometimes, and you've got to take advantage of them. So,
which is easily done from the commentary box, I like to say.
Of course it is, but the whole game is simple. I mean, I don't know what they make a big fuss of. I really don't. Harmer moves in. That's an out appeal for LBW, but doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire.
No, it's funny, from here I feel almost no psychological pressure about batting.
No, I'm very relaxed about the whole thing.
No, I take your point though. It's possible, isn't it, to be beaten by reputation psychologically?
Yeah, too much respect.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, he's a good bowler, but you know, he's a human being and he makes mistakes. Well, there were at least, maybe not anymore, but there were 3 confident appeals in that over. So, although Harmer didn't take a wicket, he'll be heartened. Although then again, you know, these are, well, you know as well as I do, if not more, these are professional players. A lot of all this appealing and, oh, you were lucky there, mate. Oh, dear me. God, the umpire's on your side. A lot of it is psychological.
Well, that's getting
into
enough.
The batsman's head.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, was I?
No, I think we are due a change. Is that right? We've gone past 4:30, so I'm assuming that it's Nicky for you at this point, Dick. If that's all right with you.
Right. Yes, of course. Right.
If it's all right with Nicky as well.
Well,
otherwise, I'll just sit here on my own. That's fine. Thank you very much. That's Dick Davis. I'll go around the county scoreboard. There's already been one result today on day 2, and it's great news for Essex, with Somerset bowled out for 88 in their second innings by Durham. Durham have won by an innings and 6 runs at Chestler Street. That is a huge result for Durham, for Somerset, and for Surrey and Essex, obviously at the top of County Championship Division 1. Reardon takes 2 into the offside off the bowling of Aaron Beard. Elsewhere, Hampshire building a massive lead against Surrey, the reigning county champions. They are 3-3-7 for 3 now. 210 runs ahead of Surrey with 7 wickets remaining. As a defeated double, I wonder what odds you would have got on Somerset and Surrey both being beaten in this round of the county championship. But Surrey haven't gone yet. Let's not call it off. It was defended by O'Riordan up to mid-on, and there's no run. Warwickshire 275 for 9 at Old Trafford on day 2 of that game against Lancashire, of course. Nottinghamshire bowled out, Worcestershire out for 80 in their first innings on the first full day's play at New Road of the summer, and Nottinghamshire already in the lead in that game, 105 for 2. As plane goes overhead, you can probably hear that. You won't be wondering what it is. It's self-explanatory. Beard to O'Riordan, again trying to get on the front foot. It's a cry from the bowler, I think, as O'Riordan played that into the offside. Derbyshire bowled out eventually 5-2-6 all out at Bristol against Gloucestershire, who are 124 for 3. Glamorgan 387 all out at Leicester against Leicestershire, 175 for 3. Home side in reply. Sussex still going 5-4-1 for 8 at Lords against Middlesex, and Yorkshire bowled out eventually for 3-6-2 today as Beard comes in to O'Riordan, and this one's defended up to mid-on. Northamptonshire in reply, struggling a little bit against Yorkshire, 192 for 7. It is 56 for 2. Kent here against Essex. Oh, I should also say England against Pakistan in the T20 International. So I'm checking my eyes were right on the score there. England made 183 for 7. 84 there for Joss Butler. As Beard bowls. Rising delivery to O'Riordan, trying to get up right on top of it. Again, he's tried to drive it through mid-off this time, not with any great force. So 183 for 7. So 184 for Pakistan to win that one. They are 44 for 2 from, still in the power play, 5.5 overs there. It's BBC Radio Kent and BBC Essex. I'm Matt Cole, alongside Nicky Chowdhury back in the commentary position, and a ball to go of this 22nd over. Nicky's thoughts on this game in just a moment. Beard did get some movement off the pitch, but not harming O'Riordan. He's played it off middle stump, straight back at the bowler, fielded off his own bowling. 56 for 2 Kent.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. How's it going? Post tea.
Post-tea,
Are you all right?
post-caffeine kick.
I was going to say, how are you faring? Yes.
I am just about all right. I think I needed to go. I desperately needed that iced coffee, that's for sure. And I'm not sure caffeine actually does anything to me because I just like the taste of coffee. I could drink coffee before I sleep and just go straight to sleep. But I've told myself I've got caffeine, so I just...
That's okay. So you've...
I feel like I've just like...
You're talking yourself into it.
Yeah, now I just feel like I'm on day 2 and I haven't like slept at all. It's just been a really long day. When you wake up that early, it's
Yeah, absolutely. Nikki, we should explain. Breakfast show. Two days cricket. To long drive. 2 days cricket to long drive home.
And the studio's not actually like super close to me, from where I live either. But I'll tell you more about that after this.
It's Harmer.
As Harmer's in, and this time just tucked into the leg side, and Compton looks to take a single, but he's quickly sent back, and it's gonna be a dot in the end. And so yeah, going from where I live down in Surrey over to the studio, which is like Richmond, Heathrow-ish area. Sure. From there all the way to Canterbury, and in comes Harmer now, and this one again turned into the leg side. It's a dot. And I may have maybe got my weekends confused a little bit, thinking there was a weekend I know I'm down at Hove. So I just thought I would check, and luckily I did, because otherwise I think I would have been in Hove. And here comes Harmer now, and Compton's forward, lunges into defence, and I think then Adrian Arms wouldn't be expecting me. But yeah, that's not this weekend. Good thing I checked. Cross country, ended up at the right place at the right time.
And I'm sure there'll be people listening who are pulling a double shift this weekend as well. If so, you have the empathy of Nikki Chowdhury.
Here's Harmer in. This one's cut away off the back foot by Compton. It's going to go all the way. It's absolutely raced down towards the boundary. Good use of the feet, depth of the crease used. And it's going to be a boundary there for Kent. Compton moves over to 21, and Kent are 50 for 2. 60 for 2, apologies.
Yeah, needing to make progress, I suppose, but at the risk of stating the obvious, they are a lot of runs behind, so they need to keep wickets intact as well.
Harmer in again, round the wicket, and again cut away, pretty much a copy of the previous shot, and it's done exactly the same. Back-to-back boundaries here for Kent, 64 for 2. But I must add, I'm doing the whole thing again tomorrow.
Are you really? Oh,
I
right.
am.
I know you're back here.
Alarm.
Oh, you're doing it. Oh, crikey, another brush.
4:30 alarm, straight to the radio station. Luckily, though, I can. This is why I love technology. Right? And I hope there's no one listening to me here who listens to my radio show. But because of technology, you can also record your shows.
I mean, you'd never do that.
No, I would never do that.
No, you'd never do that.
Why would I do that?
But people can.
You can, as in comes Harmer now, and Compton's forward and defends as it concludes the end of the over. 23 overs gone. Kent 64 for 2. Compton with 25. And yeah, so with technology, you can do that. Yeah. But
if needs be.
If you are required in many places at the same time and you cannot be there. So I may or may not have used the facilities available and technology advancements available.
We're very happy you're here, Nikki. And
I'm absolutely over the moon to be here as well.
So there's no point in me asking you if you're playing cricket this weekend, because your weekend is more or less...
Yes, my weekend is here, and I actually, obviously, since we last met, you saw I had my thumb was in a splint.
Of course.
So it's now out the splint, and it's fine, but I actually, to be fair, it's like very much like improved, but there's like certain things I can't do, like hold a pen, or press a button, or open the window, like on a window handle where there's a button to press. Can't press that.
You can't put that pressure on.
And
physio? You doing physio at all?
I was
or you just use it, or
I wasn't told. No one really told me about. I think I should, because I have a feeling it's kind of healed rather wonky, because there's certain things I can't do which I could do before, and there's a ring that I always used to wear on my thumb, and the ring doesn't fit my thumb anymore. So I'm like, this probably shouldn't have healed this way, because it was a nice ring.
Is Porter to O'Riordan straight back at the bowl? Was that a chance? Maybe from Porter's reaction it was. I think it might have bounced just before the bowler.
It's quite a harsh chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, yeah.
It's hard taskmaster here, Matt Cole.
There's. I was watching a bit of the Somerset game last week, actually. I can't remember who it was, one of the Kent fielders, but it was about 10 yards from it, flying at a ball going over the boundary, and the commentator said, "Oh, that's a chance. He's missed that one." With one hand running along the boundary.
Wouldn't want you to be a fielding coach,
So
that's for sure.
Exactly. I wasn't being quite that harsh, but I just wondered how uppish it was. But I think it pitched before Jamie Porter, as you say, harsh on the bowler because he's coming on his follow through, trying to dive forward as well. So, but more by point. What I was really trying to say was not criticising Jamie Porter. Was it a little bit uppish from Marcus O'Riordan? Maybe. I'm trying to cover myself now. 64 for 2.
Keep digging. But
I'll get the bowling union after me.
Hopefully I can get back. Our aim is to get back this week and
I wish you well.
Go hit a few balls. But yeah, I just hope I get my thumb back to full functionality. Otherwise, I'm going to miss it.
It's Porter with Critchley now at a short mid-off. It finds him, actually. He has to move a little bit wide, as that's where Reardon's hit the ball. 6 from 22, 25 from 69 for Compton. So club cricket, county cricket still this summer, do you think?
Yes.
For you? Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say, you're not expecting to be out for that long, is what
No,
I'm saying.
no. I'm expecting, I can go back. It's just there was only so much, top hand drills and all of that you can do, right?
Sure,
Before your left shoulder falls
yeah,
off.
of course. This is Porter to O'Riordan. Ball hit on the up, not cleanly by O'Riordan. Back at the bowler, no run. 64 for 2. Yeah, sorry, we're early in the summer. Late in the spring? Oh, I'm not going to start that again, sorry.
Oh, we don't want to go down that road again.
No.
But, yeah, so I might have to get some physio or someone to see it because, just basic things that you'd be able to do on a daily basis. Actually, that's not happening. Or I can just about hold my phone when, scroll on my phone, but anything that requires, pressure.
More pressure, yeah.
Yeah.
So it may impede your batting, I guess, at this point, would it? Is Porter to O'Riordan. Again, he's trying to break the shackles here, but he's been pinned down by Jamie Porter, certainly in this over. 5 dot ball so far.
Shouldn't so much, though, because if I'm thinking about holding a bat with my right hand, firstly, I shouldn't be having to squeeze my bottom hand on the bat. That would be very bad batting.
Sure.
And then my dad would definitely be telling me off. And secondly, I think it just depends on the shot. If you're playing a cross bat shot, then you tend to use your bottom hand a bit more, but there's only so much your thumb really actually... It's mainly just there for alignment, isn't it?
As Porter to O'Riordan. I'm asking because I'm a lefty, so I don't understand that. Also, I'm terrible at batting, so that's just inquiring about what that'll mean to you.
So when you hold the bat, so when you hold the bat and your thumb is in that V position, it's mainly there for alignment to help. Also, if I'm playing a straight bat shot, that to make sure my bat comes down straight. If I curve that or it starts bending, then I'm just creating more problems for myself, which become technical things to solve. But yeah, I think if you're playing a cross bat shot, then obviously there's times when your bottom hand's going to come in a bit more, especially on contact. But majority of the time, you shouldn't really be having to squeeze my thumb on the bat, I think.
You bowl right, though?
I haven't even gone there because I have to hold... I bowl with my right arm.
Well, I was going to say, that's what I'm saying,
so,
yes. Not bowling at the moment, then? No. Okay. No. That's fair.
But Harmer is bowling, and he's bowling to Compton. And this one's pushed off the back foot straight to point. I'll be honest with you, I haven't even actually tried because I was I'll just try it all in one go. And there's still a lot of time ahead of us. Season runs pretty late. But here this weekend here comes Harmer and Compton's forward defends as this gets the inside edge and trickles down towards 45.
Yeah, it feels this game here was a couple of boundaries, wasn't there, in a previous over, but he's just trying to turn the screw a bit here and dry up the runs.
Harmer in, sunglasses on, and this one just slides down the leg side, and Compton looks to work it down, but I don't think he gets any bat on it. And he now just uses the handle of his bat to help secure the stumps in the ground a bit more.
Yeah, Michael Pepper's one of those wicket keepers. When he goes for attempted stumping, obviously he just wants to destroy the whole lot. He's not just going to flick the bails off, but he wants the umpire to know. If it's out, it's out.
Harmer in round the wicket. Compton forward, defends into the offside. Got a slip and a short leg in place. But yeah, here this weekend, I think then we've got the T20 Blast kicks off soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next week, as Harmer's in. There's a bit more flight this time, and a generous amount of flight as Compton's forward defends that rather respectfully, though. I thought that was maybe a bit more drivable, but obviously given the situation that Kent are in right now, we have to be a bit more reserved. Harmer in, and again, forward as Compton defends to conclude the over. 25 overs gone. Kent are 64 for 2. Compton with 25 and 1 second, I couldn't even. That was a maiden over from Harmer, by the way.
O'Riordan 7, I think.
Yeah, O'Riordan is on 7. But
yeah, as you say, T20s next week. Kent are at Chelmsford.
I would love to
play Middlesex.
I would love to commentate on a T20 Blast game. I would absolutely love it.
It's good fun.
Because when I managed to do a few of the IPL games earlier this year, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was quite fun. It's like a few of the Women's Premier League semi-finals. I did the finals, and then I had done a handful of the IPL games. And when you're doing a T20, it's so exhilarating. Like, it's actually really tiring as well, because it all happens at such.
You don't have much time to think,
yeah.
that's for sure. Let alone the players. Here's Porter to O'Riordan. Everything in line. Straight back to the batter. Yeah, really good atmosphere here, and for both these sides. Essex fans would definitely echo that. Chelmsford's got a crackling electric atmosphere on nights there, and same here at Canterbury as well. And they pack out their respective grounds. 64 for 2. I think, I mean, to be honest, all around the southern group, I think there are some great places to go. Taunton is a fearsome place to go for opposition players as well. Maybe not fearsome, it's just a really good atmosphere. And
Are you covering the game next week?
I am indeed, yes. So Kent are at, this is a dot ball, sorry, Kent are at Chelmsford playing Middlesex. Because Middlesex can't play at Lords.
Oh, yes, okay.
So yes, I'm still getting my head around it. Okay. But yes, so I'm not sure if Essex members are allowed to, or will, I mean, as part of their membership, will go along to that, or it'll just be travelling fans, but looking forward to it. 64 for 2 as Porter bowls to O'Riordan. There's a loud no to his batting partner Compton as it finds Jordan Cox at extra cover. And Kent on paper certainly look like they've got a very decent T20 Blast side once again, although I hate to labour a point, they will miss Jordan Cox, because not only as a middle order batter in T20, but his fielding is, I think it's fair to say,
he saves a few runs out there on the field.
I think it's fair to say if he's not the best fielder in the Blast, he must be very, very close to it. As he's driven up to mid-off. And for me, just the game's transformed fielding to an extent, isn't it? The Blast or T20 Cup, since it's been going in the early 2000s, and fielders can win you matches. I think those big catches, those important run-outs, can turn games, can't they? So all that to come. The T20 Blast. There'll be DAB coverage as well on the radio for Kent listeners, as well as online commentary. 64 for 2. As Porter bowls to O'Riordan. Got to be patient Kent at the moment, though, rather than swinging for the fences. A dot ball. Xavier Bartlett's coming over from Australia to bowl for Kent in that competition. Won the Big Bash with his Brisbane Heat side, which Kent captain Sam Billings was in as well. He's very good at talking his teammates in different franchises into coming to Kent. That about Sam Billings. He's great for the PR. Just it's an edge. It's a thickish one. It's all the way along the ground. O'Riordan's got away with that one. So there's no shout from the slips. It's gone between Messrs Elgar and Harmer at first and second slip. Not a chance. All the way along the ground. 4 runs. A full shot, though it was. 68 4-2.
Well, he's got himself an alternate career one for one the packs.
I think he's an agent, maybe, yeah.
An agent.
Well, Matt Henry, who the New Zealander who very much helped Kent to get promoted back in 2018. Sam Billings met him as they were both carrying drinks for their respective international sides, and that was the start of the conversation and bringing him here to help him get promoted. So, you know,
wow,
he's a useful man to have in that respect. Very gregarious, Sam. Obviously, fantastic cricket brain, and yeah, why not come to Kent? He said, "Come on."
PR is his calling.
You'll have great fun.
In comes Harmer now to Compton, who's forward and defends solidly. Wow. Little PR masterclass from Sam Billings.
I was going to say, yeah. Someone needs post-career.
Talk about being persuasive.
Yeah, I mean, he'll have a long cricket career still, I'm sure, but yeah.
Harmer around the wicket, passes the umpire. Compton's forward and tucks this into the leg side. It's fielded at mid-wicket. Got like a backward point, a cover point, extra cover mid-off. On the offside for the left-handed Compton, who is ready to face again, and again looks to tuck it down towards 45, but there is a man in position to do the fielding. What's the forecast looking like for tomorrow then, Matt? Are we expecting sunshine? Maybe
some thunder in late morning, I think, was the forecast I saw earlier. But otherwise...
Here's Harmer now again. Compton's forward, defends.
I don't know. I honestly don't know how much that affects teams' decisions to declare, etc. Overnight rain, though. Here we go. This is...
Oh, wow. That looks a bit wet.
Plenty of overnight rain, and then maybe thunder through 9, 10 and 11.
Compton forward, lunges into a defence here.
So I don't think it would be a surprise from that forecast, obviously. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. Wouldn't be at all surprised if maybe it's a later start, perhaps, but improving throughout the day. So should have some lovely sunshine by the end of the day.
Here's Harmer in again, and Compton repeats the previous shot. Well, the previous last 4 shots, actually, and it concludes the end of the over as well. 68 for 2, Kent, after 27 overs. Yeah, it depends if we can trust the forecast. I've learned that we can't always
and that's the thing.
But if it is a slightly later start, then you must drop me a message and let me know whilst I'm going cross-country again.
Well, I shan't be here tomorrow. It'll be Ben Watts, so we'll rely on him for... Yeah, absolutely. Just on that subject of Sam Billings, I think I had a conversation pre-season with Sam, and he's always an absolute delight to talk to. And between he and Ben Watts had been talking about what he's won as a T20 franchise player, and I think between them they were posing the question: has anyone won the following tournaments, or all of the following tournaments? Here is Porter to O'Riordan defends it. So Sam Billings has won the 100 with the Invincibles. He's won the T20 Blast with Kent. He's won the Big Bash with the Brisbane Heat. He's won the IPL, I think, with the Mumbai Indians, I think.
Gosh, that was a while ago.
It was a while
ago,
yeah. It was one of his first couple of seasons. So he's won those 4. I think he's won the Pakistan Super League as well. I don't think... So he was asking me, and I said, I can't think of a cricketer who would have won all those 5.
Yeah, that's quite a few titles, isn't it?
So yeah. So has he done the Grand Slam, we're asking, of titles? Does that mean anything? 68 for 2. Means he's a very good cricketer. As this one's driven into the onside, and there's no run fielded by Snater.
It's funny you actually bring that up, because only today I was having a think about that, but in a similar position for Pat Cummins, because what has he not won at the moment? And then he's leading Sunrisers Hyderabad into the IPL final tomorrow. I feel like he's just missing a trophy now at this point, right?
Never won the Blast. It's the big one.
I'm sure Sam can persuade him with his real skills to come
you
down.
think so? Get him on the phone, Sam. Absolutely. He could do a job, I think. As Beard bowls to, he'd be all right. O'Riordan into the offside.
Just a little bit handy, it's all right.
He hasn't played in the 100, has he, Pat Cummins?
No, he hasn't. But
and I think that's the thing, is that there are cricketers who'll IPL, Big Bash, maybe Pakistan Super League as well, maybe even Caribbean Premier League, but will they have come to England and won one of those tournaments?
But in terms of just international trophies, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And then
I think that's. I don't know if this is true, but I think that's probably why Sam Bennings get picked up quite a lot for franchises.
maybe he's just good luck charm.
Because he wins. Oh yeah, I think he's quite good at cricket. I'm going to go out on a limb. It says the ball is pushed back to the bowler. 68 for 2, Kent here. There we are. That's my bombshell. That's my headline for today. That's my question. Sam Bennings quite good at cricket? Question mark. Anyway, 25. I'm getting frivolous. 25 Compton, 10 for O'Riordan, and we're about to update our Radio Kent listeners. Aaron Beard bowling. At the moment, it's O'Riordan on 10, Compton on 25, trying to hold off this excellent Essex bowling attack. Porter to O'Riordan. He's played mostly in the V, hasn't he? He really is playing very straight, O'Riordan. And that one does go just to extra cover, and it's picked up by Jordan Cox. There's some pronunciation going on the news bulletin of particular footballers. We don't want any spoilers if you're going to watch the FA Cup on catch up later. Here is Porter bowling to O'Riordan, goes straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. Tennis time is the worst. Trying to get through all those different names you only say once a year. 68 for 2, end of the over. Jamie Porter, it's a maiden for him. And with 19 overs left, around about that of the day here. Yeah, it should be 19. Kent 68 for 2, trying to protect their wickets. These two came together at 48 for 2, so they've only put on 20, but they have taken a while about it. That was the 14th over when Danny Weldron went, so 14 overs between the two.
Should I let you take this over just in case they come over?
If that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
The travel news is going on now, and that's my I was going to say my warm-up act. That's very dismissive, isn't it? I think the travel's probably a little bit more important than the cricket, depending on where you sit. Harmer round the wicket, short leg, slip in as well on the back foot. Compton trying to work him away past the man at point. He doesn't manage that, and it's fielded. Is that the sub fielder on there? I think it is. There's a sub came on for Sam Cook, obviously. I'll find out who that is in a minute. As Harmer to Compton defends that. Back at the bowler. More or less dead batting. Bit of a shout from one of the Essex fielders there. Harmer then bowling to Compton. Clips that into the onside. He'll get himself a single at least. Just a single. Update BBC Radio Kent listeners. And Kent are going to have to be stubborn, obdurate, and other words describing keeping their wickets intact here. They're doing okay since tea. They've scored just 21 runs, 69 for 2 they are. But the pair out there at the moment, Ben Compton and Marcus O'Riordan, have batted for around about an hour together. They need to take time out of the game here. It's one of the vagaries of cricket, with Essex having scored 591 for 7, including a massive 207 for former Kent player Jordan Cox. Essex are in such a dominant position. Kent are effectively trying to bat out the remaining days of this game, not just hours, but days of this game, for a draw. Ben Compton has 26, Marcus O'Riordan has 10, so okay since tea. Oh, that one kept low. Appeal for LBW, it's not out. That's good news for Kent. Keep them crossed, Kent fans, that continues. 69 for 2 here in the sunshine. It's a beautiful day, if nothing else. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. I'll take you through this remaining ball of the Simon Harmer over, and then it'll be Dick Davis, who he's like a coiled spring. He's like a greyhound in the traps, ready to take over from me alongside Nicky Chowdhury. And he's all but thrown me out of the chair. That is the last ball of that over. A couple of alarms, or one alarm for Marcus O'Riordan right at the end of the over. 69 for 2, Kent. They're still 522 behind. And I'll leave you in the more than capable hands. Nicky Chowdhury, and then it'll be Dick Davis.
Cheers, Matt. I'll catch you again very, very soon, as that's the end of the over. And it's going to be Ben Compton on strike against Jamie Porter. Just a quick change in the field, a few discussions going on out there. And we should be ready to go very shortly. Kent 69 for 2. Essex put on 591 in their innings. A mammoth total. And a brilliant doubles entry from Jordan Cox as well. And we're still getting into position. I think that's nearly done now, as we've got a slip and a leg slip in place for Compton, who's going to be on strike now to face Porter, who's coming round the wicket to him. It's going to be bowling away from us. It's going to run away from us. And I believe we are ready to go. It's a very interesting field we have, actually, which I'll get to after this delivery. As in comes Porter now to Compton, who's forward and drives through the offside. It gets bottom toe of the bat and doesn't get quite enough on it, but it will be enough to take a single, and that will take Kent to 70 for 2. And now that Compton's off strike, I've lost that interesting field. So when he's back on strike,
Yes, it's only for the left-hander, isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
we'll run through it quickly. And welcome back, Dick.
Thank you.
2 slips in place for O'Riordan. That's Porter now over the wicket. Steams in past the umpire. O'Riordan's forward and defends, and defends well enough because there's actually a vacant spot and they'll pick up a single. Porter doesn't do the fielding. I think he believes that mid-on's probably behind him, ready to cover it, but I think mid-on thought that Porter would take.
I think the ball just clipped the stumps at the bowler's end and deflected it a little. Deflected it a little. It's not easy to say, or I made it sound difficult anyway.
I think things are just hard to say when you've got a mic in front of us. It's Compton on strike again, and here comes Porter. Compton forward, defends, and should we have a quick little discussion about this field, Dick?
Oh yes, yeah, it is unusual. Yeah, as Nicky says, to the left-handed Compton, there are 2 short legs in front of the bat.
But they're not super short either.
They're short mid-wicket, but they're not that short. No, they're sort of, well, bearing in mind the wicket is 22 yards long, I suppose they're about 20 yards away. But even they are staggered a little bit. That's obviously the perception is that that's where...
Porter's in now and Compton's forward and defends. That goes into the leg side to one of our short mid-wickets. I can't even really say they're short mid-wickets, just a bit of a different angle, and you can tell there's been some thought that's gone into this.
Well, yes.
Something that they perhaps think that Compton might fall victim to, so that's a plan in action. Will it work? Well, we're just going to have to wait and see. Here's Porter ready to go at the top of his mark. Runs away from us now as the blue soles of his spikes shine towards us, and this is defended by Compton straight to mid-on.
Is that a particular maker boot? Is that sort of subliminal advertising?
If I'm honest with you, Dick, I cannot tell from here. I actually think I need to go and get my eyes tested. I've been avoiding it for quite a while just because I don't want to wear glasses.
Oh, well, I don't see why not, but then you don't have to. You can wear contact lenses, can't you?
So that's the thing, I don't think I could wear contact lenses. I just think the whole process is a bit... Ooh, as in comes Porter now, and Compton's forward and defends. And it concludes the end of the over as well. 30 overs gone. Kent have 71 on the board, 2 wickets down. Compton with 27, O'Riordan on 11. I just don't think I can watch it. Even like I've watched my parents put their contact lenses in as a kid, and it's just the touching of the eye. I know you're not actually touching your eye, but I'm so clumsy. The amount of times I'll just end up poking myself in the eye.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean,
So-
I've worn spectacles
Yeah.
for quite a few years, yes, and I
And
wouldn't contemplate. I mean, even when I was playing cricket, when I played cricket, I'd rather wear glasses than contact lenses. And when I played rugby, I thought, well, it's a much bigger ball anyway. I should be able to see it even without glasses.
Yeah, there's just something about trying to preserve my eyesight as well.
As Harmer moves in and bowls. Well, I could say, but I wouldn't say, that you should have gone to an optician.
An optician. Bearing in mind, there's plenty of those around.
Good Lord, yes. There are, actually.
But
I don't know how they will make a living.
I've just always pride myself with like having been told you've got 20/20 vision. And yeah, that's definitely gonna
That's
diminish
played
soon.
out to the onside for a single.
So in my head, as long as I don't go and get my eyes tested, I still have 20/20 vision.
Yes.
I could be struggling to see. I'll like fall down the stairs, but no, I will not visit the optician. Actually, I really should. That reminds me.
As Harmer moves in and bowls and strays down the leg side and helped on its way around the corner for 4 runs. Compton moves on to 31. 12 to O'Riordan, and in reply to Essex's monumental 591 for 7, Kent 76 for 2. Harmer in the attack, maybe a little bit earlier than had anticipated, owing to the apparent hamstring injury to Sam Cook. But no doubt he'd have been in the attack anyway, even if only for an exploratory reason, just to see if it is taking any turn. Can't really discern from here whether it is or not. But, they may be tempted to try Matt Critchley as well, who is no mean leg spinner. He took 4 for 20 and helped in a rather understated way to Essex's victory over Warwickshire last weekend. Not to mention the fact he got 99 not out, proving to be a very good signing from Derbyshire. That's the end of the over, and Kent 76 for the loss of 2 wickets. I would like to give a shout out. I know one of our listeners is a chap called Nigel Fuller in Rayleigh in Essex, and he formerly reported on Essex for local papers going back. He did it for well over 30 years, going back to days when Fletcher was captain, and he also had the unenviable task of reporting on Southend United throughout that same 30-odd year history, and we know that he's not at all well at the moment, so we wish him well, and if he's listening, hope he has a speedy recovery.
Here's Porter to O'Riordan, the right-hander, 2 slips in place and forward and drives. And it's fielded at a silly mid-on. You excited for the World Cup to start?
Sorry?
Are you excited for the World Cup to start?
Probably not as excited as you are. I mean, I do really love the domestic county cricket scene, but yeah, I'm interested, but no, I'm not getting too animated about it.
Here's Porter in now, and this is pushed off the back foot to cover. Goes down as a dot. Kenna 76 for 2. I feel like it's come round really quickly, because it just feels like it was the other day. It was the Australia versus Pakistan at the final down in Australia, and it's already time for another T20 World Cup. But it's pretty cool that's happening in the USA. I think that's quite big, especially like cricket in New York, the Big Apple. It's gonna be fun. As in comes Porter now, and it's full and it's driven and uppishly.
It was uppishly.
It's fielded at silly mid-on.
I did read that America's coach, the USA's coach for this coming up World Cup, is former Essex player Stuart Law.
Well, talking about the USA, they've just beaten Bangladesh in their the T20 series. The USA are playing against Bangladesh as a little warm-up series prior to the World Cup starting, and the USA have just gone and beaten them. As here's Porter now, and O'Riordan's forward and firm in defence, plays it back to Porter. So that's pretty incredible.
Well, it is, yes. It's good to see the game being spread around. I don't think this version of the game was ever going to appeal to Americans, but yeah, the shorter versions.
Yeah.
Well, they had a T10 contest in, I think it was Florida during the winter.
Yeah, there was it was roughly August last year, actually.
Was it August last year? Oh,
it was in Miami. I was actually there for that, funnily enough, as in comes Porter now, and this is driven back to Porter. He fields it well. It was actually hit quite firmly by O'Riordan. But, yeah, so cricket is making its way stateside, and they also have, obviously, the Major League tournament, which will be in its second year this year. It's going to be taking place immediately after the World Cup. I think it starts on, the 5th of July or something. But yeah, it's making its way stateside, so it'll be really great to see if America will fully jump on the bandwagon, and then just imagine how diverse the sport would get then. As in comes Porter now, and this one's driven stylishly, but not effectively, as Elgar at mid-off does a fab job and keeps it to a dot. And that was a maiden over there from Porter. He's bowled 10 overs for 21 runs. And 4 maidens, so rather impressive figures there so far. As Kenta 76 for 2, Compton with 31, and O'Riordan's on 12.
Yes, I mean, you were saying, I think it was this morning, that you've worked on cricket in various parts of the world. I was quite interested when you mentioned that one of them was Abu Dhabi. I mean, because from what I've seen of it and what I've read about it, I think it's the sort of place I wouldn't want to go. Did you enjoy yourself in Abu Dhabi, or was it just cricket and that's it?
I thoroughly enjoyed myself in Abu Dhabi. It was for it was actually the Abu Dhabi T10 that I was out there for. But I'll tell you more about it after this delivery.
Yeah, from Harmer, which is played defensively, trickles back to the bowler.
I actually really enjoyed myself. Personally, I love the Middle East, so I've been to Dubai, I think, too many times to count. And Abu Dhabi is its neighbouring city, just, an hour and a half away by car. They're both very similar.
Yes, I gather. And that was a bit of a rash shot, and there was definitely turn there, which beat the left-hander. Harmer loves bowling to left-handers, and yeah, that will give him quite a bit of encouragement. And Pepper took the bails off, but very clearly the batsman had never left his crease in executing the shot, which failed anyway to make contact. And that's just played defensively out into the covers. Sorry, I interrupt. Well, no, the cricket interrupted, Rich. It's the main thing.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of people out there who have mixed opinions about the Middle East, like Dubai or Abu Dhabi. But actually, personally, I really enjoy it. And I think one thing that definitely sells it to me is the weather. To be able to wake up every day and have clear blue skies like what we're experiencing here today.
Yes, that's played backward of point, no addition to the score of 76 for 2.
And also it's just the diversity. I think there's so many expats out there, people from different parts of the world, and it's just nice to see that whole variety.
Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's short of a length, chopped away backward of square, and they go through for a single this time. And a powerful flat throw comes in over the stumps. No, it's not. They're just changing over to accommodate the right-hander.
And it's also quite handy. It sounds quite silly, but I like going to parts of the world where I can actually speak the language as well. And there's a lot of South Asians in that part of the world.
Right. But, yeah. But I mean, when I go to an away game, especially if I'm staying overnight, I try to. There was a single there taken off the last, but I like to look at the area. And I mean, there's almost by definition, there can't be any old history or historical buildings in places like Abu Dhabi. Sure.
No, there isn't. But you could always just go to the desert. That's the oldest thing there, isn't it? But apart from that, no, everything's very new and shiny.
Yes, that wouldn't appeal to me, you see.
yeah, but actually saying that, if you were to visit Dubai, and actually the old part of Dubai's got a lot of history in it.
Really?
Yeah, so that's quite nice. But yeah, generally overall, like speaking, it's very like, if you like shiny things and new things, and you always want something to be bigger, faster, better, and all of that, then that's definitely the place to go. But if you're looking at history and you're looking to find a bit more, maybe it's not.
No, I think you've confirmed my...
Maybe you're probably better off going to Athens or...
Oh, well, yes, and Rome. I mean, I love Rome.
Oh, I love Rome. Rome's lovely.
Now, this is interesting. They've obviously been listening to me because Matt Critchley is coming into the attack.
He is. He's going to be replacing Porter, and he's going to be bowling to O'Riordan now, as he just rolls his arm over to Elgar at mid-off. But, yeah, I don't mind it. I know quite a few people who've also moved out there, and they've all... The funny thing is, though, there's a lot of people who decide to move out to that part of the world and say, we'll only go for a little bit, we'll go for a year or 2 years, and then before you know it, it's been 7, 10 years, and they're basically settled out there because they've just got dragged into the life and the lifestyle that part of the world seems to offer us.
Which is presumably another way of saying, and the money.
Well, I think comes Critchley now, and this one's slightly shorter, works off the back foot. It's cut away. Will it beat the man in the deep? It's a misfield. It does beat the man in the deep, but that's due to a misfield.
Yes.
Gone through as he slides in vain. Can't move on to 82 for 2. Yeah, obviously being tax-free is definitely a lucrative option for many.
Yes, quite. So, in many respects, you wouldn't be able to afford to come back here, probably.
Here's Critchley now. This one's down the leg side, and O'Riordan looks to work it down, but it doesn't get any bat on it. So, yeah, I think financially, then there's obviously those attractions as Critchley again. This is shorter, cut away and fielded at point.
Yes, well fielded, diving away to his right by Porter.
Slip in place as this one's given a bit of flight, and he leans into this one, does O'Riordan, as he drives it straight to cover. Extra cover, apologies, as he's ready to go again, and this time he's dragged it down. He's off the back foot here, is O'Riordan. He's really made the most of it. A bit of a freebie there from Critchley, and it goes all the way. It beats mid-on. And the score moves on to 86 for 2. O'Riordan into the 20s now, 21 to his name, Compton with 32.
I don't think that's one of these microlight things. Well, it might be, but it's got a very noisy engine if it is.
Critchley in, and this one cut away. They quickly take a single. Good piece of work out there in the field, but not enough to keep the run at bay. It does bring up the end of the 34th over. Kent are 87 for 2. And are we expecting a change in the commentary box anytime soon? I've just lost track of time.
Yeah, so do I, but I do that anyway. No, that wasn't a very distinguished over from Critchley, and I'm sure he'd agree. He was far too inclined to drop it short, and it was only, it could have been a lot more expensive. He, to a certain extent, was only saved by the fact he had a packed offside field who prevented it from going to it being the ball going to the boundary. Seems to be a slight hold up now. Little conference there between 4 of the players. It's that sort of weather where you don't want to do anything too quickly. It's 25 past 5 and we have another 13 overs left, so it won't be too bad. It could be about 6:15 by the time we finish. Although if there's spinners in tandem operating from both ends, then it will be over a lot more quickly than that today. Harmer from the Nackington Road end moves in, bowls. Pushed out into the leg side field where it's picked up by Dean Elgar. Harmer in again. Bowls. Batsman goes onto the back foot. O'Riordan plays it out into the onside. Again, no addition to the score. Essex would dearly love to get a wicket or two before the close, obviously, and equally Kent would be determined not to lose anymore. It's just played quietly down on the leg side, picked up by Nick Brown at short leg. And Harmer moves it away. Well, it's rather out of character with the tenor of the game hitherto, because they got out. O'Riordan came down the wicket, advanced on Harmer, hit him over the top for 4 runs down to the boundary. So which woke the crowd up a little bit, because they were probably just beginning to nod off in the afternoon sunshine. Maybe a bit of refreshment. But, yeah, a little bit soporific time of day, really. And that's just played solidly.
Ideal given the day it is, right? It's International Something Day.
I mean, getting back to your question that you were asking me, again, I'm not sure it was just now or earlier on in the day, or the subject we brought up. I'm nowhere, cricket-wise, that's poor delivery, straight down the leg side, swept away before. Cricket-wise, I've never travelled anywhere near as much as you have, and certainly won't now. And I must admit, to a certain extent, never really wanted to. I'm a home-loving guy, and the furthest I've ever been, I have commentated on matches out of England, in Wales, obviously, Cardiff, Edinburgh. I think you mentioned you'd commentated in Edinburgh.
Yes, I have.
Holland and Dublin. Dublin was great fun. Great fun.
Oh, it is great.
And Holland was as well. The hospitality, which we had to decline until the end of the day, was almost limitless. Almost limitless. They kept saying, "Oh, you must have a." I said, "No. I'm working."
Yeah, well, I'm going to quickly make way for Matt Cole, because I believe he has an update due, and I'll catch you back shortly. If not, I'm going to catch you back in the morning.
Indeed.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, it's all gone rather quiet out there. That
yes.
wasn't a catch, by the way. It slip, but that was a shout. But I think it fell short of Jordan Cox, that slip. But Critchley is coming round the wicket, 95 for 2, driven with some venom by Compton and fielded brilliantly by Matt Critchley with his right hand. And now I understand why Nicky was saying, is there an update coming up soon? Because you've got the dulcet tones of BBC Radio in your headphones.
Yes.
You're doing some dual listening. He's a man of many talents, Dick Davis. He can.
You reckon?
I mean, I can barely talk and chew gum at the same time. Or is it walk and chew gum? Actually, talking and chewing gum would be hard.
I find it very difficult to
95 for 2.
To commentate when there's
a swept away by Compton, and that'll be a single of the bowling of Critchley. No, I appreciate that. And having done a very small amount of work on TV, it's something that you have to. I mean, this is a very small amount. Doing morning trailers for a mid-morning show. It's
right.
You have to be able to tune it out, or you won't be able to talk at all. It's a tricky one. But ball defended into the offside, and there is no run. Nothing more terrifying I found than doing that, which is one of the very many compelling reasons why I don't appear on television anymore. But someone counting you down as you're talking.
Yeah, the thought terrifies me, really. I've only ever once done anything about cricket on television, and that was for local radio, local television, Look East, when I did a tribute to Trevor Bailey when he had died.
Yeah.
That was all.
Okay, I'll get to this update now, and then we'll give Dick some peace after that. With Erica North on BBC Radio Kent. They're doing okay in this final session of the day, are Kent. No wickets lost since tea, 96 for 2, and it's Ben Compton on 33, Marcus O'Riordan on 30, who are leading this rearguard action for Kent. Earlier, Essex declared on 591 for 7, 207 of those from former Kent batter Jordan Cox. Superb from him. Kent now trying to keep wickets intact over, well, the rest of this day, probably around about 40 minutes to go, and then the 2 days to come as well. They may well find themselves having to bat for this all the remaining time to save this game as a draw. So dominant have Essex been so far, but kudos. Let's big up that batting pair at the moment. Compton and O'Riordan doing a good job for Kent. 96 for 2. Have to keep these wickets intact though to the end of the day. Commentary will continue rather via the BBC Sport website and app. It's almost through there, but then
Harmer continues to bowl from the far end, the Nackington Road end, and it's played out on the onside. And no addition to the score.
And Dick Davis will attempt to commentate with Sister Sledge.
Harmer moves in again and bowls short of a length outside the off stump, played out square on the offside. And Harmer again. I'm sorry if I sound as if I'm struggling. It's because I am, because I've got this very loud noise in my headphones, which is totally unrelated to cricket. And some people can cope with it, and I'm one of those that can't. It doesn't freak me out. It just sort of puts me off totally. And that's the end of the over.
We're very sorry, obviously, Dick. I'm trying to contact
no, it's
the
not your
producers
fault,
now,
Matt.
and we'll do our very best. But it's a maiden over from Simon Harmer anyway. Oh, there you go. Now he's taken his headphones out, which means he can't hear me either, which is probably an absolute blessing.
I can. I assure you I can.
And many of you would like the same, I'm sure, but I'm going to have to go to messaging instead. But I'm going to try and do that, listen to the music, and watch the cricket at the same time, which is all without a safety net on a sunny Saturday afternoon.
We were talking about commentating overseas in the days of when the sides played Holland or Ireland. Did you ever go to either?
To Holland twice, actually.
Yeah, so did I.
Yes. As Critchley bowls to O'Riordan, defended up to mid on this no run.
Yes, it was. They were good days out at Holland and in Dublin.
Yeah, as you said, the welcome both times I went to the Netherlands was absolutely superb, and ball into the onside, and there's no run. Or in the studio, thank you very much for that. 96 for 2. Yeah, really enjoyed it. And Critchley to O'Riordan, driven with the offside, particularly on the occasion. Actually, I went. And the club very graciously, I went on the coach with the players rather than had to drive there. The other one was two of us driving there and back, which was... Oh, it's close! Catch! It's gone! Given. Well, they were appealing firstly for the LBW on Marcus O'Riordan, but I think it might have come off for bat and pad and been caught at slip there. No, LBW has been given LBW. Matt Critchley traps Marcus O'Riordan. And Kent really needed to keep wickets intact and try and bat out the rest of the day. It might not be entirely fatal for them, but that was the wicket that Essex craved then, just before the finish of the day. Still 9 overs to go, in fact. If they could eke out 1 or 2 more, they really will be massively in credit. But 96 for 3, and Marcus O'Riordan and Ben Compton had come together and put together 48. I mean, it's been slow going, hasn't it? But taken out a lot of overs of the game as well. Together 23 overs, Dick, for that 48 runs. Marcus O'Riordan goes eventually. Matt Critchley gets his man, and O'Riordan is gone for Actually, just missed his total score there, but
30.
30. Thank you very much, Dick. And out comes.
Well, it's Joe Denley's
Sure.
next
It
on
is
the
Joe
menu.
Denley. Yes, I wondered if they might put in the Night Watchman. Probably a little bit early, for that. Yes, yeah. Is it early? Or is it late June? I'm not quite sure. Late summer. I'm trying to make a joke out of what we were talking about before.
Yes, quite.
96 for 3 though, and as Joe Denley comes in, 30 for O'Riordan. A watchful innings, but yeah, I mean, it's great for Essex, isn't it? It's almost the ideal situation. They'd love to have taken 10 wickets by now, but just chipping away is enough for them really over these next couple of days.
Yes, they now got 17 to take in 6 sessions and a bit. So yeah, about 3 wickets per session. They'll fancy it. Well, of course they fancy their chances. All professional sports people fancy their chances, whatever the circumstances. And but Essex will have good cause to at the moment.
So Matt Critchley, with a white towel stuffed into the waistband of his white trousers, bowls now outside the off stump. Quicker delivery, in fact, to Joe Denley, leaving the right-hander, as it will do with the leg spin, but I'm not sure he gave the opportunity much for rotation there. Just a quicker one to start with for Denley, perhaps to try and surprise him. A slip in, no other really close field. It's the man on in the covers and mid-wicket. And that's the end of the over. It's a wicket maiden for Matt Critchley. 1 for 10 off his 3. 96 for 3 now, Kent. And they are, well, nearly 400 runs behind. Sorry, nearly 500 runs behind, just short of that. So 495 indeed. Such is the dominant position for Essex here at Canterbury.
So yes, it's very much obviously going to be a backs to the wall job for Surrey over the next few days.
Or Kent even.
Well, next couple.
Or do you mean
days.
Surrey? Sorry.
Did I mean Surrey? Did I say Surrey?
You did
Kent.
say Surrey, but I think you're right.
Yes, but it was I didn't mean to. I hold my hands up.
Confusing.
I was trying to
Kent,
read.
sorry,
I was trying to read at the same time as talk, and you know, it's
tough.
I'm not good at money. One of the many things I'm not good at is multitasking. As Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively. Trickles back to the bowler. I'm not that good at single tasking, but multitasking is really beyond.
I know entirely what you mean.
Harmer moves in from the Nackington Road end, round the wicket to the left-handed Compton, and he rocks onto the back foot, plays it out into the covers. No addition to the score.
We're talking of Surrey. Hampshire are now 422 for 4 in reply to Surrey's 127, so they're 295 runs ahead. It's got to be good news for Essex.
Oh, good. Of course it is, yes.
And in addition, that defeat for Somerset within 2 days.
Yes.
Durham beating them by an innings of 6 runs, bowling them out in the second innings for 88.
Harmer moves in, bowls. And he's swung that away. It's out of immediately where I can see, but it's evident from the umpire signal that it's 4 runs backward of square on the onside. Yes, I mean, Essex already have, what did they get? 3 batting points, I think, and they've now got 1 bowling point by virtue of taking that 3rd wicket. Plus, at the very least, I mean, it's difficult to see Essex losing this game. So you can say 8 for a draw, 8, 9, 10, 11, they really can guarantee 12 points, maybe quite a few more.
Yeah, and if it is, obviously, the points swing between the top 3 if the other 2 do lose.
As Harmer moves in, bowls, played defensively, and then that's the end of the first half of the county championship season, isn't it? Yes, we then go into 20 over mode or 50 over mode. Harmer moves in again and bowls, and again that's swung away down to fine leg or long leg, where it's obviously straight to a fielder, which I can't see because it's still out of my field of view, and end of the over is reached with the home side on 100 for 3.
Trying to do some calculations, but I'm sure Essex fans don't really want to know about the possible point swing, but
no,
they'll think this game's not done quite yet. But
oh, good Lord, no, it's not near done.
It would take them very close to Surrey if Surrey were to lose, and Somerset have already lost.
Yes.
If they were to beat Kent here, so what a way that would be to go into the into
Wouldn't
the break.
it just? Yes.
But, and there are those people. I mean, there might even be people sitting in this commentary box as Critchley bowls to Joe Denley, leaves it outside the off stump. Who would like one of the inverted commas smaller counties to win the county championship? So wouldn't be entirely against Surrey not winning it for a 3rd time.
Well, yes.
It's Critchley bowling to. He turns him around a little bit with the spin, comes off the toe of the bat into the offside. There's no run. 100 for 3. I think in these days, talking about as Denny drives, that's an attractive looking one, but stopped by Jordan Cox. Oh, he was thinking about shying at the stumps, and actually in twisting on the turf, he's lost his footing. He's fine, but couldn't find the purchase, could he, to throw the ball in? Ended up having to use his hands to stop his nose hitting the ground. But it was a great stop.
It was indeed.
Athletic, and I mean, you know how good Jordan Cox is in the field, but he is in the T20. He really will be a huge asset to Essex, not only as a batter but as a fielder. He's absolute lightning across the ground. Fantastic catches we've seen over the years, and for the Spitfires, here's Critchley to Compton. It's a flick into the onside to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Snater. 101 for 3, 37 for Compton. 1 for Denley so far as they try and see out the rest of this day, and Essex try and pry another wicket out at least. Compton down the pitch, straight back at the bowler, no run.
Yep, 7 overs after this one, and there's not much left of this over. In fact, 1 delivery, assuming it's a valid one.
We had as Critchley bowls to Compton. It's flicked into the onside, and that will be a single forward of square. He'll keep the strike. Will Ben Compton for the next over, 102 for 3. So yes, 7 overs left in the day. I mean, we had the absolutely extraordinary occurrence yesterday that we finished at 6 o'clock.
Yes, we did, didn't we?
Yeah,
yes.
I don't think we'll quite do that today. I'm going to put my neck on the line, but with spin at both ends, we might get pretty close.
Yeah, I think we might.
Yeah.
So that single brought Compton, means he retained the strike at the end of the over, which won't displease Harmer in the least, because he likes bowling to left-handers, because obviously his natural and very accomplished off-spin is turning the ball away from the batsman. But having said that, Harmer is no longer in the attack anyway. It looks as if it's going to be Aaron Beard, who bowled previously from the pavilion end, and indeed took one of the 3 wickets, the second one when he had Bill Drummond caught by Pepper down the leg side for 16. So Harmer is not going to be bowling to.
So it won't be spin at both ends. He comes Aaron Beard.
No, it
yeah,
won't
quite.
Be. No. So Beard is bowling to a field which comprises, a bit difficult to see at the moment because they're still moving around a little bit. On the offside, bearing in mind the batsman's left-handed, it looks as if there's probably going to be 2 slips when the 2 South Africans have stopped having a natter. Whoops, they just... Dean Elgar just sort of looked up at the bowler's end to see what was happening, and he said, "Oh, you're ready for us. Oh, I'll tell you later, Mr. Harmer." As Beard moves in and bowls way outside the off stump and stroked elegantly out into the covers. No addition to the score. So there's 2 slips, still in animated conversation. We often assume that when cricketers get together like this on the field of play and are busy talking, that it's about cricket. I've just got a feeling from the gesticulations that go with it, it probably is, but it's not always by any means. Sometimes it's about things that are totally unrelated to cricket. And that's paddled out to backward point, and they come back for a second, quite comfortable second run.
We talked to George Garrett after his first couple of days of his debut for Kent, the former Warwickshire bowler. I was talking about, do you bounce off the other bowlers? You're new to this side, etc. And he talked about Nathan Gilchrist, and I said, do you chat between deliveries and get advice? I'll continue that thought.
As Beard moves in and bowls, that's just played defensively by Compton, trickles back to the bowler.
And he said, no, when Nathan's bowling, Nathan Gilchrist this is, he says, talk to me about anything but cricket in between overs. I basically want to clear my head.
Yes.
So if you've just been, even if you've taken a wicket or been hit for four, or whatever's happened the previous ball, he just wants to clear his mind. So George Garrett says the only problem I find is trying to find enough things to talk about as he's standing at mid-on or whatever, as he goes back to his mark. So I thought it was fascinating.
Yes, I went to that's whipped away off his toes by Compton. Very pleasant looking shot, goes through for a single. And I went to an evening, or it would have been quite a few years ago, because it was an evening with Sir Alistair Cook, when he was we have a bit of a meal, vastly overpriced, of course, as these sort of events always are.
How can it be for the company of Alistair Cook, or in his case, your company, David?
Well, indeed. And then he was asked normal questions. At that time, he'd just come back from the tour where he was batting very, very, very long innings out in Australia. And as Beard moves in and bowls, and it's played out in the offside. And a fairly obvious question was, how on earth do you concentrate when you're batting sometimes for a whole day, not just for a whole day, but maybe into a second day? And he said, I don't. He said, when you analyse it, when you're out there batting, on average, you're going to face half the deliveries every hour. The time you actually need to concentrate, or I need to concentrate, is between when the bowler starts his run-up, as Beard moves in now and bowls the ball, and the batsman plays the shot just into the covers. So that period of time is, 5 or 6 seconds. He said, so I concentrate with that amount of time, and I'm only facing half the deliveries per hour. He said, when you add it up, it actually comes to about 7 or 8 minutes in an hour. And he said the rest of the time, I'm not saying it works for everybody, but the rest of the time, I don't think about the game, I don't think about the opposition, don't think about the next ball even. I clear my mind. I've got other things in my life. I think about the farm, or I've got 2 young daughters growing up, wonder how they got on at school today, and just think about something totally different. And then when the bowler gets to the end of his run-up, it says then I go back into batting mode. But as he said, that doesn't work for everybody. But that was really fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose that sort of oasis of mental calm is important for some people, and as you say, I'm sure there are other cricketers that are absolutely thinking about every ball, going through the last ball in their mind before the next one is delivered. But that's fascinating.
Not for Sir Alistair.
105 for 3 then. We have 6 overs remaining of the day, second day. And that one's just rather opened Compton up there, it felt like. He played it late out to the offside. Critchley ended up scratching his head. Perhaps he's not quite sure how it got to Gully, but I'd love to get rid of Compton because he really can be and is limpet-like. And he pushes forward. Looks like he's well outside the off stump there anyway, but my view partially obscured by the non-striker, but there is an appeal for an LBW.
Yes, Essex thought they'd got rid of Compton on the second delivery of the innings.
Yeah.
But the umpire didn't, and he's the man that counts.
That's round the wicket comes Critchley to Compton. Defends that. Ball spins away from him, and he rather follows it. It's like a hockey player dribbling a ball to make sure that it's not going anywhere near his stumps.
A lot of cricketers are quite good at hockey, aren't they?
I bet, yeah. I know Rob Key was a fantastic hockey player, yeah. Here's Critchley. Ooh, big appeal. That one. Oh, he's been trapped. He's been trapped in front. He's gone for a pull, has Compton. He doesn't look at the umpire. It looks rather a pitch there as it kept low on Compton. Again, my view partially obscured, but he's gone for a pull. Got himself into an awkward position. It's hit him in front, and Matt Critchley has struck twice in this final session of day 2, and those, again, I emphasise and probably say the obvious, these could be 2 very important wickets for Essex. Surely they are, as they try and break the Kent resolve and break through this batting lineup towards possible victory. Compton gone for 41.
Yes, Essex will be cock-a-hoop. They got rid of Compton. Absolutely. I'm not going to say over the moon because it's the worst cliche in sporting circles.
I like a bit of cock-a-hoop, that's fine, yeah. If I can say that.
But, yeah, but not over the moon. Or how do you feel though? I'm over the moon. Oh no, please.
Sick as a parrot. I don't think it's not so common these days, is it?
It's not, luckily, no. I think
it hasn't sunk in yet. There's a lot of that.
I think enough people have been exterminated for overdoing the over the moon business. And but they will be very, very pleased.
Yeah, absolutely.
To have got rid of the likes of Compton, Crawley, Bell, Drummond, and O'Riordan. And yeah, when there's still 6 overs to go. So is this Finch? Yeah, he's got a sweater on, so you can't see the number.
It is, I believe so.
Oh, it says
Parkinson. Oh, no, it's Parkinson's out. Sorry, beg your pardon. They are very similar
night
stature, but no, it is time for the night watchman now. Matt Parkinson coming out with, well, I suppose 5 overs to go. You can understand that.
Yes.
He's actually extended his high scores in his career while he's been at Kent in this short time. So, shown he can be well organised. He's going to have to be. He's going to have to concentrate, certainly.
So Critchley has 2 more deliveries of this over to bowl to Parkinson, who's just taking guard now from the umpire and seeking a bit of advice, or, well, having a confab with his captain as to how to try and winkle out the new batsman. There's a fairly, well, more than fairly attacking field of 2 slips, a short leg, a man close in front on the offside as well. So including the keeper, there's 5 fielders very close to the batsman. And
So it feels like we are eavesdropping on a conversation at this point, and then
yes, yes.
There we go. Apologies if sudden diminution in sound, but or diminuendo it would be, wouldn't it? There we go. But
diminuendo.
Didn't want to us to eavesdrop on a conversation there.
No.
Though I think most people on the ground could probably hear it at this point. And it's Critchley, sorry, beg your pardon, after Parkinson comes in, gets bat on that. He does indeed, yeah, that'll be a single into the offside. There's a bit of a yelp, and close fielders all around. Denley has 1 from 7. He's the senior batter, obviously, and Parkinson's come in as night watchman. So 5 overs. 5.1 overs to go. 1 more from Matt Critchley, 1 more ball. I'm sure they'll keep him on for his next over. Close fielders all round. Joe Denley on the offside. He nudges that one up too wide. Mid-on, Wesley Fields. And it's the end of the over, and Kent are 106 for 4. They are 485 runs short of making Essex bat again, but they are still in their first innings. But they're going to need to bat some more to save this game, and Essex must feel very optimistic of closing in on a victory in the next couple of days.
And Critchley has figures of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13. I've said it before, I will probably say it again, that Critchley is proving to be an exceptionally good acquisition. Exceptionally good. Had an indifferent first season, 2022, but he improved quite a bit last year, and he's improved almost immeasurably in this season. So Parkinson just taking guard from the umpire before he faces up to the attack. The medium pace of Beard, he might consider it fast medium. Okay, sorry. past medium pace of Aaron Beard. There is an animated conversation below us, isn't there? It sounds more like a monologue.
I think
than
it's
a
beside us, yeah.
conversation. I haven't heard anybody else. Still, the way he's talking, there's no time for anybody else to get a word in. As Beard moves in and bowls. And well, Beard gets quite animated about that, but it seemed to be played okay by Parkinson. And although he does go down the wicket, and, prods the ground a little bit. And Beard moves in again from the Nackington Road end, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Parkinson, who flirts a little bit outside the off stump, just hung his bat, and it went through to the wicketkeeper. Cries from the slip area, but more of excitement, and although Harmer is standing there like the angel of the north at the moment, not quite what he's saying.
I have to say, he appeals well, Aaron Beard. I was convinced. But, oh, what's going on there?
Oh. The two umpires are now conferring. I don't know whether that's as regards the decision or whether they think that one of the Essex players has sort of gone over the top with his...
Well, that's a good question. Simon Harmer was...
And Simon Harmer is wandering over towards the two umpires as if he's...
Jordan Cox is the closest. He's double teapot. So have the umpires, actually, to be fair. They're having a discussion.
Well, nothing is happening now. The two umpires have finished their conversation.
Is there a word with the bowler? There is not.
No. We've no idea what went on over there.
I mean, it's possible it's one they'll follow up at the end of the day without any sort of formal warning.
Yes. But and Harmer in particular at second slip seemed... Well, I don't know if he was aggrieved or what. As I say, he just stood there like the angel of the north, signalling wide, as that's just played out into the covers. And no, well, hopefully we'll find out. Yes, and possibly we won't.
It feels like one that, if there's no need to tell us, that they probably won't.
No.
But I might be wrong. It might have all been totally innocent.
But also Harmer was in long conversation with his fellow South African Dean Elgar, which he often is. Oh, that's a good ball of Yorker length dug out. There was discussion it was generally held at the beginning of the season that Dean Elgar was persuaded by Simon Harmer to come and play for Essex at Chelmsford. Yeah, they're a good team. They have a good bunch of blokes. You'll have a good time. But I think as most of the mini press conference finished yesterday, I asked Dean Elgar if this was true, and he said no, there's not a scrap of truth in it. I wanted to come, and I was going to come, whether Simon was here or not, I think he said.
You talk about recruitment. We said this yesterday, didn't we, about Elgar and Cox in the positions of Cook and Lawrence, almost with
carbon copies.
Huge respect to both those other two players. But there hasn't been. You can't see the join to an extent, I would say.
You can't, you're right.
You talk about Critchley, and obviously every county in the country is hugely envious of Simon Harmer. And again, it's recruitment, isn't it? From Essex, not only the great homegrown players, but they have picked really, really well from elsewhere.
Yeah, in common with most clubs, Essex has made mistakes, both on and off the pitch, maybe especially off in recent years. But it's difficult to fault their signings. They make some very shrewd moves. There's somebody behind the scenes who's doing some very good work as Beard moves in, and that's just played defensively back to the bowler. The chairman of cricket is former England, Lancashire, Nottinghamshire player, and now coach at Felsted Public School, Jason Gallion.
Right.
A delightful fellow Australian by birth, but still quite delightful. And
come on now.
And fairly understated, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's behind quite a few of these decisions.
I was just about to say that if this was football, the whole recruitment team would have been bought lock, stock and barrel by the richest team in the country by now. They'd probably all be off to Surrey, but I was thinking of as a comparison, a team with lower resources perhaps than others in a top division, someone like Brighton, whose recruitment has been so brilliant. Well, what do? The big clubs not only came for their players with huge money, but just decided to buy out their entire recruitment team and take them somewhere else as well. So
when I said in parentheses, although he's Australian, that wasn't a slight against Australians generally. It's just that the few I've met personally have not been the most endearing characters.
Well, we're not going to smear a whole nation, because that's for sure. But Critchley to Denley, a forward defensive, blocked back up the pitch, and there's no run. I wonder if Jason Gallions, as I talk about the millions that might be involved in a recruitment, in moving a recruitment team from one county to another, maybe his agent is listening. I could almost hear the air bristling with the thought of it.
Yes.
This is another dot ball, 106 for 4. I for one hope cricket doesn't get like that, but it doesn't get any further down that road.
No.
But I may be alone in that. There's no run up to mid-off. As we prepare ourselves for, I gather, for huge riches to be poured into the game. Oh, it keeps low. Ooh. Does that hit Dean Elgar?
I think it did.
Yeah. I think he turned his back on it. I think it might have hit him in the backside, actually, or in the lower back, but he's showing no pain from it. He is South African, though, and I think it's against the national religion to show any pain for anything.
That's right.
They are renowned for being hugely tough. Talking about generalising a whole country, but certainly their cricketers tend to be tough as old boots. But this next one's a dot ball as well. There are a number of close fielders around. There's a short leg, 2 slips, and that man, Dean Elgar, who was at a silly point at this point, as driven past him by Joe Denley. He won't like to be shackled, that's for sure, and they'll come back for 2, which means with 3 overs to go, Matt Parkinson will be facing the first ball of the next over here on BBC Radio Canada, BBC Essex, with Matt Cole, with Dick Davis and Nicky Chowdhury today. Welcome wherever you're joining us. England-Pakistan, the T20 International at Edgbaston. It's a pre-World Cup international. It's finished with a win for England by 23 runs. The US against Bangladesh is starting this afternoon as well. I don't have any updates from that. Actually, that started at 4, so that's well underway. At the famous Prairie View Cricket Complex in Houston. I know you know it well.
I have been to the Astrodome, but...
Have you indeed? There we go. Well, of course, because you lived in Texas.
Yes.
Well, although
that
Dallas and Houston are not next door to each other.
No, the distances.
Yeah, relatively close.
The distance is just... That was one of the things that took me ages to come to terms with, really. Yeah. I remember one Sunday when I had nothing much to do, and we'd all been given cars, these big sort of by the yard cars in those days, and that's just nudged down to fine leg for 2 runs, fielded by Noah Thane, who's on as 12th man.
Yeah. For Sam Cook, who went off injured earlier. Yeah.
Yes, and one Sunday afternoon, I looked at the map, probably thinking I had an English scale in, and I thought, oh yes, I'll go and see what Oklahoma City is like. Then at least I can say, I've been to Oklahoma, and I'm well into musical shows.
I was going to say, when you started to sing the theme tune.
That's one of my interests is musical theatre, and if anybody says, have you seen Oklahoma, I could say, seen it, I've been there. And as Aaron Beard moves in, and I've been driving, played out in the offside, I've been driving for about 2.5 hours time. And I thought, Oklahoma City, I haven't even seen it on a signpost yet. I look at the map, because obviously this was before SatNav. I'd moved about 1 millimetre on the map, and there was no way I was going to get to Oklahoma City. So I just got over the border into Oklahoma State, got out of the car just to walk around, just to say I have set foot in Oklahoma.
So you could use that as your anecdote.
Yes.
You may not have been to Oklahoma City, but you've been to Oklahoma at least.
But no, the distances, I think, as you were saying earlier, it's the reason behind so many of their beliefs and ways of life, really.
Yes. Parkinson trying to move Beard off his pads. It's maybe thigh pad into the onside, and there's no run. No, we have, as many people do, friends and relatives in Australia who think nothing of driving 3-4 hours to go to a party or a dinner party, and it's
really,
yeah, that's because of relative distance. These are neighbouring towns, I suppose, in inverted commas for us. It's
but they've got to drive home as well.
Well, yes.
Or maybe not.
I think maybe stay over for
Yes,
for the weekend, but yeah.
Beard moves in from the Nackington Road.
He does.
End. Bowls. It is me, isn't it? Yes.
Sorry, yeah. I wanted into your over again.
Digs that one out, does Parkinson. After this over, we've got just 2 more.
Yeah.
And that will conclude the entertainment for today, and it has been entertaining. The morning session, Essex accelerated.
Yeah.
I think I worked out they scored 169 in 29 overs or something like that. If the auditors are listening, that might not be precise, but it was about that much. As Beard moves in, bowls, and that gets a bit of lift, which is probably the first time I've said that in this almost 2 complete days, but the batsman had it well under control. As I think I said, Beard's not a tall man, so he doesn't generally rely on getting lift or being too intimidating. Although, having said that, Malcolm Marshall was no taller than Aaron Beard is. He was a little fella, but he was one of the most feared bowlers, and accurate, and sadly died far, far too young.
You talk about how quickly Essex have scored. I go back to Jordan Cox, he scored 150 today.
Yes, phenomenal. In that, yeah.
I'd imagine you'll be talking to him after the day's done.
I should imagine we will, yes.
He might want to put his feet up for a moment or two, but sorry, end of the over, that one.
End of the over.
111 for 4.
Well, yeah. Yes, last night it was Dean Elgar who was put forward for us all to chat to. I was proved to be very, very forthcoming. I haven't spoken to him before since he's been to Essex. Very forthcoming and friendly and chatty. And also, for some reason I hadn't appreciated, he's a relatively short man, isn't he, Dean Elgar?
I guess, yeah. I suppose, certainly in contrast to his opening partner, Nick Brown, who's
yes.
Rose Cushy's tall as well, but yeah.
We were about eye to eye level. I'm only 5'9".
Great opening batters talking to each other, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
That's what the photo would say, the caption.
Yes.
Critchley, he's got himself in an awkward position there as Parkinson. It doesn't mean he's out.
No.
But he definitely, well, he's a night watchman, and he looked like one there. There's an awkward bounce, awkward looking stroke. Has it hit him outside leg stump? Maybe even slightly high, but I can imagine, well, I can completely understand why everyone was appealing, because
oh, good Lord, yes.
It just looked like he got himself into a right old tangle. But that doesn't mean he's out. Forward defensive this time. He's got bat on it, it's Matt Parkinson, no run. And we have 10 balls available. Of course, if there's a wicket in the final over, the umpires will call stumps. 111 for 4 as Parkinson just about, I was going to say keeps this one out. I thought he'd played it into the onside, but it's gone through to the wicketkeeper, isn't it? There's no run.
Yes, still those 4 fielders as well as wicketkeeper clustered within almost touching distance.
As you say, 2 slips.
Well,
a silly point and a short leg now as well. And a man at short middle. Oh, that's spun away from Matt Parkinson. I don't think he's hit it.
And Tom Wesley has positioned himself only about halfway down the wicket, a little bit more than halfway down, maybe about 15, 18 yards from the bat.
I wonder if they'll bring in any more before the end of this over to try and rattle Matt Parkinson, but he decides to take a little look around the field, and why not?
Yes, they are.
And then the field changes as soon as he looks at it. They brought the man in from point. They're going to try and offer him a single here. He flicks it onto the onside. He'll make 4, actually. That'll go for 4, actually. Perhaps they want to go at Joe Denley. This might be sort of counterintuitive in that respect. And they quite like to have some deliveries at Denley before the end of the day and see if they can get him out.
But it's the night watchman's job to protect the so-called better batsman, isn't it?
So he should take the single.
So he ought to be looking for a single now, because there's only one delivery to come.
Yeah.
Yes, his
For the final
job
over.
is to make sure that Denley doesn't face the last over.
So yeah, are they offering him the one? Not quite sure what the tactic is. They brought a saving the one at the moment.
Oh,
that's very wide.
And yes, I mean, somewhat
So
surprising.
yeah, that's a dot ball. Yeah.
He allowed it to go by as a dot ball. For those who are not sort of up with, you know, the thinking under these circumstances, a night watchman is his purpose in life, basically at this stage of the innings or the stage of the day, is to protect the better batsman. And if somebody's going to lose a wicket, it's considered unfortunate but acceptable if you lose the wicket of the night watchman rather than the accredited batsman, because then he's still there the following morning.
And of course the age-old debate goes, well, isn't the batsman who's further up the order better equipped to see off the
That is, yes.
But I think, yeah.
Yeah, my counter-argument to that is that, you know, generally speaking, lower-order batsmen now might not have all the shots, but especially, you know, they can...
Maybe the defence.
They can defend, yes. As that's just played out on the onside for a couple of runs, and Dan is exhorting the troops to greatness at this stage of the day.
I'm not entirely sure. It's him. I think it's his new best friend, but I might be wrong.
He's not what?
His new best friend, 116.
Oh, he's a good bloke, is Dan.
Yep.
And he's certainly your friend because you're fellow Ipswich Town supporters.
We are. I've said for many years for my sins, but actually, this is the year. So, or has been the year. Yeah, it's been fantastic. So, ready to get our conquer smashed in the Premier League, I'm sure.
Yes. As Beard moves in and bowls, and it's just played back to him. He stops it with a size 9 boot, not knowing exactly what size footwear he takes. And it's not Dan, actually. It's somebody.
No, I was saying that's his new best friend. I think sitting next to him is a very animated conversation.
Yeah.
So
I think he's winding Dan up.
Let's see. So, 4 balls available to Essex.
Yes.
And the last over of the day, it certainly will be.
If a wicket were to fall, it's the last delivery of the day as well.
That's true enough, yeah.
One of cricket's quirk little regulations or laws, and that's nudged away. Now,
there we are. Parkinson doing his job. Single offered.
Yep.
Down to backward square.
Yeah.
He's not taking it.
No, quite right too. Yes.
As you say, if someone gets out now, it'll be Parkinson. Is the point of this night watchman,
yes.
isn't it?
Yes. Denley should just sit on his bat 22 yards away and say, "I'm not moving." Il ne passeront.
The Denleys, yes. Oh, very nice. the Denleys not for running.
No. As Beard moves in, bowls, and that's well, Parkinson ducks under that. We haven't seen many occasions when a batsman has ducked under a delivery, and but there. You're not here tomorrow. I'm not here tomorrow.
No.
So Ben is here tomorrow.
Yes, it'll be Ben and Victoria. Is that right?
Yeah,
from
Victoria.
Essex, yes. So
and Nikki.
Nikki, yes, indeed. So thank you for all your company as listeners over the last couple of days. Really enjoyed it. It's been always be great to be in Nikki and Dick's company, but yeah. The story moves on without us.
Yes,
Dick.
well, likewise, entirely. It's always a pleasure to come down here. One of the joys of this way of earning a few bob is the people you meet, and Kent is certainly one of those I look forward to going to. And never met Nikki before, but delighted to have done so. And again, Parkinson seems to make quite heavy work of ducking under the delivery, such that he sort of topples forward. It's almost comical.
Yeah.
Yes, some batsmen can even get out of the way quite elegantly, and others less so. And I'd put Parkinson in the second category.
I think to be fair to him, he's leaving it on length, so he's seen it's a little bit back of a length, and he's jolly well getting underneath it, whatever happens. So
yes. Even if it's not coming up, even if I do get hit hard on the left shoulder.
What if he might be doing the worm to this last?
Right, one delivery left. One delivery of the day.
I mean, this would just top it off, wouldn't it, beautifully, if Essex could take a wicket here. Kent hoping not.
As Beard moves in now, right arm over to Parkinson, who it's picked up a couple of runs here through mid-on, and they go through indeed for the 2 runs. So Denley will be facing the first delivery in the morning, and the day ends with the host side at 118 for 4, which means they are still well a long way behind. I won't attempt to
473 is the
yeah, it's about 463, I think.
473.
473.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're still 473 behind. Oh, it says so in the corner of the board.
It does.
Dear.
You just need to know where to look.
Yes, and so Essex, undoubtedly, it's almost a crass thing to say that Essex have had the better of the day, and they've had the better of the game.
Absolutely.
But to my mind, that the host side are quite capable. They've got some very good batsmen, and to my mind, they are still quite capable of batting out the 2 days. But if I were a betting man, which I'm not through any high moral ground, but mere abject poverty, I would obviously might put 50 pence on Essex as the players leave the field now, as the sun gets a little bit lower away to our right and the west. On this delightful ground, there are very few, if any, better places to watch cricket than Canterbury.
Indeed, so.
That's it for the day.
Yeah, I think. Oh, Dick is. Sorry, he's not bursting into tears. It sounded a little bit like you were. Or maybe you are.
No,
it's an emotional time.
It's not emulsion.
Thank you all, listeners. Thank you very much for all your emails today, but just for being with us on this the sunny Saturday. It's definitely been dominated by Essex. The commentary team, Victoria Polly, Nikki Chowdhury and Ben Watts will be with you tomorrow at 11 o'clock for commentary on day 3 of this match. Evening well. Thank you for listening today. We'll be back with you soon.